Hello and welcome to round number 4 of the NRG Karting Owners Sprint Series here from Teesside Autodrome. We had a fair bit of rain overnight, but it's all gone. The sun is shining and hopefully it will be for the rest of the day and we'll have a trouble-free round number 4. Qualifying for our Como Bambinos is just about to come to an end. It's been a fairly tight affair so far, only 2.5 tenths between Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi-Durate, who are currently nose to tail out on track as well. They've both improved on their final lap, but it still remains Archie Mostyn who will be on pole position. His time of 1 minute .897, enough to edge out Logan's time of 1:01.268. That was a lovely shot. So we have 5 minutes back on the clock for our Honda Cadet qualifying session. They'll be green flagged and they'll leave the exit gate. As per usual, Edward Rye opting to go towards the front and aim for some clear track. But in the 3-lap warm-up this morning, which was only around about half an hour ago for these Honda Cadets, it was Aaron Rigg in the 24 who was the fastest driver in that session. So we'll see how he fares. He's opted to go out towards the front as well, try and get away from some of that traffic. And talking about opting of going out in the traffic, look there at the background, coming out around hairpin number 1, Sam Dixon opting to take half of a lap behind. So he'll probably get 1 lap less in this qualifying session than everybody else, but won't get caught up behind anybody. So Dixon, who scored his maiden podium here at Teesside yesterday with a superb P3, is going to go towards the tail of the field and see whether he clear track in front of him can give him an opportunity. Target for him in qualifying will be at least the top 6, just to try and get himself towards the front of the pack. So Edward Rye will set the time to beat. Although to be fair, there's 5 of them pretty much nose to tail. Where's yesterday's pole man, Henry Colborne? I think he's currently around about 10th, 11th on track. So we'll wait for him to come through and see where his time is. He's currently weaving his way through some traffic that's, his first lap isn't going to be particularly spectacular. And indeed, he's P12 in the provisional timing after 1 lap. It's Francesco Di Caro with a 45.805, the time to beat. Only fractionally quicker than yesterday's P2 man, Daniel Ziad. That was the highlight of his day, unfortunately, as he struggled a little bit in the opening heat and fell back to P8. And then did manage to work his way back through, but was challenging for a podium towards the end of the final. Came home inside the top 5, but it wasn't to be for Daniel. Sebastian McCarthy briefly goes to the top of the timing stacker, but then is immediately eclipsed again by Di Caro and Ziad. They're in the same sort of train. McCarthy second on track. Ziad and Di Caro in the second train of karts as Di Caro goes down the inside of the 14 of Kyle Kerr. So unless he can find an extra few tenths by pushing what appears to be Aidan Donnelly down that back straight, it's going to be a slightly slower lap this time for Di Caro. He makes another overtake. So I would expect a few of these drivers to go a little bit quicker this time round, and with Di Caro not setting a faster time. Indeed, he doesn't, but nobody goes a lot quicker apart from Aaron Rigg. He goes up to 3rd place inside of the second row provisionally so far. 2 minutes and 20 remain on the clock for Aaron Rigg. It'll be a superb effort for him, currently behind Sebastian McCarthy on track, who is currently in P4 in this qualifying session. It's still Francesco Di Caro with the time to beat that he set on lap number 2. Henry Colborne made a big improvement, up 4 places, 10th to 6th in that lap. And Aston Wilson in 11th. That would be his best qualifying if he can hold on to that position. A few new drivers joining us today that weren't here yesterday. Jake Gibbon straight on the pace in P10. Jacob McDonald joins us as well, currently sitting P19. Edward Rye improves to P3. McCarthy improved as well, and that's kept him P4 as Rigg falls down into P5. Still only a 10th splitting the entire top 5. They've got half a second then back to Henry Colborne, who yesterday put a cracking effort in qualifying on slick tyres. It was 100% the right call as most of the field went on to wets. Trying to figure out where he is now on track. He's got a bit of clear air in front of him. I would expect a bit of an improvement this time, particularly in terms of lap time. Let's see whether he gets a position boost. Time's quicker, but no change in position for Henry Colborne. He remains in 6th place. DeCaro and Ziad, yesterday's front row, could well be today's front row as well. Rigg back up into 3rd place this time, 10th off the pole. Sam Dixon improves, he's up to P6. Colborne down to 7th. Dixon running in that clean air on his own. Rye needs 2/10 as he comes up towards the timing line with 14 seconds on the clock. He's going to get this lap, and it's this lap that puts him to the top of the timing tower. Edward Rye, P1, with 5 seconds on the clock. Colborne will cross to see the checkered flag, but should still get another lap. I think we'll keep an eye out on the timing. It's not clocked up that he should still have an opportunity, but it's Edward Rye at the moment from Francesco DeCaro, Daniel Ziad and Aaron Rigg. That's your top 4, and they're all still out on track. Dixon, P6. He takes the timing line. He moves up to 6th. Colborne down to 7th. As Edward Rye rounds hairpin 4. Can he improve even further on his time? As he gets down behind the steering wheel, he does improve another 10th for Edward Rye, but DeCaro snatches it at the line. 47.7 for Francesco DeCaro, a 10th quicker. And it's going to be the 1-2-7 on pole position from Edward Rye. Daniel Ziad and Aaron Rigg on the 2nd row. Sebastian McCarthy and Sam Dixon on row 3. Henry Colborne, a disappointing 7th by his normal standards. He'll feel that he's got more pace than that to come through the field. Aidan Donnelly will start 8th with Abel Hutton P9. Kyle Kerr in 10th with Tommy Burgoyne in P11 in front of Jake Gibbon. And it's going to be Alfie Keeling and Aston Wilson with Albie Cam and Oliver Bullock, Harry Scrafton and Edward Charlton in front of Jacob McDonald and Andrew McCrossan. The 3rd and final qualifying session of the morning before we head towards our heat sees our interclass with a 100% increase in inter-Rotaxes. Logan Jones joins us to provide some competition for Joey Swan, and will hopefully go some way to reminding us that Joey's here, because we did forget about him a little bit yesterday. particularly in Heat 1 when I thought there was a timing malfunction because the Honda leaders had come through and I was expecting a last lap board and it didn't come because I forgot Joey existed. Again, apologies to Joey for that. So Joey and Logan Jones are going to be in our interclass, and then we've got our Honda R200s. Expect the usual protagonists towards the front of that one. It can be anybody's game, particularly in your top 6 in Honda R200. So can anybody spring a surprise and break that magic top 6, which has been a fairly consistent top 6 so far this season, particularly in qualifying. The start of the races have been very interesting, particularly in R200. We've got a couple of particularly fast starters and a couple of drivers that don't mind taking a round the outside risk at the national loop and have found so far that it picks up 1 or 2 places for them. Joey Swan will set the inter time to beat a 44.8. And then our R200s will come through. We'll let them all ping through, but at the moment, Ashton Horspool from Dexter Petty and Tom Nichols, Matthew Plant in 4th place in that class, Peter Webster, Aaron Berridge and Luka Bachuev, Oliver James Smith, who had a bit of an off in the 3-lap practice this morning, but there was no harm done to the kart, just an excursion across the grass at hairpin number 1, JJ Allen, and then Jensen Whitehead and Harry Pennington opting to go off towards the tail end and have some clear track in front of him rather than scrapping with those for track position. But as Joey Swan improves on his time, a 44.526, Dexter Petty goes to the top of the timing in R200. He's got a 10th and a half from Tom Nichols in the 74, Aaron Berridge and Luka Bachuev. Yesterday's top 2 are 5th and 6th overall. That'll be 3rd and 4th in R200. Yesterday, Ashton Horspool, a sterling performance from him, saw him win a heat from the back and then come through from the back to finish 3rd in the final and take a trophy home. Currently 5th in class, 7th overall. Matthew Plant, JJ Allen, Peter Webster. We've got Oliver James Smith round and a yellow flag at hairpin 3. Petty remains at the top with Horspool going to 2nd place, moving up 5 places, so that's 2nd in his class, 4th overall, with Nichols, Berridge, Bachuev, Plant and Webster. Although Webster's in that train and would expect an improvement this time round from the 125 of Peter Webster. He got overtaken on the previous lap, which would have slowed him slightly, but he's in that sort of mix with Petty, Nichols, and he's got Aaron Berridge behind him as well, so should be with them together in terms of timing. In the front, Ashton Horspool has broken away from them slightly, and indeed Peter Webster does improve and moves himself up to 5th in class, currently provisionally the inside of the 3rd row for Peter Webster for this rolling start for Honda R200. Joey Swan continuing to lead with 1:30 on the clock in our inter-Rotax class from Logan Jones. He's got 1.1 seconds between the two of them, but he did spend all day yesterday racing yesterday, whereas Logan Jones has just arrived fresh out the gate this morning. So it's R200 where we're likely to see some changes. 2-place improvement from Peter Webster on the previous lap, and he's still in the sort of mix with Berridge and Nichols as well. As Horspool goes quicker, Berridge improves as well. So Ashton Horspool goes to the top of Honda R200, Dexter Petty alongside him. Tom Nichols and Aaron Berridge provisionally on the 2nd row at the moment. Peter Webster remains 5th in that class. Luka Bachuev will be alongside him as it stands. He's currently nose to tail with Matthew Plant on track, who's currently 9th, 7th in class. JJ Allen, Harry Pennington, Oliver James Smith and Jensen Whitehead. There's around about a 10th between everybody from 8th down to 13th on track, so just in terms of their time. So there's not a lot between this Honda R200 grid. Probably just a little bit more experience for those drivers at the front as Berridge and Webster swap round once again as Webster briefly went quicker than Berridge, but Berridge is just behind him on track, and he goes immediately faster, and now he's going to go down the inside of hairpin number 1 with a tidy little change of position that I don't think is going to have lost either of them too much time. We're on our final lap now because the checkered flag has just come out to bring an end to this 5-minute qualifying session. Joey Swan will come through, and it will be a pole position in R2 into Rotax for him unless Logan Jones can find 1.1 seconds on this final lap. So Jones will come through now and immediately aborts his lap, peels off into the pits. Horse pull. Any movement further down the order. Berridge up to 3rd at the end. Demotes Tom Nichols down to P4. Peter Webster in 5th. It'll be Batchev 6th. Plant in 7th. Allen. Then Pennington, Oliver James Smith and Jensen Whitehead, as the R200 grid remains largely unchanged with the exception of Aaron Berridge jumping up to P3 in the inside of the second row for the first heat of the day in Honda R200. I don't think I introduced myself yesterday, but I'll do it now because I'm David Sullivan, and alongside me, here's Mr. Tom Butterworth.
Hello. How are you?
Very good.
Yeah?
Very good. I've had a bacon sandwich this morning with some brown sauce from the cafe, and that's fueled me up for a fantastic day's racing.
Excellent. Good news.
Good news. Dacia Sandero.
Yes. Oh, no. Anyway. Yes, so back for round 4, another day of fantastic action, I'm sure, ahead from, all up and down the grids. Weather has improved compared to yesterday, as David was saying earlier. It was pretty heavy rain overnight. I'm not sure what time it stopped.
Neither did I. I was asleep for 9:30.
Well, yeah. Were you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Crikey. I didn't have the best of night's sleep, but that's another story. A story for another day.
Oh, lovely. No, I was tired, and I got into bed. I put a podcast on, put a 45-minute timer on. I've got no idea of any of that podcast. I think I was just straight asleep.
What were you listening to, do I dare ask?
Can't even remember. I'll let you know.
It must have been good, folks.
I'll let you know.
Bambino's already with a quick turnaround. Of course, they've already had a 3-lap warm-up this morning and a qualifying session, and now they're straight out for their first race.
I was listening to F1 Explains, a podcast live from inside an F1 garage, which is part of the...
That'll do it.
Part of the like Tom Clarkson sort of podcast sort of range where he interviews drivers, and then this is more of a behind-the-scenes sort of look at Formula One.
I saw a video on, I think it was from the race, about the brake ducts that McLaren are running, and it was trying to explain how McLaren are doing all these tricks and Red Bull are protesting it. And when you're on a 12-hour shift, night shift, at 2 o'clock in the morning, that was not the one to try and stay awake to.
No. It's all about protesting.
Genuinely was like, oh God,
I mean.
my head dipped, nearly fell off my elbow. You know.
Well, I can assure you, there's nobody here injecting their tyres with water to keep them cool.
No.
Or any other shenanigans.
Well, you say that.
Who knows?
It's not cheating if you don't get caught.
It's generally the way NASCAR look at things.
Exactly. And do you know, that was what I was trying to watch last night to send me to sleep, was NASCAR. I've said about this before. Anyway, Heat 1 of Bambino's is underway. Good start again from Logan. Around the outside, up the D chicane. Takes the lead exactly as we saw all day yesterday in round 3 here at the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series.
A 100% record this weekend of leading round the national loop. They were very close in qualifying this morning as well, Tom. It was pretty much 2 tenths between them in the entire session until Archie Mostyn did gained a bigger gap of just under 4 tenths as he tries a little switch back, and Logan Grassi comes to the inside and closes the door. Good little defence there by the 28.
I think Logan's definitely been watching some videos last night based on the line he's just taken through, down the back straight.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So my bedtime was a podcast, and I think for an hour before bedtime last night, he was watching all 3 heats in the final back.
I think he was watching old footage.
Oh, do you?
I do.
Old footage. Grainy, black and white.
Almost black and white, yeah. Like when I were a lad. And all this were Outfit Fields. I think he's been watching some old footage because of the line he's taken through there for a start, and then again through 2, and then will he get the drive out to get back in front of Archie Mostyn? Oh no, not quite, and can't chop across. He has got better drive though, and does chop across in the end of Archie Mostyn.
That is a superb defensive position. Well, it was a retake as well, really, because I think for half of that straight, I think Mostyn probably had the nose down the inside. Now the switchback's coming, and Archie Mostyn had that one lined up from hairpin 3, really. You could see that he'd positioned his car in such a position to slide it through the inevitable gap that was going to be created round hairpin number 4. And through goes Archie Mostyn into the lead.
And a 1:01.3 on a first flying lap, including 2 overtakes. Is not a bad opening effort from Archie Mostyn.
A little bit tight by Logan there into hairpin 1, and you can see that it's affected his run up to 2.
Well, he ran it out wide at the exit of hairpin 1, but then that left him tight then on the entry into hairpin 2. So will have scrubbed off some speed there. What he needed to do was kind of sweep it back left to carry that momentum then through hairpin 2. 2
is the much more critical corner, isn't it? Because you're then carrying all that speed down the back straight and round South Bank. These Bambinos will be on the power for around about 20 seconds from leaving hairpin 2 round to hairpin 3. So it's a very, very critical corner that if you get right, you can get some big gains. If you scrub off a little bit too much speed, it's a long run then down that back straight towards hairpin 3 and South Bank.
I think it's just a little bit of positioning that needs to be worked on with Logan. I think he'll find probably, I mean, he's done a 1 minute point 8.
Still set a personal best, didn't he?
Yeah, ever. 1 minute point 8. That's, 5 seconds faster than he was going at the previous round? Last month, that is, not yesterday. But it's still a good 1.5 seconds quicker than he went yesterday. Is that right?
No, he did a 1 minute yesterday. It was roughly about that time, but it did take him all day to sort of get there. He was chipping away and improving throughout. And this morning, straight on the pace that he was yesterday.
Yeah, early apex there in 4.
So I don't think that'll be cost him too much because he's going to carry all the sort of speed out of 4.
Indeed. It's here, look, where he could be over to the right and get a bit tighter on those 2 chicanes.
I think we're okay through there generally. I think hairpin 1, I think we're just turning in a cart length too early. Let's see where Mostyn
Free coaching sessions there. Here from Tom and David.
Yeah, and then we're turning in too early and then it's sending us out wide, and that's what's ruining hairpin 2, and that's carrying the speed down. So, as we'll both profess, Tom, neither of us were ever fantastic drivers, but we've watched.
That's why we do this.
Yeah, but on the flip side, I think that I probably watch 1,000 races a year, and which would mean that this year I'll probably clear my 7,000th race.
Yeah.
So we do have a bit of knowledge in sort of knowing what's quick. And sort of picking out where things are, where we can gain, slight edges.
What we've got is the advantage of doing this here for a long time, and we've seen drivers run 58-second laps, 57-second laps, and the lines that they're able to take. See there, it carries a bit too much speed in. Better between 1 and 2, though, but then needs to get tighter through 2 to give a better run down the back straight and then sweep left. There we go. That's better. The Bambino line is different to all of the other classes, including Honda Cadet, where you can just run South Bank right around that concrete strip around the inside of the corner. You just run all of that all the way round. So 1 minute 0.9 for Archie Mostyn that time around, and 1 minute 1.9 for Logan, which means that his pace is dropping away a little bit through this race. But likewise, so is Mostyn. I think if Logan can get some consistency and stay in that 1 minute bracket, he could start to pose a challenge to Archie here, who's been pretty much at the front all weekend. I think Logan had about half a race, didn't he, yesterday?
Well, no, he had the entire race, apart from the final 15 metres, remembering.
At one point, yes, my apologies, yes. Done your disservice
in the first heat, I think.
It was, yeah, you're right, it was the first heat, yeah.
So Archie Mostyn.
But it won't show that on the results. The
No.
results will just show Mostyn. But no, he didn't. You're right. He didn't quite have it all his own way yesterday.
No, 40 seconds on the clock. So this will be the penultimate lap.
And pace dropping for both of them now. Mostyn into the 101.5s. And Duarte into the 102.4s. So dropping away.
Yeah, it has been progressive. I think maybe the heat's coming up in the tyre, particularly now that the sun is out. Whereas when the previous half an hour, the sun was very much hiding away. So whether both drivers have gone a little bit higher on tyre pressure, now the sun's come out and it's heated the track up a little bit, that it's gone a little bit over the optimum level.
That's a bit of a better line. Certainly a better exit.
Final lap for Archie Mostyn. He improves his time slightly on where he's been the previous few laps. And as does Logan Grassi with a 101.6 this time. So
just suddenly went 0.8 of a second quicker than the previous lap. So we're working on lines. We're working on a bit of consistency in lap time. But we're getting there. He's in the 101s again. And he's done a sub 101 today as well already. So always stepping forward, both drivers. As we said yesterday, it's real-time progression. You're seeing it live on screen. The time's getting faster, the driver's getting better, the experience is growing. And out of the final hairpin comes Archie Mostyn to take victory in heat number 1, round 4 of the owner-driver sprint series. And coming across the line P2 is Logan Grassi Duarte. That completes our first heat of the day. And on to Honda Cadets that will be appearing shortly. And we've got a grid, I think, to bring you. Yes, we do. And it was close in qualifying.
very close. Edward Rye holding provisional pole for most of the second half of the session.
He was just pipped on the last lap, if what I heard was correct.
It was. It was. I was on the commentary, Tom, spitting bare facts.
Yes.
So yeah.
I was in the cafe trying to buy a coffee.
All right, just leaving me to work.
Why?
So results up there on the screen from Bambino, heat number 1 with Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi Duarte. As we head out towards Honda Cadet, heat number 1, it will be Francesco Di Caro on pole position, as he was yesterday. Let's see if he can have a more favourable opening heat this time round. It's Edward Rye, the championship leader, alongside him Daniel Ziad and Aaron Rigg on row number 2, with Sebastian McCarthy and Sam Dixon row 3, with Henry Colborne and Aidan Donnelly on row number 4. Abel Hutton starts 9th, 10th Kyle Kerr with Tommy Burgoyne and Jake Gibbon, Alfie Keeling and Aston Wilson, with Albie Cam and Oliver Bullock in front of Harry Scrafton and Edward Charlton, Jacob McDonald and Andrew McCrossan complete your 20-kart grid. 2 new drivers from yesterday, Jake Gibbon and Jacob McDonald didn't take part yesterday, but here they are today. They'll roll off P number 12 and 19 respectively.
It should be a good one here. Honda Cadet, all action all the time. Aaron Rigg making some steps forward in qualifying compared to yesterday.
Yeah, it was provisionally P2 for some of the qualifying session in the distinctive gold and purple livery. So, field sent forward. Oliver Bullock there on the right-hand side. New livery for him this weekend, which is the same as Edward Rise. They run out of the same awning.
Just waiting on the last couple just to take their positions up on the grid, as we can see on screen. And we will get Honda Cadet Heat 1 underway. It's interesting to see some F1 inspired helmets on the grid here. We've got an Ayrton Senna inspired one, a Fernando Alonso inspired one, and I'm pretty sure Aaron Rigg is running a Lewis Hamilton inspired one.
I think you're quite right. So it's Aidan Donnelly with the Ayrton Senna-esque helmet.
Edward Rye with the Alonso. Just interesting to see, isn't it, where they all take their inspiration from.
Certainly is. Green flag in hand. 8 minutes on the clock. We're away and racing in Honda Cadet Heat number 1. Good start from Edward Rye. Good start from Sebastian McCarthy from the inside of the third row. That should put him in front of Aaron Rigg, and does as they head up round the National Loop for the first time. Paul Mandicaro will lead us through. That's the only change inside the top 6, although it might be a bit more as Rigg goes slightly wide. Almost down the inside goes Sam Dixon. Aidan Donnelly and Kyle Kerr are both trying to get down the inside on the back straight. Kerr's got to the inside. He is alongside Abel Hutton, I think, by the look of things. Keep an eye out to make sure that that's who I'm confirming it is, but we'll confirm where they come round. I think it's Hutton in front. We'll pick it up in a few moments as Francesco Di Caro leads us out of hairpin 4.
I never mentioned Abel Hutton, but he's also got a purple and fluorescent yellow Hamilton-inspired helmet as well, so that's going to get confusing through the day. But Harry Scrafton has not had the best of opening laps. He's dropped right to the back of the field now, about 3 seconds back.
Kyle Kerr up 2 from P10 to run in 8th place that time over the timing line. And wide goes Daniel Ziad out of 3rd place. And that could allow Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy's on the outside, but he's going to have enough to get across. And indeed, Sebastian McCarthy, there's been a change for the lead as well. Edward Rye is in front of Francesco Di Caro as they round South Bank. Wide goes McCarthy in 3rd place. We've got a train of 7 drivers there, down to Henry Colborne. Rye with the fastest lap. As you'd expect, everybody sets a personal best, Tom, as they cross the line, rolling for the first time. It was a standing start on lap number 1. Rye with a bit of a gap already, beginning to open up, although that closes up under braking at hairpin 2. Di Caro will be looking to try and break from McCarthy and Ziad. Ziad looking interested in retaking that 3rd place. Aaron Rigg still in that P5 with Sam Dixon just behind him. Dixon trying to line up that move into 3. Not quite close enough with the run round South Bank. Colborne still there. There's a gap then back to Kyle Kerr with Abel Hutton and Aidan Donnelly. And it's Jake Gibbon and Tommy Burgoyne. Oh, Aston Wilson with a big chunk of curb. He's currently battling with Albie Cam in P14, who was a lot higher than that yesterday, was Albie Cam.
Yes, he was. And Edward Rye trying to do what he did yesterday, which is break away early, break the toe of those behind as Ziad and McCarthy go side by side into South Bank corner. Ziad retaking third place, which was swapped back a couple of laps ago. Retakes that position and manages to hold on through 3 and 4 as well. So that one's done. But yeah, Edward Rye yesterday was head down for the first few laps, trying to break away from De Caro, and it worked a couple of times and didn't work another time when De Caro managed to reel him in and overhaul him in the last couple of corners. But Edward Rye we described yesterday as Sebastian Vettel-esque. And the reason we say that is because that's what Vettel used to do all the time. He would...
Dixon to the inside, Tom, there of Aaron Rigg. And if he can get the nose down the inside, he can't. I thought Colborne was going to come across, push Sam Dixon, and then leave Aaron Rigg hanging out to dry. They're falling away off the top 4 at the moment. So either they've got to work together, or if Dixon feels he's got more pace, he's got to try and find a way through. And then ask them to work with him to drag them back onto McCarthy. Fastest lap though, Daniel Ziad, 47.4, is 0.3 quicker than Francesco De Caro, and he's right on the back of the 127.
Yeah, he's marched his way towards De Caro and Rye now, has Ziad, now that he's cleared McCarthy once again. McCarthy able to go with at this point, but he's going to need some help, I think.
Dixon again with the nose down the inside of Aaron Rigg. And this time it's worked for the 76. We've got a change for 5th place. We're going to have a change for 6th as well, potentially. Henry Colborne down the inside. He'll be looking to get the switch back, and he is indeed going to be side by side as they come up through the dogleg. He's on the outside. Don't think he's going to be alongside enough there. No, he's not. The door closed on him by Aaron Rigg. And Sam Dixon has got a bit of respite from those 2 behind him. But similarly now, nobody to try and push him onto the back of the top 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of no man's land for Sam Dixon. He's going to need those at the front to start fighting for him to get there. And Sebastian McCarthy, I said at this time on the previous lap, needs a bit of help. And what I meant by that is he needs to stay in the slipstream of the 3 in front. Once that toe gets broken, the slipstream toe, it's going to be very, very difficult to catch back up again. But he's doing well so far and is hanging on. See the lap times as he come over the line this time. He was only a 10th slower than Edward Rye that time around. Quickest car again was Daniel Ziad. As the front 3 started to come together. 2 minutes plus a lap to go already. Right. Flying through this one.
Right back end, they're sliding round hairpin number 1, whereas De Caro and Ziad look a little bit more planted. They are moving away now from Sebastian McCarthy. And Ziad's fallen away a little bit there, Tom, out hairpin too. But then looks very quick through 3 and 4 and closes up over the timing line. So
I think the gap's going to be about where it was before. But De Caro now right on the rear bumper of Edward Rye. Probably for the first time since the overtake took place.
Rye wide at 1. De Caro right up onto the back of Edward Rye. And I think we might see Rye migrating towards the inside a little bit earlier. He comes in a cart width. I thought we'd see him take that direct route towards the apex of South Bank, but clearly feels he had enough on exit of hairpin 2. But De Caro edging closer towards Edward Rye, and it was in the final corner of the race yesterday, one of the heats, that De Caro managed to slip by Edward Rye. Rye, who won Heat 1 from 5th yesterday. .40 seconds on the clock. We may well get 3 more laps in here.
Could you just ask for the other intern to come? They're waiting for one of the
Okay. We're on the PA here, so we just need the 73 of Logan Jones to the dummy grid, please, for Intermax Heat number 1. That's Logan Jones, number 73, to Intermax Heat number 1, please, to the holding area. And he arrives just in time. Superb. Cheers, Mr. Jones. Thank you. 3 seconds on the clock. Final lap as they come through then. So Edward Rye's pulled out a little bit of a gap now. Been given the hurry up signal and has opened up 3 or 4 kart lengths to Francesco Di Caro. As Henry Colborne has found a way past Aaron Rigg as they came through the chicane side by side. He was through on the timing line, but then was wide at the national loop. Rigg was side by side. Colborne still in front in 6th place. You'll see them in the background as Colborne defends, and wide goes Rye at hairpin 3 on the entry.
Just trying to carry as much speed as possible out of hairpin 4 and across the line for Edward Rye. Heat number 1. Victory goes the way of Edward Rye, the 66 car, with Francesco Di Caro, pole sitter, holding on for P2 from Daniel Ziad and Sebastian McCarthy. Then there was a big gap opened up in the end to Sam Dixon, and then Henry Colborne and Aaron Rigg. And Kyle Kerr, Jake Gibbon and Abel Hutton finished in the top 10. Aidan Donnelly and Tommy Burgoyne. And then Albie Cam and Alfie Keeling, Aston Wilson, Oliver Bullock, Jacob McDonald, Edward Charlton, Harry Scrafton and Andrew McCrossan just crosses the line there.
So on your screen, the classified results. There was a great battle, Tom, off camera between Albie Cam, Alfie Keeling and Aston Wilson. They crossed the line with absolutely nothing between them. Between the three of them, Albie Cam finishing in P13, Keeling 14, Wilson 15, but they were having a superb scrap. As was, I think we had Kyle Kerr, Jake Gibbon, Abel Hutton and Aidan Donnelly was split by very little out on track. So we did have a couple of battles between. We focused on that lead battle because it looked like towards the end, Francesco Di Caro and Daniel Ziad were going to mount that attack on Edward Rye. It never came towards the end. Rye managed to eke out the gap towards half a second at the end of the race. So great effort there from Edward Rye. He takes the victory in heat number 1. He'll be looking to tighten his grip on the potential Honda Cadet Championship here this weekend, having won all 3 finals so far this season.
Gone well for him so far.
We can't reminisce on Heat 1 for too long, Tom, because we've got Heat 1 in Inters, and as we know, they have a rolling start, so they generally go quite quick. We've got a bit of a delay, as I think we've got Aston Wilson just out of his cart. I think it may well have stopped, and it's just being tended to, so it's being restarted and pushed in. So we're just having all the nose cones checked for potential front fairings. I think yesterday we got through the whole of a race day in Honda Cadet without any front fairing.
I think you might be right.
So I think that was a nice clean day yesterday for Hondas. More Hondas, this time with R200s and some Inter Rotaxes as well.
Yes, more than one today.
Yes, well, yesterday they went out at intervals. They've gone out together this time. I think this is the right call because it does, as long as they've got 50 metres or so between them, it's going to stop the Inters catching up onto the back of the Rs. And we know the Rs take longer to grid anyway and format. Oh, Dexter Petty and Tom Nichols there warming their tyres. Nearly goes. Oh, I think we're going as one. That is. Yeah.
The Inters are going to be pace sitters basically for the other lot. They're going to go slightly slower so they can all stay together.
Cool. So we're going together. Nice. Here we go then. So it's going to be Joey Swan and Logan Jones, and into R200s. Horspool, Petty, Berridge, Nichols, Webster, Bachuev, Plant, Allen, Pennington, and then Smith and Whitehead. And we're away in racing as we head up towards the right hand of the national loop. Logan Jones sweeps all the way around the outside of Joey Swan. And so's Dexter Petty as well. Dexter Petty's managed to get the jump on everybody, goes all the way round the outside, and he's managed to get an intermax between him and the rest of the R200 grid. Superb effort from Dexter Petty as he goes round the outside with Logan Jones. So he'll lead R200. Joey Swan, as expected, has got through in the intermax. They are quicker. But it's going to be Dexter Petty, Aaron Berridge, Then Tom Nichols, and the poleman, Ashton Horspool, goes from first to fourth on the opening lap.
Yeah, not the best of laps from Horspool. Had a roller coaster day yesterday, I think it's fair to say, for Aston Horspool. But Joey Swan has now closed right back in on Logan Jones, and already looking to put a move on into the hairpin, but can't get it completed.
Horspool down the inside of Tom Nichols for third place. Nichols trying to fight back out of hairpin 2 as Joey Swan has got to the inside of Logan Jones. Jones is going to try and hold it round the outside of South Bank. We're just on static on this camera at the moment as we're just trying to fix something with it, but we can pick everything out from there. As down the inside on Matthew Plant goes Harry Pennington, is it? With a great move. Yes, it was. Harry Pennington. Luca Batchev and Tom Nichols, Peter Webster, Tom, on the opening lap, fell behind Pennington and Plant. And to be fair, neither of them closing in much so far.
No, the front four in Honda R200 have made a big gap already then to... So that's Petty, Berridge, Horspool and Nichols, and then there's a big gap to Pennington, Plant, Batchev, Webster and the rest.
Yeah, looking at it yesterday, I referred to it in qualifying effectively as a big six, because throughout all the races, is that spots on the screen,
It did
Tom?
look like spots of rain on the screen appearing there.
But yesterday it was Berridge, Horspool, Nichols, with Petty, Batchev and Webster as well. So, again, I think if there was 1 or 2 spots, it's more psychological.
It's just a few drops, if anything. It's certainly not raining. It's
tightened up at the front of R200. Petty, Berridge, Nichols and Horspool in third. They were side by side into hairpin number 1. So it's still the same order, but we have got a train of carts there. There's Batchev down the inside of Harry Pennington or Matthew Plant, as Peter Webster's also found a way past Harry Pennington. Pennington into the back of Peter Webster. So we came round hairpin 3, and Aaron Berridge is wide. Ashton Horspool is through and up into P3 or P2, so it's 4th overall. So they go round the national loop. Ashton Horspool, I don't think it's going to waste any time, and does not.
Straight through at hairpin 1. 2 overtakes in half a lap for Ashton Horspool, and he takes the lead here from Dexter Petty.
Horspool today on a bit of a mission, I think, Tom, to prove what could have been yesterday if he hadn't have had that retirement, and where he failed to get to half race distance, scored no points in the second heat. So even though he came through to win Heat 3, he still had to start the final from last because of this points accumulation.
Well, I mean, he came from last to first to take that victory in Heat 3, so I described it earlier as a roller coaster day. I think that's a pretty fair assumption.
Luca Batchev spins by himself at the D chicane and falls down to the tail of the order. So Luca Batchev, from challenging yesterday for a podium and was on it, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you did. I say I think because you did the trophies yesterday.
I did do the presentation yesterday, and
I was your glamorous assistant handing out the trophies.
But yeah, Luca Batchev was on the podium yesterday, and now falls, as you said, David, right to the very tail of the field. Intermax update. Joey Swan still leading from Logan Jones. The gap out to 4.3 seconds. So Joey Swan just easing away at the front of this one now from Logan Jones. Meanwhile, easing away at the front of Honda R200's Ashton Horspool. The gap was 3/10 at the line, but it's got to be a second now as they head down, or close to, head down to hairpin 3. And Berridge has now overtaken Petty into hairpin 3 for second place as well. So Petty's going to need to work with Berridge if they're going to close this gap up.
Behind them, Peter Webster has worked his way past Harry Pennington, and on that lap will have worked his way past Matthew Plant as well. As they come up and over the timing line, he is up into 5th place, but that'll be as far as his ascension back through the field will go, because it's going to take something drastic to happen to those in front for him to close up the gap of nearly 5 seconds.
Horspool is still easing away at the front of this one. The gap was 6/10 over the line, and again, I think that's doubled.
It's heading out, isn't it, for Ashton Horspool? Clear track in front of him. Head down. And the 153 is moving away from the rest of the R200 field. Like Tom says, gap was just under 7/10 of a second. It's out to a fraction under a second now as Ashton Horspool turns this one up at the front of Honda R200.
Peter Webster coming under increasing pressure as well now.
Yeah, I wonder
from Matthew Plant.
Yeah, let's see if we can maybe fall back onto that one, because I think the front three are going to be fairly similar, but this one there with Webster and then Matthew Plant, Harry Pennington. Then in the background, we'll be able to keep an eye out on Jenson Whitehead and Oliver James Smith going at it down the back straight there, side by side, as Oliver James Smith finds the way through on Jenson Whitehead. JJ Allen just behind them, and Luka Batuev recovering from that spin earlier on is going to be right up on the back. We'll pick up Webster as he exit hairpin number 4 in front of Matthew Plant and Pennington. You've still got Jenson Whitehead and Oliver James Smith side by side up towards the D chicane. Smith is still in front of Jenson Whitehead, just behind them there. You see them coming through. Luka Batuev trying to put a nose down the inside of JJ Allen. There's Webster slightly wide there. This is that battle just behind, with Luka Batuev now in the number 2, trying to weave his way through. He's got past JJ Allen. Jenson Whitehead, the next one for him. That's just going to happen here on the entry into South Bank. And indeed does. So through he goes. 25 seconds on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap.
Luka Batuev already onto the back of Smith. I think it's Smith, it might be. Yeah, it is Smith, in fact, yes.
Yeah,
already onto the back of Smith and
yeah,
looking to make his way through there as well. So good recovery so far from Luka Batuev after that spin. Thought he was going to put a move on
we've
there.
got a waved yellow because Dexter Petty and Tom Nichols have come into contact at hairpin 2. So Aaron Berridge now a comfortable second. Didn't see what happened, Tom, because of the focus we were putting further down the order. I spoke too soon earlier on when I said I don't think that they'll be pretty much as they were. We knew they were going to be tightly together, but we've rightly focused on some of the other fantastic battles further down the order in Honda R200.
Batuev has made his way through on Smith now as well, so back inside the top 10 for Batuev.
So onto the final lap now as Joey Swan is coming out of hairpin number 4. So Joey Swan will head up towards the timing line to win heat number 1 into Rotax. Heat 2, next one will be Logan Jones through. He's getting closer progressively behind him has been Ashton Horspool, who will win heat number 1 with a comfortable gap, probably the biggest gap that we've seen, Tom, since Honda R200 started racing here at Teesside. Ashton Horspool wins by 2.6 seconds from Aaron Berridge, Tom Nichols and Dexter Petty, who came together at hairpin 2 during that race. Then it's Peter Webster and Matthew Plant with Harry Pennington. Luka Batuev recovers to 10th from after falling down from P13 with that spin. Oliver James Smith, Jenson Whitehead and JJ Allen. They had a great battle throughout in this opening heat of the day. It's Joey Swan who takes the overall honours into Rotax, and Ashton Horspool with a fantastic drive to take the victory in Honda R200.
Indeed, which already brings to an end our 3rd race for the first round of heats. Coming up, our junior and senior Rotax heat, of which we've got 2 seniors today. Only the 1 yesterday. 2 today. So random grid formation for both categories, junior and senior. Holly Swan will go from pole position with Morgan Cooney alongside. Sam Robson on the second row with Jaden Stonehouse. Then it's Darrell Hall and Freddie Widrington. And Alex Forsyth and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson with Riley Sims-Ezard and Evelyn Bai finishing off the top 10 order. Then we've got Joseph Yao and Jacob Carnes, Layla Berryman and Oliver O'Donovan, and Jack Moss, the 15 runners in junior. And our 2 seniors will be headed off this time by Daniel Fraser, who wasn't here yesterday but is happily with us today, with Paul Swan alongside.
Not seeing Jack Moss down there, Tom. Looked like he was struggling a little bit yesterday with the physicalities, and I can't see the number 12, so we could well be missing Jack Moss. And I'm waiting for the seniors to emerge, of which there is just one again. It's Paul Swan.
Oh.
So we did have Daniel Fraser signed on, but would appear that we just have the one.
Did he warm up?
I don't know. I'll check. No, he did not.
Oh, okay.
And neither Alex, so we could well be missing Alex Forsyth as well. Jack Moss did warm up this morning, so we could well just be missing the 12 because of a technical issue. Well, hopefully we see him out later on in the day.
Coming up to our start, Holly Swan will lead us away, although didn't get a good start and already has dropped to 4th place by the time they turn in to the National Loop. The outside row getting a much, much cleaner getaway.
Morgan Cooney then leads us from Freddie Widrington. Jaden Stonehouse coming under pressure from Holly Swan, but then Swan goes wide, allows Darcy Hall down the inside, but Swan gets a good run on exit and may even pick up 3rd place on that run up towards South Bank. She's on the inside of Stonehouse, and there's contact between Holly Swan and Jaden Stonehouse. Stonehouse up the banking and into the grass. He will rejoin, but he'll rejoin in P13.
Yeah, just a late turn in there from Stonehouse. I think didn't quite see Holly Swan there. Didn't know Holly Swan was there, and Holly could have maybe lifted and backed out of it when saw the gap closing. But that's one for the stewards to decide, and that's really broken up the field now. The front 2 of Cooney and Widrington are miles clear now of the rest of the pack. Stansmore-Wilson pulls alongside down the back straight. I think that's Darcy Hall. It is Darcy Hall.
And Riley Sims-Ezard slides through the gap created as well by the 28 of Stansmore-Wilson.
Darcy Hall running a black helmet today.
Yes. They don't make it easy for us, do they, Tom?
Threw me off for a couple of corners, but then realised who it was.
Yeah, they don't make it easy.
No.
They're changing. It's not round by round. It's it's day by day, isn't it?
It's heat by heat at the moment. But yeah, Darcy Hall with a black helmet for today in sixth place now.
No Evelyn Bai in this one as well, Tom, in the 14.
Make that 7th because Joseph Yao has just come through down the back straight. Yeah. So the front 2, then we've got a group of 3, and then the following train of everybody else, now headed by Joseph Yao, who's going to do his best to pull that group back into the group of 3.
Tried a move there on Holly Swan that didn't quite work out for her and almost allowed Riley Sims-Ezard to come through, and Sims-Ezard set the fastest lap on that previous race and had to drive a lot further towards the timing line because he was on the outside of Stansmore-Wilson up and over the start line.
Did we call it that Evelyn Bai is retired?
Yes.
Yes.
Looks like pulled in almost immediately.
I was looking at
there.
timing at the time.
Yeah. So will have taken the start, hence why she is on the stacker, but has pulled into the pit lane. So Widrington and Cooney. Widrington there with the fastest lap. Stansmore-Wilson then eclipses it, but still struggling to find a way past Holly Swan at the front of this race. Into the 3rd place with Stansmore-Wilson now trying the move down the inside into hairpin number 3. Swan with the switchback saw it coming, and Sims-Ezard could well be alongside Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as they run up towards South Bank, and in going for 3rd, Stansmore-Wilson will come out in 5th.
Yeah, and Joseph Yao has managed to bridge that gap now and is right there with that group of 3. So it's Jacob Carnes now heading the train behind, followed by Hall O'Donovan, who won a heat yesterday, already up to 8th place now with Darcy Hall, Berryman, Robson, and then Paul Swan comes over the line and our only senior, followed by Jaden Stonehouse after that earlier spin.
Good day yesterday for Oliver O'Donovan. A heat win, 2 fourths and a podium to end the day for Oliver O'Donovan in 2nd place.
Yep.
So a good day yesterday for the 64. Currently running in P8.
But it was an accumulation of points. As well as a heat win, it was a good accumulation of points as well. Did you say it was 2 fourths?
2 fourths yesterday. Yeah. So he started 13th, is up to 8th, but has got a lot of work to do because in this one he's got a lot of very, very fast drivers in front of him. The leading 2 were broken away, helped somewhat by that opening lap incident, but can't take anything away from them because they're putting in personal best after personal best and they're just opening the gap up. Stansmore Wilson down the inside of Sims Ezard into hairpin number 2. Behind them, Joseph Yao, the reigning champion here at Teesside, trying to close in on the back of Riley Sims Ezard. He started in 10th place, currently has a 4th place gain. Behind them, Jacob Carnes, who set the fastest lap on the last lap, had a difficult day yesterday, did Jacob Carnes. Very much as we described yesterday, and I'll stand by the point of very much a rough diamond is Jacob Carnes. Has incredible pace, just needs to tidy up a few of the incidents that he's having, and I'm fairly sure that will turn him into a podium challenger. We're almost 3 wide down the back straight, Tom.
Yeah, Stansmore Wilson's just taken Swan. That's closed that gap up again, and Sims Ezard then moves through on Swan as well. Joseph Yao trying to do the same thing, and Swan has dropped 3 places in 2 corners. Or 3 corners, my apologies. But that's also
to get right up on
exactly
the back
that,
of them all
David.
as well.
Yeah, Jacob Carnes has now made this a group of 5, so it went from a 3 to a 5 pretty quickly. And Joseph Yao showing the class that he brings to the junior Rotax grid here, is moving through cleanly and is already onto the back of Riley Sims Ezard, having dispatched O'Donovan, Hall, Carnes, and now Swan.
Again, this is going to be what we say is a good accumulation heat for Joseph Yao. Coming through, I mean, to be fair, Stansmore Wilson's made up 4 places from the start. Sims Ezard 4, Yao now with 5. So moving through, trying to accumulate as many points as they possibly can towards the finals. So at the front, Widrington and Cooney have got a gap of 3 seconds back to this train of karts, and they really now, in terms of points accumulation, just got to keep going.
They've just got to stay within a second a lap of those chasing behind. Any more than a second and that gap's going to disappear pretty quickly. But if they can maintain pace with that pack behind, or even better it...
Yeah, we're probably going to have 4 more laps. So as you say, Tom, if they can... The gap comes down by 1/10.5, and that's more than enough, isn't it, for them to hold on to that lead between the 2 of them.
Isabella Stansmore Wilson just matched her previous lap to the 1,000th of a second.
How very fast. It was very quick.
Well, that's consistent. Consistency, isn't it?
To be fair, that consistency has taken her and Riley Sims Ezard away from Joseph Yao.
Indeed, but they were only... Am I right in look?
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, she did an 8.86 and now she's done an 8.66.
Oh, okay. Just one digit out. So an 8.86 to an 8.66. That, yeah. Still pretty consistent though, and Riley Sims Ezard right there as well. But I said they needed to be a second a lap quicker than those in front, and they're not. They're only a 10th or 2. So it looks like Widrington and Cooney, by getting the break early and moving away at the front of this one, head down in the opening laps. It looks like they've managed to do the damage to the pack behind. But there is still a fight for the lead in this one. With Widrington in front of Cooney. And pretty much static lap times for the front four within a tenth for all four of them. And as he said, the gap has now opened up to Joseph Yao with Jacob Carnes right in behind still. Holly Swan has actually dropped back now into the clutches of Oliver O'Donovan and Layla Berryman, who's probably the quickest kart on circuit at the moment. In fact, is the quickest kart on circuit is Layla Berryman as she closes up to the back of O'Donovan and Swan.
Very windy out there, Tom. You can see the trees in the background again. And it's going down that back straight again towards South Bank where you're getting that tailwind. And probably why, again, similar to yesterday, we're not seeing as many into South Bank overtakes as we normally would.
So Widrington and Cooney at the front of this one, heading down the back straight, 30 seconds plus a lap to go. So we'll get another couple of laps in here.
Yeah, definitely two, won't they? Because they'll cross the line with around about 10 seconds or so to go in this race as they come out of hairpin number 4 up towards the timing line. They do indeed cross with 10 seconds. So
It's like you've done this before, David.
Yeah. It's like I can spot where the car's going to be. Yellow flag.
We've got Oliver O'Donovan going very slowly.
I don't know if that's a different incident because the flag was waving at hairpin 3. Where's he fallen from? He's crossed the line behind Layla Berryman. Loses 2 places.
It's got very dark on the circuit all of a sudden. A big grey cloud has moved overhead, but then it's moving west to east, and then there's only blue skies behind it, so it looks like it's going to brighten up in the next couple of minutes. Final lap board is out for Freddie Widrington. Still managing to hold off Morgan Cooney for second place. Fastest kart on circuit at the moment, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in third, but it's going to be too far to close that gap, certainly with half a lap to go. Widrington and Cooney head down the back straight once more. And it's going to be an almighty send from Cooney if he's going to take the lead away from Widrington. I think this one might be completed, provided Widrington can keep it all in one line, all 4 wheels in line, and he does out of hairpin 4. Across the line, Freddie Widrington takes victory in Rotax Heat number 1. Morgan Cooney second, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson third, Riley Sims-Ezard fourth, and Jacob Carnes overtaking Joseph Yao on the final lap for P5. Yao in 6th, Holly Swan 7th, Sam Robson 8th, Layla Berryman 9th, and Oliver O'Donovan round out the top 10. Jaden Stonehouse had an incident on in the opening laps, dropped to P11. Paul Swan crosses the line P12 in the only senior Rotax that was in this heat. Darcy Hall and Evelyn Bye 13th and 14th.
Yeah, Jacob Carnes made the move on Joseph Yao at hairpin 4 on the final lap to slide through and finish in P5. Big shout out as well to Morgan Cooney, second place, but keeping pace with Freddie Widrington will have done his confidence no end of good. Widrington, we know, is a consistent top 5 runner here at Teesside. Oh, and, Tom.
And?
An update to that result already. Freddie Widrington adjudged to have jumped the start and will pick up a 5-second penalty in that one, which will promote Morgan Cooney to a race winner here at Teesside for the first time. And Freddie Widrington will fall down to what I think will be P5.
Yeah, should be just in front of Jacob Carnes, who finished 5.2 seconds behind.
No, it was Yao 5.2, so it will drop him to P. Yeah, drop him to P5. Carnes will promote to P4.
Yes.
So.
Oh. And we're having a last-minute briefing as well for Junior Pro Kart.
And Kat, any idea what the last-minute briefing is for Junior Pro Kart?
They all need to do the starts better.
Oh, they all need to do the starts better, Tom.
Okay. But we did get away first time in junior Rotax, although there was a jump start.
Yeah. All rolling start classes count, or just the juniors? All of them. So it's a collective.
And you can see Gracie Mitchell on the right, once again dressed for the North Pole. Despite it being about 16, 17 degrees out there today.
It's very windy, though, isn't it?
It is windy, yeah.
Windy.
But,
I mean,
but still, it's not.
Head Marshal Chris
has
got a woolly hat on.
He has got a woolly hat on, yeah. Didn't spot that.
So, Junior Pro Kart then will line up with William Howard on pole position, Daniel Camp alongside him on the front row, Josh Brown and Ashton Carmichael, with Rhys Dodds and Ted Hall in front of Adam Roberts and Grace Matthews. Oliver Watson will not be in P9 because he's not here. And once again, Rhys Dodds drops to the tail end of the field. So it will actually be Howard and Camp, Brown and then Carmichael, then Hall and Roberts, Matthews and Sullivan, with Whittaker, Dunn and Welburn, James Winstanley and Rhys Cranston, with Jensen White and Liam Edmonds, with Rhys Dodds going off the tail end of the field in P14.
And we said it was windy. I've just spotted our marshal opposite the commentary box. And yes, very much the headwind over the start-finish line that we had yesterday.
Howard would lead us through then. And we are away and racing. They fan out and they could be 17 wide as they head up towards the first corner. And Rhys Cranston! Contact for Cranston, the championship leaders on the grass. On the outside of the national loop, Isaac Welburn's there as well. I think Grace Matthews could well be on the grass as well. William Howard leads from Ted Hall, Joshua Sullivan and Ashton Carmichael. Then it's going to be Daniel Camp and Josh Brown in front of Scarlett Whittaker Dunn down the back straight. And we've still got Grace Matthews' kart being pushed back off the circuit through the tyres. I think they're actually parked up there anyway, so I think that kart will be there, but we're still going to cover it under a yellow up towards the D chicane. Yellow flag. They're being told to slow down, but the yellow flag will tell them that as well as it's flashing over the start-finish line. As Howard leads, he's got a comfortable gap at the moment of a few tenths of a second from Ted Hall. Sullivan trying to go down the inside of Hall into hairpin number 1. The 13 does with a side pod to side pod move down the inside. He moves up into second place.
And Rhys Cranston now back underway. And
up to P11 now. He's got past Liam Edmonds.
Yeah. So making his way back through the field. Speaking of making their way through the field, Joshua Sullivan has come through from, I think it was P9 or P8 eventually on the grid.
There was 2 in front of him that weren't here. Well, one not here and one electing to go to the tail end of the field.
So P8, but up to P2 and looking to make moves on William Howard early doors in this one and take the lead away.
It's whether he elects to push away, which was the tactic he employed yesterday. No, he doesn't, Tom. He's gone straight down the inside at hairpin 2. Howard's going to go for a switchback. Sullivan says, drop in and push me. Sullivan's got enough power to push away down the straight. He got a good run out of the corner and then goes wide at South Bank. He does that a lot because he's struggling to hold on. Sometimes it's, I think, more psychological than anything else, but through now into the lead. What I will say there with Sullivan, he never does that when he's following somebody, but as soon as he goes to the front of somebody, he does have a tendency to go slightly wide round.
Just push
South
on a
Bank,
little bit,
and then he's wide again through the D chicane, so it does take him a lap or two to get into a rhythm when he's not got a target kart in front of him.
Yep, I think that's fair to say.
So it's that inexperience. Rhys Cranston with a 46.8 now with the fastest lap. There's almost all the field put in personal bests. So it's Sullivan from Howard, Hall, Carmichael, Camp and Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. In P7 in front of Josh Brown, Adam Roberts and Jensen White. James Winstanley, Rhys Cranston 11th. From Liam Edmonds, Isaac Welburn, Rhys Dodds in P14. Grace Matthews out on the opening lap.
Yeah, looked to be in a little bit of pain as well, did Grace Matthews. So we hope that she will be returning for Heat 2. I think it was Cranston up and over the top of the front end of Grace Matthews' car on that opening corner exchange.
Sullivan with a 46.7 was the fastest lap until Reece Cranston came through in P11 and did a 46.5. That's a full second quicker than the next driver in front of him, who he will be catching and I think will be on the back of as they come up and over the timing line. Gap between the leaders was 0.4 of a second on the previous lap around this Teesside National Circuit. It's out to 0.5 this time round.
46.459 for Sullivan, and Cranston now onto the tail of Adam Roberts. Only did a 47 flat that time around, but was consistently the quickest car on circuit. Now dispatches Adam Roberts at hairpin 1.
Yeah, let's see if we can fall back onto this battle now. We'll pick up the 43 because the leaders are fairly equidistant as it stands at the moment. So if we can pop onto the 43, I think he's having a bit of a charge through at present. And then in front of him, we've got a good battle going on between Camp, Whittaker Dunn and Josh Brown. Leaders have closed up. I think William Howard, a 1/10.5 quicker as he sets the fastest lap of the race.
And there is Cranston on screen. Now up behind Jensen White for 8th place. And we'll try and track them through. There they go. There goes Cranston down the inside, forcibly on.
I don't think there was any contact. He just arrived, and Jensen White decided that I don't want to be on
part
the inside
of that.
there, and yes. Almost jumped out of the way.
Surprised, I think, is probably the way.
But this is the battle in front that Cranston's going to come up onto next. So we'll pick that up, and then hopefully. Well, I say hopefully, not for these three, but Reece Cranston will join and turn it into a battle of 4. I'm sure it will come at some point. We've still got 4 minutes to go, and he's got 3.1 seconds to try and close in. The gap at the front had come down to 0.3. It's back out to 5.5 as Howard took a tenth out on the previous lap. Sullivan wrestles another 10th back. The top 3 still split by 1.2 seconds, but we've got Camp, Whittaker Dunn and Josh Brown trying to hunt down Ashton Carmichael, who put in a personal best on the previous lap. Might have a move further down the order. We've got Liam Edmonds trying to find a way past Jensen White. But Scarlett Whittaker Dunn is through as well there, Tom.
Yeah, at hairpin 4. Lovely move from Whittaker Dunn to demote Daniel Camp down to 6th and Josh Brown 7th, and we've got Cranston 8th, and Liam Edmonds has just overtaken Jensen White for 9th place on that lap.
So how was Cranston quicker? He was 0.3 quicker than Josh Brown, but Josh Brown was also 0.3 quicker than Daniel Camp because he got overtaken by Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. I thought Reece Cranston would close in on this battle quicker than what he is doing, Tom, and at 0.3 a lap, it's not going to be enough to close in 2.8 seconds, even in 3 minutes plus 1 lap. I think he might get there at the end, but I think his time might run out. For 2nd place, Ted Hall, Tom, who took one of our end-of-day awards home for Driver of the Day yesterday, or Commentator's Choice Award yesterday, has closed up onto the back of William Howard, sets a personal best of a 46.4, which is on pace with the race leader at the moment. Cranston still with that fastest lap on the last lap as well, and was 0.6 quicker. 46.3 puts him 2.2, and they are starting to battle a little bit in front, Tom, which is inevitable. But if they'd have stayed sort of nose to tail, they'd have been clear, I think, of Reece Cranston. But now he's turned it up a little bit, and they've begun battling, and I think this will give Cranston an opportunity to get there or thereabouts. Again, this time round, he takes another 0.6 out, the gap down to 1.6 seconds. It's going to be there towards the end. Leader has navigated some lap traffic, which 2nd place are going to have to come up to as well. And they're going to get there, Tom, at around about hairpin 3, I think.
And Ted Hall looking very racy for 2nd place.
Here comes Daniel Camp. He's going to go down the inside of Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn up towards South Bank. He is through and retakes 5th place. And Whittaker-Dunn is back down the inside of Camp and retakes 5th place. And that's got Reece Cranston right now up onto the back here. Whittaker-Dunn and Camp still side by side as they come up and over the timing line. Minute and 30 roughly on the clock from when the leaders went through. So Cranston is now right up onto the back here. He's done a 46.299, fastest lap of the race, down the inside of Josh Brown into hairpin number 1 as Daniel Camp tries a similar move on Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn. They'll be side by side. Cranston's going to go in here now right behind Daniel Camp, and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn's going to lose 2 places up towards South Bank as Reece Cranston goes through, and then Cranston's going to try and go down the inside, drops a wheel onto the concrete rumble strip, and Reece Cranston picks off 3 drivers in 1 lap.
Good driving from Cranston there, and did it all very cleanly as well.
A little round of applause in the commentary box there from myself for that. That was a superb and very, very tidy lap from Reece Cranston.
Indeed it was, and just coming up to Reece Dodds now, a bit of lap traffic, and that's going to hold up Cranston, but doesn't give an opportunity for those behind to retake the position. I was keeping my eye out the commentary box window while all that was kicking off as to what was happening with William Howard and Ted Hall. They are still second and third as they were.
Sorry, Tom. James Winstanley is off at hairpin number 1. I heard a tyre squeal, whether that was on his own, but he was tightly on track with Isaac Welburn, I think. Was he? No, Welburn was a second behind. So I think James Winstanley's gone off by himself as the final lap board is out for the race leader. He's got a gap of 2.2 seconds now, Tom, from William Howard. He's tried to hold off Ted Hall. I think Howard may well have enough. Cranston has managed to recover very, very well to P5. But as the race leader makes his way round South Bank and up towards hairpin 3, Howard has pulled out a bit more of a gap now from Ted Hall. It was a 10th as they crossed the line. But out of hairpin 4 will come the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. Narrowly missed out on the final victory yesterday. Wins heat number 1 and starts the day in positive fashion from William Howard and Ted Hall. Ashton Carmichael P4 from a recovering and, frankly, Tom, superb drive from Reece Cranston after that opening lap trip onto the grass. And right at the end, Liam Edmonds with a 46.264, the fastest lap of the race for Liam Edmonds. And that's quite possibly, I think, the fastest lap he's ever done around this Teesside National Circuit for Liam Edmonds in P9 will give him a massive confidence boost.
Yeah, flying a lap for Liam Edmonds right at the end there. So where has that pace been hiding for Edmonds?
Just quickly, what's Sam Dixon dropped down the bank? He's dropped his phone. He's dropped his phone down the bank and he's had to go and retrieve it. Well done. And I think Morgan Cooney wants to come into the commentary box.
Oh, okay. Well, I hand over the headset.
If you want.
Okay.
Get yourself in, Morgan.
That'll give me a chance to...
Morgan's bought us some cakes and Morgan's going to get the headset. So Sullivan from Howard and Hall. Yeah, I'd like, give me a bottle of water, please. Tom's asking me if I wanted a drink, and I was like, yes, please. Morgan Cooney.
Yeah.
A junior Rotax race winner now.
Yeah.
In Teesside after that race. Very good pace to stay with the race leader, and then he's picked up a penalty, so you're now officially a race winner.
Yeah.
So congratulations. I believe you're on an incentive-based mechanism for the final today. We have been struggling to finish finals.
Yeah.
But I believe we're on a performance-related bonus, aren't we, from Mum and Dad? Yeah, good stuff. You can stay with me. Tom's disappeared. You can commentate Senior Pro Kart with me. Fantastic. Let me pull the grid up. There's the grid, Morgan. I've made a massive assumption that you can read names, but you're going to do the grid for us for Senior Pro Kart Heat number 1.
Okay, so we've got Danny Bean on pole, Ollie Clegg in second, Freddie Cowley in third, Alana Howard in fourth, David Bruce in fifth, Sam Neri in sixth, Ike Needham in seventh, Maximus Shields in eighth, Isaac Duff in 9th. George Ludwell rounds off your top 10. Curtis Yulee, I think.
Yeah, Curtis Yule.
Wait, I forgot what I am now. Oh, Joseph Williamson, Matthew Farrell, Riley Matthews, Dominic Needham in 16th, Carl Burns in 17th, Matthew Houseby in 18th. There's no 18th.
Yeah, no, he will be 18. It'll be someone not signed on, so yeah, good.
Zach Dawson in 19th, Addison Smith in 20th. Yeah,
good. Wonderful. Right, there we go. There's some live timing. Oh, Michael Burke in touch via the live chat from Bathurst, and Angie Falker saying well done to the 43 and the 13 in Junior Pro Kart. So Michael will be pleased that we've got a couple of 24 hours coming up where he can watch at a more reasonable time, because I know it's later on in the evening over there. So here we are then for our Senior Pro Karts. They're making their way round South Bank and hairpin 3 and 4 up towards the timing line. Danny Bean will lead us through at a very nice pace for a rolling start. So it's Bean and Clegg. Clegg going off the front row. He wasn't here yesterday, Ollie Clegg, as Maximus Shields elects to go up and round the outside, and then is eased wide ever so slightly, I think, and he's going to have to try and get back in. No, Shields goes up and over the grass, as does Zach Dawson. Dominic Needham's round, and it's a slow start for Addison Smith as well. So Maximus Shields all the way round the outside, and then up and over the grass. He comes down the back straight. He's down the inside of Ollie Clegg. At the front, Danny Bean has disappeared as the rest of the field argue. Sam Neri up to second place, and it looks like is that Ike Needham down the inside. He could go from 8th to 2nd on the opening lap, and indeed does, with Sam Neri and Max Shields. What an opening lap there, Morgan.
Yeah. I think through that VS's there, it was just like 4 wide and then nowhere to go for Max.
No, but I think he had to make a decision, didn't he, there? He either squeezes us back in and almost certainly goes over them fairly aggressive curbs on the left-hand side, or he takes the trip across the grass, which is a risky move anyway, because you never know whether the front end's going to dig in, but it's probably a bit of a safer option.
I think he's just got back up into 3rd through hairpin 1.
Yeah, he's got past Sam Neri, who's our leading runner in the novice class, in 4th place. Bean, though, had a gap on the previous lap of 2 seconds. That's down to 1.75 as they come up and over the timing line. Fastest lap of the race there by Ike Needham with a 46.788. Shields is up on the back of Ike Needham. I'd be interested here to see whether he... I was about to say whether he pushes Needham up onto the back of Danny Bean, but he's gone down the inside. Behind, we've got David Brewis battling with Zach Dawson. That's Freddie Cowley in the white and sky blue machine, who then goes out wide to try and optimise his line in, and then he's going to get hung out to dry. He didn't realise there was a train of karts coming down the inside. That's George Ludwell, the first one in the red helmet. Isaac Duff with the orange helmet. Joseph Williamson is going to drive all the way round the outside, and he's got past Freddie Cowley as well. Tough lap for Cowley there. He just came off the line to try and optimise his entry into South Bank. Didn't realise there was a train of karts coming, and you just get hung out there, unfortunately, don't you, Morgan?
Yeah. It happened to me, Heat 1 yesterday. I thought Yao come up my inside, but didn't realise that Holly was there as well, so I went from 1st to 3rd in South Bank.
Yeah, it was a tough one for you, that. I think you sort of saw Joseph was coming and sort of thought, well, he's got a lot of pace anyway. We can let him go and tuck in and go with him. And then Holly Swan arrived there as well. But at the front, it's tightening up again because I think Shields was 1.5. I think that'll be down to around about 1.1 as they cross the timing line. It's actually closer than that. 8 tenths of a second.
Another fastest lap for Max, I think.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he's gone purple on the screen there. So it's the first driver in the 45s is Max Shields. Train of karts, though, here now coming through with still nose to tail. Addison Smith's on a bit of a charge. He was last at the start. He was very slow coming through the chicanes, was Addison Smith, and has now got himself up to P number 11. So, good charge for Smith. He's got a lot of traffic in front of him now to try and work his way through. Don't think I've ever had a can of water before. Aqua Libra. Nice. 6 minutes still to go in this 10-minute plus one lap, and Smith has found a way past Curtis Yule, who had an interesting day yesterday, to say the least, for Curtis.
Max Shields has just started ripping up to the back of Danny Bean now. That gap has pretty much halved in
it's come down by
less than a
4
lap.
tenths. Bean put in a personal best on the fastest lap, and Shields still took 4 tenths out of him. So I think that the change for the lead almost inevitable, and Bean goes wide at hairpin number 4 and lets Shields through. Of course, Danny Bean in a different subclass, of course, and doesn't need to challenge Maximus Shields for position, because Danny Bean, as our club championship leader, will have looked over his shoulder, seen he's got Shields, Needham and Ludwell between him and his nearest rival in the championship as in Dawson, Duff and Williamson. So a really smart move there by Danny Bean, knowing that he's going to still pick up big points in his championship battle, because we've got drivers in subclasses. So we've got yellow for our pro runners, of which we have 5. Then we've got blue for our club runners, as that's Joseph Williamson down the inside of Sam Neri. Isaac Duff's already gone through, and then Neri showing that even as a novice, he's not going to be bullied by any of these club runners, as Neri holds on, and that's allowed Addison Smith to slide down the inside of Joseph Williamson as well. I think Neri might find Addison Smith a slightly more robust prospect, and down the inside goes Smith, and Neri out of the way. That also allows Williamson to come through as well, but Addison Smith picks off 2 in the space of a lap with some great moves there.
Yeah, I think Danny Bean's got the win in the clubman class. As the next driver is the 83 of Zach Dawson, who's in 5th.
Yeah,
and he's got a pretty big gap, so should be alright.
I wonder if Bean will allow Needham through in the same way that he did with Maximus Shields. We'll keep an eye out on that as they head up towards hairpin 1. I don't think Needham's close enough to make a move. He closes up on the brakes, and Danny Bean, I think, may well defend him a little bit more robustly than what he did Max Shields. So Kyle Burns, good move down the inside there on Freddie Cowley, and that could well allow Riley Matthews in the 147 to try and move up to 3rd place in the novice class. Cowley currently holding on to that, and Cowley, who came within a lap yesterday of standing on the podium in the club in the novice class, ended up being overtaken on the final lap by Sam Neri, but came incredibly close to a club class podium, did Freddie Cowley yesterday. And we've got a retirement for Ollie Clegg. His arm up, moves off into the pit lane. He retires from P12. It almost caught out Kyle Byrne. And down the inside of Freddie Cowley goes Riley Matthews. Just dealing with a barrier issue at the D chicane, which we should get sorted by the time the field come through. I think we've got a yellow flag out at hairpin 3 to cover this at the moment. There's Marshall on track, so waved yellow at hairpin 3. And that was Curtis Yule almost going down the inside of Sam Neri, and then saw the yellow flag. So he didn't infringe anything there. Great awareness from Curtis Yule to move out of that overtaking opportunity. He was alongside up until the yellow flag. And I think it's the wind causing some issues with barriers that we may well spend a little bit of time after this race just rectifying before we head up towards Bambino Heat 2. But Shields now, Morgan, with a gap of a second at the front of this race, looking very, very comfortable, particularly with no overtaking opportunities at hairpin 3 anymore.
Yeah, I think without that move into hairpin 3, it'll be really hard for Danny Bean to even think of a move. But even then, he's like a second back now.
Yeah, but he's holding off Ike Needham, which is really good for Danny Bean, and will give him a bit towards next year, because if he wins this championship in club and comes back next year, he will be in pro, and this is just proving to himself at least that he can compete overall in that class. I think he finished 3rd overall yesterday, in fact. I think it was 4th yesterday, but he was right up there with Ludwell. As we've got Neri still holding off as Matthew Hauschby goes down the inside on the switchback on Curtis Yule. Will Hauschby get the move done up towards South Bank?
Yeah, I think that was pretty easy, like an easy move, because once you're alongside, there's nothing they can really do.
Yeah, yellow's in now at hairpin 3 as well, which is good news for us, because we get to have a full green track and plenty of overtaking opportunities. So through they come. Shields cross the line, probably with enough time to stick an extra lap in here. We'll see, it's going to be tight for him to come around, and with 20 seconds, I think it may well be the penultimate lap. But Neri going wide at hairpin number 1, just understeers, loses grip and loses 3 places. He'll drop from 9th to 12th on this, what we think will be the penultimate lap, as Shields comes out of 4. The time is down to 0. So Shields will start the last lap, and Sam Neres goes from 9th down into 12th place, just all by himself, really. Understeers wide at hairpin 1. It's easy to do, isn't it, Morgan, that move into hairpin 1? You break a kart length later than normal, and it takes you 2 metres offline.
Yeah. Sometimes, like, if you like slightly tap one of them curbs or like drop into that like cut off area, you might just like understeer and just not turn. But I think
just behind, sorry Morgan, we've got Ike Needham and Danny Bean were side by side down the back straight. Bean was defensive into South Bank, and Needham's got the job done. They'll come into camera shot there, and then Danny Bean's going to try and fight back, and Bean is indeed on the inside. He's not going to have enough of a run. Shields wins it from Ike Needham. Ike Needham there with a textbook. Go into the corner, lift off the throttle, let the kart just almost stop so Danny Bean can't get a run on him. And they have a huge fist pump with each other, a huge amount of respect between Ike Needham and Danny Bean. So it's Shields, Needham and Bean, Ludwell, then Dawson and Addison Smith from Isaac Duff, Joseph Williamson and Matthew Hauschby, with Curtis Yule completing the top 10 as your leading novice runner. Morgan, thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for commentating on Pro Kart Heat number 1, even though you weren't expecting to.
Yeah.
And congratulations on your first junior Rotax Heat win here at Teesside.
Yeah, I think the biggest mover in that race was can't find his name. Addison, yeah.
Yeah, Dawson and Smith both made up 15 places in that one. So we always say, when you're starting at the back, it's all about points accumulation. They've accumulated some good points there. So good effort from Dawson and Smith. I'm going to take one of those, Morgan. And by one, I mean 2. Are you going to get one too, Tom?
Sure, I'll take a chocolate one.
A chocolate one. A solitary chocolate one.
Just the one.
Well done.
I'm trying to watch my figure.
Lovely.
Thank you, Morgan, very much indeed for that. You better take that back with you.
You can't leave 30 cakes. Is there 30? How many's in there, Morgan?
I don't know, because they've been mashed together.
But how many was originally in there?
Well, 16.
16. Well, yeah, you can't leave them. There'll be none left. Does Rosie want a little cake? You can't have one? Oh, that's a shame. I'll have Rosie's cake. No, I won't.
Is that what your other one was, anyway? Your second one?
Yeah. I've got 2 in case we get another visitor, and I feel like obliged to offer them a snack. No, you've locked it. You don't need... Unlock it. You just need to press it down and give it a big pull, Morgan.
There you go.
There we go. It's sort of deceiving, isn't it? It's like it's locked, and it's not. You just need to chuck your shoulder through it.
So Bambino's about to head out for hairpin 2, but we are, I believe, just going to have a quick look at the barriers again, because they were blowing away during Senior Pro Kart. That shows you how gusty and windy it is here. They are actually making their way round onto the rolling up lap, and he's going to be Archie Mostyn taking pole position from Lucas Grassi Duarte. And they will take their positions on the grid very shortly. Just rolling into position now. Archie Mostyn for pole position. And we're going to watch the improvements again from both of these drivers. As I said yesterday, all three yesterday, and continuing today. You can see
I've eaten them both.
Happening in real time. And we are away, and once again, Lucas Grassi Duarte is clear at the front of this one, moves from second to first, and as we said in heat number 1, he continues his 100% record this weekend, or a double header weekend, of leading round the national loop every single opening lap. So what has Archie Mostyn got in reply this time? Again, we said earlier on, the records will show that Mostyn has won every heat and final so far here this weekend. But he hasn't had it all his own way.
So, Logan Grassi leading then from Archie Mostyn. I have to ask you a question, Tom. Obviously, you weren't here for senior pro karters.
Well, I was here, but I wasn't on the microphone, yeah.
Yeah, you were
I was hiding in the back.
And credit to you as well, because you were still working, because you did help me out that there was an overtake happening down the back straight on the final lap that I'd missed through the pillar in the corner of the com box, but you were stood in the back corner picking it up. You've always said that there's a Danny Bean song for when Danny Bean wins a final.
Mm-hmm.
But if Danny Bean wins a championship, can we have it?
No.
You're a
I was thinking about this walking
You're a
back.
bad man.
Believe it or not, I was thinking about this.
Overtake there from Archie Mostyn with the switchback that I think he's employed either at hairpin 2 or hairpin 4 on every occasion. And this time, Logan Grassi can't close the door in the same way he did in heat number 1 into South Bank. And the Archie Mostyn continues now to lead this race as Grassi tries a move down the inside. Great effort there to try and take the lead back from Logan Grassi Duarte as they move into 4. Didn't quite work out for him. Sorry, I was with the on-track action.
Yeah, absolutely. But no is the answer.
You're a terrible, terrible human being.
No, do you know why? I was thinking about it on the way back from the cafe just now. That exact thought. And do you know what I've realised? I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, because you almost had to. Yeah,
it's taken that long. I said he needs to win a final overall, and it's taken that long for it to happen.
A championship
that I genuinely can't.
But for a championship, Tom, come on, remember.
Well, I'll try and make one up, but no promises.
No. Just back in the live chat, Charlie Bean has been on saying good luck to Danny. Well, he'd been very impressed with his opening heat performance. And Kyle Kerr Racing saying good luck to Kyle and Aidan in the 14 and 29. Well, they'll be out in around about 10 minutes' time, maybe less, for the second heat of our Honda Cadet. So I'm guessing it's mum or dad watching from home using the Kyle Kerr Racing YouTube account. So let me know who you are, because as you say, you're watching from work today. I didn't think it was Kyle yesterday because the message came in whilst they were gridding up. So as talented as he may be, I don't think he's got his...
got the phone on his steering wheel, tapping away.
No, some people have got Alfanos or Microns. He's slapped a Samsung S24 on his thing so he can watch the live stream whilst going around.
Stranger things have happened, David.
You get a quad lock, can't you? Put your phone on the
Yeah.
thing.
We've
Other devices to attach your phone to your cart are available.
we've had teams do it during the 24-hour.
Yeah, for timing purposes. Not, I was really angry halfway through, so I put a,
I was
status on Facebook.
Live tweeted through Ribs Bend.
Yeah. Hashtag in the gravel.
What do you call it now? It's not Twitter. Do you call it
X.
Xing?
Oh,
but is it Xing?
No,
or,
well, what it is when you...
or are you texting?
No, what
or what? What's it called?
What happens? It's called just X, but...
No, I know. The thing's called X.
Come on.
But it used to be called tweeting.
Yeah, the funny thing is when you read a news article and someone's done something, they always put X, brackets, formerly Twitter, on everything, because nobody really wants to... Twitter was fine. I don't know why they've name changed it.
That's just Musk and his ego, isn't it?
Aye. He's got a big one of them, hasn't he?
What is it? Ego Musk?
It's Kyle's mum.
Sorry, say that again.
It's Kyle's mum.
Oh.
She also put, don't give him an idea about putting a phone on his cart.
Right.
No, it's a fantastic idea.
Well, as I say, we've had drivers teams in the British 24-hour who've used phones for a timing system, and they've been able to use their gloves to actually flip between the lap timer app that they're able to use, but also live timing to see gaps in front and behind and things like that as well. So if they're sans radio contact or
I think a lot
they're
of
having
it as well
difficulty with radio,
for your higher teams, they'll press the start and then at least they'll know how long of their hour and 40-minute stint they've still got to do as they're screaming in pain at 4 a.m. down the back straight.
Well, that's the other thing that they can do as well, is have the stopwatch running for the stint length. So yeah, a phone on the steering wheel is not out of the question for a lot of people, but I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm just laughing out the window. I've got Riley Matthews here, and he's got a straw that would normally go in the top of his water bottle. But I thought it was like a foot-long bit of licorice that he was just...
Oh, like the red rope licorice,
that he was just tucking into, but it's not. It's a straw off his water bottle. See, and I'm fully...
Can I just point out the last laps for our two Bambinos returning to on-screen action that were 1,000th of a second apart from each other?
Yeah, 101.478 and a 101.479 is tight. To be fair, there's 2 seconds between them on track.
I can say, Grassie's not been dropped, has he, Logan? Grassie Duarte.
No, despite the fact that their best times do have 7/10 between them.
We're going to need to speak to Logan's family at some point and just find out a preferred name, I think. Is it Logan? Is it Grassie? Is it Duarte?
Yeah.
Which one does he want?
And also provide them with the invoice for the coaching that we've been doing.
Yeah, of course, yeah. We'll
we don't do a lot for free.
Well, there's
it's all good though. Oh! He sets his personal best on that lap as well. Sub 101.
What I was going to say is there's Brazilian Steakhouse sponsorship. I reckon we could cash in some chips there.
Steak and chips.
It's now our pre-24-hour hotspot, isn't it?
It is.
The Brazilian Steakhouse.
That was quality that last year. Gap has come down on that last lap, Tom, by 7/10 of a second as Logan Grassie goes sub 101. And what I was saying, prior to that, Archie Mostyn has a fastest lap that's 6/10 quicker than Logan Grassie. But what that suggests, given that the gap's on 1.3, is that Logan's got a very, very consistent race with his lap times, as where Mostyn could well have been up or down with times that Logan Grassie's been quicker. And that line, it's tight, but
that was quick. And Mostyn is steady this lap, I think, to say the least.
1 lap to go then, and the gap is down to half a second. 8/10 quicker for Logan Grassie on that previous lap, and he's right up onto the back of Archie Mostyn round the National Loop for the final time.
And it is closing in. Logan Grassi Duarte is going to need a good final half of the lap here. It's closing again in between hairpin 1 and 2. Needs a good exit here and drag down the back straight. Needs to tuck in behind to see if he can grab any sense of a slipstream from Archie Mostyn.
It's hairpin 4 where Logan's been incredibly quick these last couple of laps.
Whatever line he's been taking through there, I have missed it on screen the last couple of laps, but whatever line he's been taking through there has been working wonders. There it goes again. Actually, it is a tight entry. The line's crossed over.
They're side by side on exit, but I don't think we're going to be close enough. It's going to be tight. Logan's going to close up at the line, and they split by 0.2 of a second, and again, just immediately pit straight away.
But again, Archie Mostyn is going to be shown on the result as winning that one. But he won it by 1/4 of a second in the end.
Really, really close. I'm just having
a look at Logan's. That's twice now that we've had a battle time on the final lap.
See, we get a lap time analysis that we can look at in here. That is consistent, Tom. 1012, 1011, 1016, 101 dead. And then he was just put anywhere. There's a half a second difference throughout the entire race there for Logan Grassi. A really, really good and consistent race for the driver of the 28. Just going to have a look at any of our previous results to see if anything's... Of
course, the results that we read out on screen that are coming up on screen are provisional results until they are re-scrutineered at the end of the...
clear in Honda Cadet Heat 1, no penalties. We had a 5-second penalty for a drop-down for JJ Allen, which loses him a place in the Honda Cadet in R200. In fact, I don't think it does. He was just on the back of Jenson White. Like, time-wise, that drops him further. Jump start for Widrington and a front fairing penalty for Jacob Carnes sees them. Widrington dropped to 4th. It would have been 5th for Carnes, but he had a front fairing, so that puts Widrington back up into 4th. Junior Pro Kart still preliminary at the moment, so it's now time for our Honda Cadet class, Tom.
Do you know what we didn't point out during Junior Pro Kart?
I don't.
Joshua Sullivan won.
We did point that out.
No, we did point that out, but we didn't point out, A, how clean his kart was, and B, why he went so fast was clearly because his kart was so clean.
You did a little bit of chrome polishing.
I did a huge amount of polishing yesterday. It took me a good hour and a half-ish.
If an hour and a half
divide that by about 50.
If an hour and a half is 20 minutes.
I reckon I saved him 500 grams there with all the rubber that I cleaned off that
You
car.
did. You also said to reweigh him in case he comes in underweight. Because
did.
The cart was clean at the start of the day, Tom. It's just he had that 3-lap one from the morning that was wet, and it mucks it up, doesn't it, a little bit?
Yeah.
Do you want to do a grid, or do you want me to wax lyrical about your cleaning skills a bit more?
No, wax lyrical about my cleaning skills, but let's do a grid first. Edward Rye goes off pole position by virtue of winning heat number 1. Francesco Di Caro, who took pole position in qualifying, goes off P2. Daniel Ziad, P3, with Sebastian McCarthy in 4th. Sam Dixon 5th and Henry Colborne 6th. Aaron Riggs 7th and Kyle Kerr 8th. Jake Gibbon made his way up to 9th in Heat 1 and goes off that position for P2. Heat 2, sorry. Abel Hutton just inside the top 10. Then we've got Aidan Donnelly and Tommy Burgoyne 11th and 12th. Albie Cam and Alfie Keeling 13th and 14th. Aston Wilson and Oliver Bullock 15th and 16th. With 17th and 18th for Jacob McDonald and Edward Charlton. 19th and 20th for Harry Scrafton and Andrew McCrossan.
Right. Development in this one, Tom, before we start. When the camera pans round, you'll notice there is a gap on row number 6. And that is 5 and 6. And that's because Abel Hutton and Aidan Donnelly did not make the dummy grid in time and won't take part in heat number 2.
Oh. Well, that's a shame.
It's unfortunate.
But rules is rules.
We are normal, we yesterday, like when Harry Scrafton, that we tried to get the kart going when they're out there, but particularly on a race day like this, when we have to get things going and we can't wait too long. So, unfortunately, 2 missing from this one. That will hamper their points for the final. Later on, they will have to come through from down the order.
Well, they'll start at the back for the next heat, surely, as well.
Yes.
So it's a double whammy, is that one, because they won't have taken part in Heat 2. So they won't have a finishing position in Heat 2, which is where you start Heat 3.
Yep. Junior Pro Kart was clear. So nothing to that one. I don't think we'll have any issues in Senior Pro Kart as well. No penalties applied in that, so we are clear there. Right.
Left.
Back to racing. Green flag in the hand for the start line marshal. We are away in racing with a good start from De Caro, and he slots straight in behind, and everybody's already on the inside. That is the most single file start I've seen in Honda Cadet for a while, as everybody slots over to the right hand side. So Rye leads us through from De Caro, Ziad, McCarthy thinking about a nose down the inside but electing not to, and then you've got, I think that's Kyle Kurt trying to go down the inside of Aaron Rigg for 7th place. Doesn't quite work out for him. Henry Colborne is the one making the early moves. He's down the inside of Sam Dixon. And then that gap will also allow Aaron Rigg to go down the inside into hairpin 3. I think Dixon will have enough to hold on at hairpin 4 as long as Rigg doesn't hit the switchback. No, he doesn't. Henry Colborne then up to 5th place.
We've got a front 4 moving away now. Slight gap already appearing from Edward Rye to Francesco De Caro, as we've seen throughout the heats and final yesterday, and then so far with heat number 1 today as well. Now, I was trying to allude to this earlier on, but we described this as Sebastian Vettel-esque, and the reason for that is that that's exactly what Vettel did. He got his head down on the opening lap and a half, 2 laps, broke any slipstream and tow and DRS potential for the cars behind, and cemented first place. I think it's fair to say, as Daniel Ziad had a look on the inside of Francesco De Caro at hairpin 3. And we're trying to say that Edward Rye seems to have that same mentality. He's very, very quick on the opening lap, cold tyres, but can get the grip level that others don't seem to quite be able to find. And
Sam Dixon, fastest lap of the race, in 6th place, pushing Henry Colborne onto the back of those in front of him, but then does have a little bit of a dive down in the inside into hairpin 1, which means Colborne has to go slightly wide. Dixon then will have a nose across the inside, but I don't think he's going to have enough, and slots back in behind Henry Colborne. Don't know whether he would be better pushing there and pushing Colborne onto this 3 in front. What we have found is the Hondas haven't been quite as scrappy in terms of battling for positions in the early part of the race. They have been very compliant in pushing away. So if Colborne and Dixon can be there, to be fair, Colborne hasn't quite got the pace today that he had in the heats yesterday.
no, hasn't been able to find that.
No, I
so
don't know
far
whether it's
today.
a tyre thing or whether it's he's just not where he would be, but this is not a Henry Colborne performance, and certainly not the Colborne we saw yesterday.
Probably hungover.
Unlikely.
That's a joke.
Yeah, well.
It must be, what, 8, 9?
Yeah, well, the cadets, aren't they? So anywhere between 8 and 11, really. Some of the drivers 12, but they'd have been 11 at the start of the year. So, yeah, he's maybe on a bit of a sugar crash, like a couple of bags of Haribo Tangfastics.
Probably on the way down from a fruit shoot.
Yeah. Dixon working with him now as Colborne's shoulders there. Head rolls off his shoulders as Dixon bump drafts him over the start line. But they're falling away from McCarthy, 2/10 on the previous lap, and that's because
the 3 that are 2nd, 3rd and 4th have worked together and reeled back in Edward Rye. Exactly what they needed to do if they were going to have any thoughts on victory here in Heat 2, although Ziad again looks to the inside of De Caro, but I think it was just a change of line to avoid potentially running into the back of De Caro. Nothing wrong with that at all, as they tuck back into line, and none of those 2nd, 3rd and 4th karts have lost any ground.
No changes inside the top 10 on that previous lap. In fact, no changes at all, I don't think. So we get further down the order as Harry Scrafton makes up 2 places, 16th to 14th for Scrafton. getting past McDonald and Bullock.
Just keeping an eye on this front 4 that we're looking at on screen now, and DeCaro looking very racy on the back of Edward Rye. Decided to have a little peek down the inside, but the door was closed by Rye, and then Rye taking that Colborne-esque line into hairpin 4 really opened up the entry, and DeCaro thought about a move there as well, but it's as you were.
Rye, that's a semi-defensive line, I'd suggest, from Edward
and
Rye.
I think what's happened in hairpin 3 and 4, where Rye went wide and left the door open, I think that DeCaro thought he was going to do the same at hairpin 1, and that just didn't happen. Edward Rye then did take a tighter line, but then goes very wide again at hairpin 3. So it might just be the line that he's using, and again at hairpin 4. So there is a gap there. If DeCaro can beat him to the apex at hairpin 4, but wasn't close enough this time around. And in fact, the gap's probably the biggest it's been for a few laps between those front 4.
Dixon up into 5th place, having overtaken Henry Colborne there on that previous lap.
Dixon had a good day yesterday.
He did, didn't he? He was sort of in that battle for the podium and managed to snatch 3rd place at the end of it with a good day for Sam Dixon.
We also barely mentioned as well that we did mention it, but with Ted Hall winning the Commentator's Choice Award yesterday in Junior Pro Kart, and giving the trophy out, he was that emotional. It genuinely got me a bit choked up.
Yeah, he had a tough final.
He didn't expect anything, did he?
He was holding on to 3rd place for a lot of that final. So yeah, our 2 award winners yesterday, Grace Matthews, who thoroughly deserved it for a breakout day yesterday, has had a tough morning in heat number 1 as Grace Matthews, but yeah, a very deserving winner of our drive of the day yesterday. Was consistently in that front pack for the first time was Grace Matthews, and Ted Hall, who held on as Henry Colborne retakes 5th place. But yeah, Ted Hall, who held on to 3rd place for a lot of the final yesterday and fought valiantly to hold off William Howard.
And he won our Commentator's Choice Award. And yeah, as we said, got very emotional, didn't he?
Yeah,
and that then made us emotional.
He had a tough day and thoroughly deserved for both drivers yesterday.
But it looked like it spurred him on in Heat 1.
Certainly did. Back to this lead battle, Tom, as this should be the penultimate lap, and it looked like DeCaro was going to fall into the back of Edward Rye there, but the door closed by Rye. I thought the incident was going to come a little bit further back, as Daniel Ziad now turns his attentions to defending 3rd place rather than attacking for 2nd, and now we do have 2 of 2 at the moment. DeCaro trying to find a way through up onto the back of Edward Rye, but can't find a way through yet. Final lap for our leading 4.
Yep, so still as you were. Final lap started already. We're almost halfway round it. So DeCaro is going to have potentially one opportunity here at hairpin 2. Thinks about the move, closes in instead. Going to use the slipstream down the back straight. Daniel Ziad is right there as well. Edward Rye pulling to the right-hand side of the track, going defensive, knows DeCaro is there. 2 more opportunities for DeCaro here. Goes wide, tries to carry the speed through between 3 and 4. Edward Rye leaves the door open as he has, and DeCaro slides up the inside. Edward Rye is going to try and run it round the outside. Daniel Ziad's going to try and push through. Rye does run round the outside and holds on to take victory here in heat number 2. Great driving from both of them, very, very clean. DeCaro just couldn't quite stop the run of Edward Rye and slow up the momentum enough to stop him coming back at him. But good action on the final lap from those front 4 drivers. I thought Ziad was going to push through as well and potentially take 2nd away. But It was, in the end, as they started the final lap. So it was Edward Rye from Francesco Di Caro, Daniel Zayad and Sebastian McCarthy. Henry Colborne then did eventually best Sam Dixon in that battle for 5th place, with Aaron Rigg 7th, Kyle Kerr 8th, Jake Gibbon 9th, and Tommy Burgoyne cracking into the top 10 once again. Albie Cam, Aston Wilson and Alfie Keeling, with Albie Cam winning the battle of the Triple A's that's been running throughout the day as well, 11th, 12th and 13th. Then it's Harry Scrafton recovering from Heat 1 incident that drops him all the way to the back. Oliver Bullock, Jacob McDonald, Edward Charlton and Andrew McCrossan, the 18th of your provisional results.
Michelle Barr watching from Kos.
Thank you, Michelle, for your comment. And
thank you very much for getting in touch. We really appreciate it.
We don't appreciate you being in Kos, but, you know, whatever.
I wonder if Holiday or lives there. We'll find out.
Aye, sure. Get back in touch in the comments. Let us know. At least he didn't say texting from a sunbed like we had yesterday.
Like Adam Whitehead yesterday.
Yeah.
Piers Whitehead's dad. Yes. So we'll move on to our rolling start classes. Again, in finishing order from the previous one, Joey Swan and Logan Jones are 2 into Rotax as they'll go off the front, with Ashton Horspool and Aaron Berridge on row 2, Tom Nichols and Dexter Petty, who came together with no real harm done other than a bit of trading of rubber onto side pod. They still finished 3rd and 4th, but further away from Horspool and Berridge than they'd have liked. Peter Webster and Matthew Plant and Harry Pennington. Luca Bachuev had a tough opening heat with an off by himself at the D chicane. Oliver James Smith, Jensen Whitehead and JJ Allen complete your R200 grid.
A quick opening half of the lap. I thought that might actually catch a few people out on cold tyres, heading out onto the rolling up lap. But as Joey Swan piled through hairpin 1 at pretty much full speed, the rest having to keep up.
Yeah, it depends on, it's going to be the national loop where they find out whether they've got enough heat in their tyres, won't it? So JJ Allen just trying to catch up onto the back, and we'll be there. There we go. We're nicely into 2 trains of 2 as they head up towards the timing line.
And away we go. Joey Swan leads away the interfield, but it's Logan Jones who sweeps around the outside once again and takes the lead.
How has Bachuev gone from 10th to 3rd? What a start for Luka Bachuev in the number 2. Ashton Horspool with another tough start has dropped him down into 4th place. So Horspool,
with work to do.
Yeah, falls down the order, as he did in heat number 1, Tom.
And with the exception of 2 more places, Bachuev, work done.
Yeah, it's been a great start from Luka Bachuev. And we'll try, and we'll go down the inside of Dexter Petty into hairpin number 4. Petty will have track position.
3 wide.
Horsepool's going round the outside of them both.
What a move that was from Horsepool.
We saw it yesterday, didn't we? He gained 2 places by just having the foresight that something was going to happen. And it happened
just giving
again.
David a look of how has he done that?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to watch the video back and see if I can figure out.
To get drive off of hairpin 4 like that and go past 2 of them. I know they were side by side, but still. Pretty incredible move from Ashton Horspool to take 2 places out of hairpin 4 and get to the finish line first of those 3 drivers. And Logan Jones and Joey Swan we're looking at here. These are your inter-Rotax runners as they move away from the front of the R200s now. And Joey Swan, opportunistic, slides straight down the inside of a gap that was about the width of Joey Swan's kart, left by Logan Jones, and Joey Swan straight through takes the lead away.
Just watch the Horspool move back. You just saw that Bachuev and Petty were going to go wide at 4 because of the move, and just hit the switchback down the inside and just got on the power and had enough to drive round the outside of them both up and over the timing line. It was a great move from Horspool.
That's move of the day so far, is that one. Although Joey Swan's just had one that's, it was only a single overtake, but was almost as good to exit the D chicane and make an overtake into the national loop is incredibly difficult to do. And I think that's a very close runner-up for move of the day so far.
Horspool.
No prizes for move of the day.
No, Horspool up onto the back of Aaron Berridge.
Other than
And
our
there could well be a
celebration.
change for position for the lead in Honda R200, and indeed there is. So Aaron Berridge then now will drop into second place as Ashton Horspool leads in Honda R200.
So Horspool managed to take victory in Heat 1, but had to work for it and has had to do the same again here. Batuev, with that spin on his own in Heat 1, had all the recovery to do. Managed to get most of it done on lap 1. And has moved into third place now into in R200s. And will set about closing in on Aaron Berridge, or trying to. See whether Batuev can go from 10th to 2nd. And then I think he'll start to see whether he can get any moves on Ashton Horspool.
So the 6 that we expected to be the front 6 are the front 6. It's just they're a little bit more fragmented than what we'd have expected, really. And I think part of that comes from that opening lap, which saw Horspool drop down, saw Batuev make big moves up, but then just did split the pack to an extent. I do wonder if it'll start coming back together, Tom, but we've got 3 minutes and
That
50.
got a little bit tasty through hairpin
Yeah.
1. That then had an effect through hairpin 2.
There's a good battle going on for sort of 10th place at the moment, heading up to South Bank.
And they're side by side once again, heading into hairpin 3 and now hairpin 4.
So we're going to fall back onto this battle here, Tom, for 10th place with Jensen Whitehead, Harry Pennington, Oliver James Smith and JJ Allen. Which are going to shoot through our camera shot there, all nose to tail. Just at the time when we thought that the top 6 were going to begin to fragment further, 4th to 6th with Petty, Nichols and Webster's tightened up as well. Thought we were having a police raid then. The door was getting kicked in, but it was just Rosie trying to get back in the comm box.
Joey Swan moving away at the front of this one, but big shout to Logan Jones, who is within a 10th of a second of the times that Joey Swan is setting.
That is unreal by Ashton Horspool. He's just done a 45.385. That's 3/10 quicker than Berridge in second place. It's a really good effort there for Ashton Horspool. Petty's dropped to the back of that train of 3, Tom, for 4th place. Nichols and Webster through. So Nichols got the move done on the previous lap, and then Nichols has just got through, as that was Harry Pennington and Oliver James Smith swapping places. Pennington up into 11th place. Will now set off to try and find a way past Jensen Whitehead.
I think Whitehead might have moved through there as well. Just caught the back end of it on the
No, it was
screen.
P10 on the previous lap was Whitehead. He might have lost it and got it back, but he was 10th. They
were certainly all fighting it out through
Yeah.
hairpin 1 and 2, but managed to get themselves back into an order. They head through the national loop.
Berridge was 2/10 quicker than the leader on the previous lap, and then Batuev was quicker as well. So they may well be closing up slightly on Ashton Horspool, but the timer heading towards that magic 0. As wide goes Whitehead in what is the optimum line, but does leave the door open ever so slightly. And then it looked like Harry Pennington was going to get slowed as Oliver James Smith comes trying to get through down the inside.
It's differing lines from these 4 drivers through the 2 back-end hairpins. Back end of the track. Heading around the National Loop for what will be, I think, the penultimate time. We might squeeze in another lap.
Well, we will, because Swan will cross the line with 30 seconds or so to go.
So we'll have a couple more here after this one then.
This will be 2 laps to go.
And again, Logan Jones lapping within a tenth of Joey Swan once again.
So, Horspool was being reeled in slightly by Berridge, but now Berridge has fallen back into the clutches of Ashton Horspool. Peter Webster and Tom Nichols going side by side, up and over the timing line, and Webster was 0.06 of a second off Nichols, but then Nichols held the line through the D chicane.
And held on to the position, did Nichols, but coming under increasing pressure now from Peter Webster, who wants through. We're still focusing on the battle at the back as Joey Swan takes the last lap board. Logan Jones, Joey Swan was just about a tenth slower than his personal best, but Logan Jones had a bit of a scruffy one that time around and lost half a second as we've got changes in position once again here at the rear end of the Honda R200s.
Oh, Whitehead doesn't seem too pleased.
No, but drops back.
They're all closing in on Matthew Plant in front. We could have 5. It's the last lap, though. So it's going to be tight, but it's been a great battle for these drivers as Joey Swan comes through to win into Rotax from Logan Jones. And then up and out of hairpin number 4 through the dogleg will come Ashton Horspool. He will take the checkered flag and the victory from Aaron Berridge, who pulled away from Luka Bachuev on the final lap, although Bachuev with a slow final lap suggests he made a move down the inside that didn't work out for him. Nichols, Webster, Petty in 4th, 5th and 6th respectively, in front of Plant, Pennington, Smith, Whitehead and Allen in there. Superb battle towards the end in that one. They came together and raced each other nice and hard, but also very fair by the look of things.
Well, again, looking at the results, you'd think that Ashton Horspool has won that very comfortably, and in the end, he did. But he had to work hard for that one, and then to open up the gap that he did to Berridge and Bachuev. Bachuev with a great recovery drive in Heat 2, managing to finish in P3. Is an excellent piece of work. Tom Nichols and Peter Webster as well. They were having a good fight.
Just having a look again. Live chat. Michelle Barr's confirmed that she lives in Kos, works there, but unfortunately it's overcast, so definitely not watching from a sunbed.
Ah. Okay. So junior Rotax and senior Rotax will be coming up next for their second heat of the day. Be our final 2-stroke category before we move on to the junior and senior pro kart classes. So we're going to have Riley Simzezar going off pole position in this random grid format and rolling start as well. Evelyn Bai P2, Joseph Yao in 3rd and Jacob Carnes 4th. Layla Berryman will go off P5 with Oliver O'Donovan 6th. Jack Moss, not here.
He is back. He's back.
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
Jack Moss, good. Okay, we'll go from P7. Holly Swan in 8th with Morgan Cooney alongside in 9th. And Sam Robson 10th. Then it's Jaden Stonehouse and Darcy Hall, Freddie Widrington, Alex Forsyth, and Isabella Stansmore Wilson will go off the back of this one in P15. Paul Swan, our only senior runner. No, he's not.
No.
Because Daniel Fraser has made it out for Heat 2. So they will go off side by side with Daniel Fraser going off 2nd position.
Very familiar livery on that Daniel Fraser kart as well, Tom.
Yes, I've seen that one before somewhere.
Out of hairpin 4 they come then, and they'll all bunch up nicely together
I think they come free with the cart nowadays, don't they?
Complimentary sticker kit in JDR colours. And we're away in racing as Riley Sims Ezard, Evelyn Bye doesn't get a particularly fast start, and then there's a little bit of side pod there between Evelyn Bye, and we've got a driver round. It's Jaden Stonehouse at the National Loop. It was Evelyn Bye and Jack Moss who were arguing over tarmac, and Evelyn Bye's fallen down the order.
And Morgan Cooney really struggled to get going off the line as well. Definitely oiled up that plug and did not get going. Morgan Cooney dropped all the way to the back, and we've got another spinner at South Bank corner.
Evelyn Bye has gone round at South Bank, and then that allows Jaden Stonehouse to come back in to gain a position.
So it's Sims Ezard from Yao, Berryman, Carnes, Moss, Swan, O'Donovan, Robson, Widrington, Stansmore Wilson up to 10th already, with Darcy Hall 11th, then Morgan Cooney, Stonehouse and Evelyn Bye. They are your junior runners. Of course, Cooney, Stonehouse and Evelyn Bye having issues on lap 1 in one form or another. But they are all up to speed now. And leading us across the line is going to be Paul Swan in seniors from Daniel Fraser.
Riley Sims Ezard with Joseph Yao.
Look, a nervous look over the shoulder from Sims Ezard.
Yeah, so Sims Ezard, the pole man. Yao, who started in third but was on the inside. Jacob Carnes with the fastest lap of the race in fourth place behind Layla Berryman. Berryman's transition out of a cadet into a junior Rotax, Tom, has been superb for me.
Yes, I would.
Hasn't had a lot of
that.
luck sometimes. Yesterday, underweight slightly in one of the races, and a difficult opening round at round 2 for her. But the pace she's had for that transition, I think the height that she's got particularly helps. She was a tall cadet and now is a decent-sized Rotax in junior. So doesn't look like a small Rotax driver, that's for sure. And
will only get stronger, more powerful, and therefore faster.
Looks very comfortable and was a 10th quicker than Joseph Yao on the previous lap. And we're going to get a top 4 here, I think, before too long.
Yeah, it's starting to come together now, and Oliver O'Donovan not far off in 5th place as well. Then we've got a big group behind that's headed at the moment by Jack Moss. Holly Swan, Sam Robson, Freddie Widrington, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, all in that group as well. And Jack Moss having a look at Holly Swan through hairpin 3, trying to get through there, can't get it done. And Freddie Widrington likewise.
Yeah, Widrington helping Jack Moss there up and over the start line, whether Jack Moss liked it or not, and then helps him slightly wide by the look of things at the National Loop and finds a way through.
And Oliver O'Donovan, in clean air, I think it's safe to say, bit of no man's land from the back of the front 4, just pumped in the fastest lap of the race, was a 10th and a half quicker than anybody else on track. The exception of Layla Berryman and Jacob Carnes.
Yeah, so
front 4 definitely are nose to tail.
Widrington finds a way past Holly Swan. And Jack Moss has lost a few places, I think, to Sam Robson and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Indeed, they're confirmed on the timing screen.
Several personal bests through the field as well. Paul Swan still leading seniors, now by the best part of 7 seconds from Daniel Fraser.
We've got a waved yellow, and Layla Berryman going very, very slowly now down the back straight. She was in 4th place, or in 3rd place, but we've got a gap between Joseph Yao now, back into Jacob Carnes, I think, and then Oliver O'Donovan. And Carnes with a 43-second lap suggests that there might have been a little bit of a coming together between the two of them, or he's had to drive round the outside of a stationary cart.
Well, Layla Berryman lost 6 seconds on that lap, so you have to assume that Berryman's gone round and has then had to re-accelerate, and we've actually got a contact warning for Jacob Carnes. So that suggests what happened there. They head through hairpin 4. So Widrington has managed to pass Swan and is in 5th place, trying to move away from Swan now. Sam Robson still there in close company, and Stansmore Wilson up to 8th.
I was just having a quick look. We've got stationary car on the inside on the grass. It's Jacob Carnes from 3rd place. The cart rolls to a halt. And after a few seconds of contemplation, Jacob Carnes exits the 22 and makes his way to the marshal's post on the inside of hairpin 1. And also, he's going to have a friend, because the 11 of Daniel Fraser has stopped as well in a similar location.
Going to need recovery of 2 carts at the end of this one.
Well,
then.
I know. Well, Fraser's gone on the outside through the tyres because the tyres have been moved, Tom.
Oh.
Halfway round the first hairpin.
So we've missed that one on screen, but
4 minutes to go.
that drops us back to a lone runner of Paul Swan in senior Rotax now. And Holly Swan has dropped back from Freddie Widrington as Isabella Stansmore Wilson tries to make a move past Sam Robson at hairpin 4, but couldn't get the move completed. Robson able to hold on around the outside and carry the momentum and maintain 6th place. Sims Ezard still leading at the front of this one from Joseph Yao.
There goes Stansmore Wilson down the inside of Robson, but Stansmore Wilson just didn't use all of the tarmac, and Robson just holds on.
Which is twice now, I think it's fair to say that that's happened. And Stansmore Wilson then into the back, and likewise into the back of Stansmore Wilson was Morgan Cooney.
Personal best from Riley Sims Ezard as he opens the gap up to 0.3 of a second to Joseph Yao. To hairpin number 1. And Riley Sims Ezard, who been out of the seat for around about a month and a half before yesterday's race day, and physically was struggling towards the end, could be on for a heat win here. He's under a lot of pressure from the reigning champion, but it's amazing what an adrenaline hit can do for a driver.
Yeah, indeed. It's
Holly Swan leads this battle for 5th place. Still in the same order they've been for the last couple of laps, as Robson can't make inroads but is doing enough to hold off Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Morgan Cooney.
I'm keeping my eye on the front too, as well as trying
Robson down the inside of Holly Swan. Then Stansmore Wilson tried to go down the inside as well. Then tags the back of Sam Robson, and will drop back into the position that she was in, but almost found a way through.
And then Cooney again getting caught out by a pace difference mid-corner, and was almost into the back of Stansmore Wilson once again there. Had to almost steer out of the corner to avoid hitting hard enough to drop the front fairing. Yeah, just keep my eye on what's going on with the front two as well. Joseph Yao has reclosed the gap to Sims Ezard and is putting him under increasing pressure here for the victory. As we focus on this battle further down the order for 6th place. Joseph Yao is now right there with Sims Ezard. So we have 1 minute plus a lap to go. So we're going to get 2 more laps, I think, after this one.
Yeah, 3 to go then overall. And Oliver O'Donovan, let's not count him out of this. He's taking a little bit of time out of them, but not enough to catch up on his own volition. But if Joseph Yao puts a move onto Riley Sims Ezard and it slows them down a little bit, it'll put O'Donovan within touching distance.
He's 1.1 behind at the moment, is O'Donovan.
Isabella Stansmore Wilson again tags the back of the cart in front. Jack Moss has retired from P13. He's into the pit lane.
So that's 3 retirements once again in this heat. I think we had 3 in the previous heat as well. Paul Swan now our sole runner in seniors. He runs P13 on the road. These are our leaders. That's Riley Sims-Ezard at the front with Joseph Yao in the green helmet. Second place. Oliver O'Donovan has closed in again, but only around about half a tenth that time as they came over the line. Sims-Ezard managing to hold on from Joseph Yao, who I wonder how much Joseph Yao, if anything, is left in the tank here.
Sims-Ezard has 42 seconds to hold on for the heat victory here in heat number 2 from Joseph Yao.
Layla Berryman, new fastest lap of the race, in 9th place.
It's a good time, that, Tom, is a 41.7. I think it's probably the fastest time we've seen all weekend.
Well, she's closed back in now on the fight with Swan, Stansmore, Wilson and Cooney.
Well, that's slowed massively, that, because Sam Robson's left them. Out of the final corner, though, to win heat number 2 is Riley Sims-Ezard from Joseph Yao and Oliver O'Donovan. Then it's going to be Freddie Witherington, Sam Robson, and then it's Swan, Stansmore, Wilson, Cooney and Berryman recovering well to P9. With Darcy Hall completing the top 10. Back in the pink helmet this time, Tom, for Heat 2 with Evelyn By, Jaden Stonehouse, and then Paul Swan will be your final runner on track. This one of the 2 senior runners, the other one, Daniel Fraser, retiring, having gone through the tyres at hairpin number 1, along with Jack Moss and Jacob Carnes retiring as well.
See provisional results on screen. We'll endeavour to bring you updates as and when we have them as to classified result a little bit later on.
It looks like cadets are clear with no penalties applied, and R200 Heat 2 looks like that is clear with no penalties applied either. So, Junior Pro Kart Heat 2, I'll run you through a grid we printed this morning with drivers that were signed on. So, it would have been Oliver Watson on pole, he's not here, so that will move Joshua Sullivan and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn onto the front row. Isaac Welburn and James Winstanley onto row 2, with Rhys Cranston and Jensen White on row 3. Then it's going to be Liam Edmonds with William Howard alongside him. Daniel Camp and Josh Brown will be on the next row with Ashton Carmichael, and then Rhys Dodds, Ted Hall and Adam Roberts. Grace Matthews will complete your Junior Pro Kart grid as the recovery quad is sent out to collect Jacob Carnes.
Looks like Daniel Fraser's getting back under his own steam.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of steam in it.
No.
So Jacob Carnes, the chains come off, hence why he's not going. The quad will be allowed through the tyres, as we can see in the background there. But as Daniel Fraser brings his round, as you say, Tom, under its own steam, but it's more of a puff than steam. He's taking it very slowly.
Well, the race is on as to whether he's going to beat the quad back.
No, the other quad's still stationary. The quad's moving now.
Who's going to win the recovery race? Is it going to be Daniel Fraser under his own power, or is it going to be Jacob Carnes with quad power? Oh, I think it's going to be Daniel Fraser, but it's going to be close.
They're side by side, Tom.
They are on completely different parts of the track, but they are side by side.
I think that's a bent rear axle for Fraser, because the right rear is bouncing up and down.
So that would have been potential result from going into the barriers at hairpin 1 or through the tyres at hairpin 1, most likely backwards. And that's done the damage there. But Daniel Fraser did win the recovery race. So at least some pride.
Some pride. I don't think
some pride to take from
the trophy for that.
But there's positives to be taken everywhere, David.
Well, you're clutching. Junior Pro Kart exit the dummy grid. So they try to get some heat into these Dunlop tyres.
Look at that flag there, David. That is, it's at 90 degrees when he holds it up in the air.
Yes.
The wind is that gusty.
And just as we say that, the sun comes out, but only over half the track.
And there, in fact, you can see how fast it's moving, because now, within seconds, the track is in full sunlight as the cloud moves. That's how quick the clouds are moving.
And that makes
shows you how fast the wind
as well
speed
to
is.
the track, doesn't it?
Be interested to find out what the wind speed actually is at the moment. It's got to be gusts of
I'm going to stand
25,
out there with
30
t-shirt
miles an
like
hour.
that.
Isn't it?
Right.
It's going to be a huge headwind as they come over the start-finish line, and we are about to get underway. The green flag drops and we're away and racing. Not the best of starts again from the inside line.
No, and round goes Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn as she tries to turn across into the first corner. Finds a cart on the inside. Whittaker-Dunn goes round. Sullivan leads then from Cranston and Edmonds. Then it's going to be Isaac Welburn in front of Daniel Camp and James Winstanley. As wide goes Welburn, and Camp goes through down the inside, and William Howard's making moves on Ashton Carmichael as well.
Well, Cranston crossed the line in 6th place and is already up to P2, right behind Joshua Sullivan. And
so the two drivers that have won races here so far this season are going to cross the line nose to tail pretty much, with Sullivan leading from Cranston, Edmonds in 3rd place, Camp, then William Howard P5, Ashton Carmichael, Ted Hall, Isaac Welburn, James Winstanley, Grace Matthews, up to 10th place. 5 place gain from 15th for Matthews in the 26. Wide goes Sullivan at hairpin 1. Cranston goes through the gap, and then Cranston will get the switch back down the back straight, but Sullivan just didn't get it pitched in.
into hairpin 1. Yeah, couldn't get the rotation there.
Slid wide, and we've said this already a few times, is that it takes him a couple of laps when he's not got a target in front of him to hit the rhythm.
Well, I wonder if there's a bit of fatigue coming into this as well now. We've had a lot of driving.
3 days now for some of these drivers, isn't it?
A lot of driving, and some of these drivers are still very much on the small side of the junior pro kart end of the scale. Joshua Sullivan being in that category.
Gym membership incoming.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I think a bit of fatigue might be starting to take effect as well if he is struggling to get it pitched in. But Reece Cranston taking the lead away, a lap ago now, and Edmonds able to go with as well. Edmonds had good pace in Heat 1 at various points through that first heat, and he's able to go with the leaders here.
Set the fastest lap, didn't he, Liam Edmonds, on the last lap?
He did, and Reece Cranston parking it on the apex at hairpin 4 is slowing them both up and allowing Edmonds to be right there. Not quite sure why Cranston felt the need to go that defensive through hairpin 4, because he had a bit of a gap, and it just closed right up.
Carried the speed through 3 enough, but the lap times are not where they will be in 2 or 3 minutes' time. These tyres do take a couple of laps to come up to temperature. Edmonds' fastest lap in the last one was a 46.299, so we're still some 0.6 of a second off what we would expect our front runners to be hitting. William Howard moved through on Daniel Camp in the previous lap for 4th place, and on this lap Carmichael and Ted Hall have got through as well.
And the front three all did a 46.5.
Getting progressively quicker, aren't they? 10th quicker lap on lap.
And the gap has opened up now massively to William Howard.
This time it's Cranston going wide at hairpin 1. And Sullivan telling him, forwards, let's go, because
he can see Liam Edmonds behind.
Exactly. It's that the hard part is being in second place, and because you've got to attack and defend. We saw it in races earlier on. Going for a place often loses you one if you don't get it right. Again, Sullivan wide round South Bank, and he's lost a few kart lengths to Liam Edmonds. To Reece Cranston. Edmonds sticking with them. They're close back up though through the D chicane, and they are nose to tail once again as they come up through the chicanes. So they head up towards hairpin 1. Cranston hard on the brakes and throws the kart sideways.
Yeah, Edmonds is right there. He's not been able to make a move so far, hasn't Liam Edmonds, but certainly going with the front 3 this time around. And great to see Edmonds right up there and fighting for a victory here in Heat 2.
They're pulling away by at least 2/10 a lap in the last couple of laps from Howard in 4th place, who's fairly lonely at the moment. We'll see whether that's the case again this time round. Pretty well, almost to 1,000th. The gap stays the same. Hall, Carmichael, Campbell, Burn Matthews, Winstanley remain your top 10 with no changes that time round. 5 minutes to go plus 1 lap, so we're down to half race distance. Sullivan put in the fastest lap on the previous one as the top 2 did 46.4s. Edmonds behind did a 46.576.
Yeah, so Sullivan with the fastest lap of the race last time around. Let's see what they do this
Ooh,
time. As this
Reece Cranston's head rolls back off his shoulders as the bump draft over the start line, and again 0.07. That's when they're together like that, with the front bumper of one on the number board of the other bump drafting. That's the gap, and that is the distance between the transponder on one seat and the transponder on the back of the other seat. There was absolutely nothing between them, and it was the same when they crossed the line in yesterday's final as well.
And that bit of help and working together has actually moved them a couple of kart lengths clear now of Liam Edmonds. Although it's closed back up again through 3 and 4. We'll see it open up again as they get under power and get up to speed.
Watch for Cranston's head. Oh no, this time they were bump drafting earlier.
So but Edmonds closing the gap up again now, fastest lap of the race again. 46.458.
4 seconds clear now of 4th place, this top 3 working together, but we've got some gaps now on the timing, so fantastic.
So you can actually see now on the left-hand side of the screen, that is the gap between each of the karts on circuit as they come over the start-finish line.
So there is we're in a couple of good battles actually on track. There's a really good one behind James Winstanley, I think, with Josh Brown, Adam Roberts, Scarlett Whitaker-Dunn and Jensen White.
And still Sullivan unable to make a move to pass Reece Cranston, or repass Reece Cranston. Of course, Sullivan was leading earlier in the race. Cranston came through. They are dropping Edmonds now. 4/10 was the gap over the line.
That's one overtaking opportunity, and he's back right in the mix, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, we saw him drop almost this far back before, and then threw in a new fastest lap of the race. But it was actually Reece Cranston who eclipsed that last time around and put in a new PB.
Scarlett Whitaker-Dunn goes down the inside of Adam Roberts.
Speaking of down the inside, Joshua Sullivan down the inside at hairpin 4 and takes the lead away potentially from Cranston, who fights back around the outside and will manage to slip back through and retain the lead from Sullivan. And Edmonds once again is right there.
2 minutes and 5.
Opportunistic from Sullivan.
Did he show hand too early? Oh, you heard the brake tag there, didn't you? Because Sullivan thought he was going into the back of Cranston.
Yeah, had to slow it right down, did Sullivan, and that's created a gap. Might have got a bit caught out by Cranston braking a little bit earlier than it expected. And that's opened the gap up. But Sullivan did see an open door at hairpin 4 on the previous lap and didn't need any further invitation to try and move through it. But Cranston managed to carry that momentum around the outside, didn't feel the need to turn in on Sullivan, just opened the steering up, got the power down and used that momentum then to retain the lead. Smart driving from Cranston, I think it's safe to say.
We've said that a lot this year, haven't we? He's been very, very smart. There was that lap earlier on in heat number 1 where he overtook 3 drivers in one just by waiting and knowing that the gap was going to be opened up for them. There's some lap traffic in front of them for them to contend with on the next lap. Sullivan again trying a nose down the inside, not close enough this time, and that will slow him as they run up towards the timing line, but probably not much as I expected, as they are, again, 700ths of a second between them as they come up and over the timing line on what will be the penultimate lap. Lap traffic in front of them up towards hairpin number 1. And they'll get round 2, and they should manage to negotiate this down the back straight. So,
and Reese Dodd's aware as well that they are there, and Cranston's actually going to get a good slipstream from Reese Dodds down the back straight. Good driving and awareness from Dodds. We've seen him take the option of dropping to the rear of the field at the start, essentially giving himself novice plates, if you like. Going off the rear of the grid each race.
Fastest lap of the race from Reese Cranston, 46.266, did benefit Tom from that slipstream down the back straight by Reese Dodds as they head towards hairpin 1 for the final time. Cranston on the brakes, cart sideways. Sullivan's going to try a straight line into 2. Can Cranston get the switch back this time? Sullivan is going to have track position as they run down the back straight towards South Bank. Round the long sweeping bend. Can he hold it to that white line that he's struggled with throughout this race day? White lines it Cadet-esque. Up towards hairpin number 3. We'll park it at 4. Can Cranston get the switch back out the corner? No, he can't. Joshua Sullivan's going to come through here to make it 2 from 2 in the heats from Reese Cranston and Liam Edmonds, William Howard, and then it's going to be Ted Hall. Contacted, they head up towards the timing line. Ashton Carmichael squeezes through on Daniel Camp right in front of the timing line commentary box and the clerk of the course as well, so that's some work for Nigel to do, as Ashton Carmichael takes 6th place from Daniel Camp, Isaac Welburn, Grace Matthews and Josh Brown to complete your top 10 in front of Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, James Winstanley, Adam Roberts, Jensen White and Reese Dodds.
I think work to be done for Nigel, the clerk of the course, and potentially a new pair of trousers as well, as those two came towards him at sideways at a rate of knots. But yes, congratulations to Joshua Sullivan winning heat number 2. Timed that move to perfection, got the move done and completed. And why I was chuckling as they came out of hairpin 2 was Sullivan looked right to think that Cranston was going to do the switchback, and there was nobody there. Well, so he went, "Where's he gone?" And he left and went, "Oh, there you are."
But it's because Cranston did the move to him yesterday when Sullivan went down into 2. He hit him with the switchback, and hence why Sullivan thought he was going to be there. Looked to the right side, and he's like, "Tarmac."
Where's he gone? Oh, there he is. Right, okay. It just made me chuckle a little bit. That he'd sent that move and then lost complete awareness of where Reese Cranston was going to be. But good action again in Junior Pro Kart. Liam Edmonds, congratulations to you as well. Great result in P3. Not just the result of finishing 3rd as well, but going right with the leaders as well, all the way through.
Danny Bean T-boning Zach Dawson.
Yeah, on the dummy grid, yeah. Zach Dawson, for some reason, is facing 90 degrees.
Do you think he arrived late and there wasn't really space for him?
Well, he's made it. He's made space.
So, right, before we run through the grid very quickly, I believe we've got a couple of birthdays, of which we'll mention one later during R200, but I believe it's Paul's birthday today. So, how many years, Rosie? 48. He's looking well for 48.
Paul's 48. Paul.
Yeah, he's 48.
Birthday.
Yeah.
And it's his birthday.
Yeah.
So we must take him cake later.
Yeah.
We have a video of him getting some cake we're going to show later.
Oh, he's got cake already?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good.
Yeah.
So, happy birthday, Paul.
Happy birthday, Paul.
Paul Franklin.
And they do, to be fair, they either have the live stream on down in the garage, or there's a big tannoy right next to them. So he definitely has heard us.
And just as the seniors are about to make their way out, we've had Mr. Pro Kart himself has come into the commentary box as well. So we'll try and have a little word with Bob later on, because we're going to get this heat underway and read a grid out and then we'll be heading off for lunch. So we might have a word with Bob a little bit later on. So Joseph Williamson is going to go off random grid pole position, followed by Matthew Farrell and Riley Matthews. Dominic Needham in P5. Oh, hang on, we're missing somebody. We've got 1, 2, 4, 5.
Yeah, just read them in order, Tom.
Right, okay, I'll just read them in order. Right, so Joseph Williamson from Matthew Farrell, Riley Matthews and Dominic Needham, Carl Burns and Matthew Hauschby. Then it's Zach Dawson and Addison Smith, who will be the first of the Pro Class runners. Then it's Danny Bean and Ollie Clegg, Freddie Cowley and Alana Howard, David Brewis and Sam Neri, Ike Needham and Maximus Shields, Isaac Duff, George Ludwell and Curtis Ewell will complete the field.
Nice 2x2 format. Being told to slow, which is good. Up towards the acceleration cones, and we're away and racing as Williamson leads them up as Farrell tries to squeeze into a gap that was already there. Williamson levered wide, and Riley Matthews will lead us round in front of Kyle Burns with Danny Bean. Joseph Williamson, the pole man, down into fourth. Now it's fifth, and we've got a very slow-moving Ollie Clegg in the middle of that one, and Max Shields hasn't been able to make many inroads. He decided to go round the outside and got crowded out on lap number 1, as did George Ludwell.
Well, Ollie Clegg ran right round the outside of the national loop and then got squeezed through the chicane and up and over the curb and then the grass as well, and potentially the front of another car. So adventures for Ollie Clegg on the opening lap.
Riley Matthews then will lead us over the line at the end of lap number 1 from Kyle Burns, Zach Dawson, Danny Bean, Joseph Williamson and Matthew Hauschby. Then it's Ike Needham, Freddie Cowley, Isaac Duff and David Brewis in P10 in front of Addison Smith.
So Zach Dawson taking 4 places that lap, Danny Bean 5, Ike Needham up 8 places, Isaac Duff up 8 places as well. So all change in Senior Pro Kart on lap 1.
Danny Bean levers Zach Dawson wide, and that's going to allow Matthew Hauschby to get the run on Danny Bean. Overtake from Bean, slowed him down, then Bean chops across the bows of Zach Dawson. As they head up towards South Bank, Bean retakes third place with a nice slide job down the inside of Hauschby. Dawson's going to try and come through as well, and then he drops a wheel down the inside. Hauschby's not happy, but Dawson just dropped a wheel off the track, and as it chucked itself back out of the rumble strip, it's gone into the side pod of Matthew Hauschby. Freddie Cowley picks up a contact warning, and wide goes Hauschby. He's levered wide by Joseph Williamson, I believe. As Addison Smith goes down the inside of Freddie Cowley. Maximus Shields then goes down the inside of Addison Smith, and he picks up 2 places.
Yeah, all action here in Senior Pro Kart. Freddie Cowley's picked up a contact warning as well through that action, and Danny Bean has now taken the lead in Senior Pro Kart away from Riley Matthews. Riley Matthews, of course, on a novice plate, so did excellently well to lead us over those first few laps, but now Danny Bean has moved through, set a fastest lap of the race on the previous lap as well, but that's now been taken away by Zach Dawson, who's closed in on all of them and has brought Ike Needham along as well.
Matthews just needs to keep out of trouble for a lap or 2. I know he's going to lose a few because he's got some very quick drivers behind him, but
did exactly what he needed to do there. Perfect from Matthews, just allowed Needham through.
Yes, he's dropped to 4th, but he's got a big gap down to his nearest novice rival in Matty Farrell in P12, Curtis Ewell 13th, Freddie Cowley and Sam Neri 14th and 15th. So he's just got to try and stick with these faster runners, learn a little bit because he's going to benefit for sure, but also just don't get taken out or anything like that when they're coming through, and he's going to pick up maximum points in his novice class.
Yeah, agreed. Doing exactly what he needs to do here. And Ike Needham now with a new fastest lap of the race in P3 has closed the gap to Danny Bean in first, with Zach Dawson the sandwich, or the meat in the sandwich in the middle of those 3. Kyle Burns, Duff and Williamson.
Change for second place there at hairpin number 2.
Yep, Needham now moving through and giving Dawson the universal signal to, I'm going to leave the door open at the next corner because I want to push. Dawson not able to take advantage of that and not able to push Needham either.
No, Needham up onto the back of Danny Bean. Those two had a good battle at the end of heat number 1, and they're at the front again.
Max Shields sets a new fastest lap of the race in 8th place with Addison Smith and George Ludwell behind now.
Shields is up onto the back of Williamson, not quite close enough at hairpin 1, but lines up a move into hairpin 2, slides down the inside of Joseph Williamson, treats Williamson to a brief trip out onto the rumble strip, but Shields will come through down the inside up towards South Bank as Addison Smith tries to go through the gap that Shields has left and gets that job completed, as we see there, at hairpin number 4. 3. Sorry, hairpin 3.
That's okay. Danny Bean still leads us over the line.
3 wide as Shields goes down the inside of Kyle Burns. And Isaac Duff slots back in just behind Burns, so Shields up into 5th place. A 3-place gain on the previous lap for Maximus Shields as Addison Smith gets into the back of Isaac Duff. That slows him down. He's going to lose a couple of places.
Ike Needham's taking the lead, David, out through hairpin 2. Ike Needham taking the lead away from Danny Bean. And Zach Dawson has been able to go with these two so far. Hasn't been able to put any moves on Ike Needham, but has used the slipstream to full effect. Now puts a move on Danny Bean, though. Maybe he was just keeping his powder dry because he knows Ike Needham isn't in the same class, but is now fighting Danny Bean with everything that he's got in the locker. Danny Bean manages to hold on. Meanwhile, Max Shields has moved into 4th place ahead of Riley Matthews and is starting to close on the front 3 and try and bridge that gap. But that is now headed by Ike Needham.
Matthews then in 5th place behind Isaac Duff and Kyle Burns. And Kyle Burns is getting a bit pinballed here as Addison Smith goes down the inside of him as well. Behind him, George Ludwell uses a bit of slipstream from Kyle Burns. He slides through down the inside as well. Matthew Hauschby going to try a similar move, but that's where the fall stops for Kyle Burns. Drops 3 places to behind George Ludwell.
Shields is there.
Right,
Shields is right there. We've got a front 4 now instead of a front 3. Ike Needham doing his best to break away at the front of this one, but they are still all there in close company.
Oh, Shields up and over the right-hand side curb. Trying to... What he was going to try and do there, and he's got a move done at hairpin 2, but I'm sure that was coming at hairpin 1. He was trying to angle the kart very differently through the left-hander by clipping the curb, and it lifted the rear end up into the air for Maximus Shields, so had to wait another corner.
Got the move done on Dawson. Moves up into 3rd place. Dawson going to have to try and get the magnets onto the rear bumper of that 43 kart and try and drag him back towards Danny Bean for the Clubman class victory. So we've got 2 Pro class in 1st and 3rd and 2 Club class in 2nd and 4th. And then Riley Matthews was top novice in 5th, but has just had a triple overtake from Addison Smith, Isaac Duff and George Ludwell have all moved through at hairpin 1. That's dropping, so that's going to drop Matthews down to 8th place.
Still got a bit of a gap, though, back to Curtis Yule in P12. Trying to pick out
He's
where
part
Yule
of that
is.
train, though, is Yule.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? So Matthews needs to be careful as Ludwell gets down the inside of Isaac Duff. Isaac Duff's going to slot back in. Matthews and Hauschby still arguing over tarmac as Yule and Farrell are battling, Tom. This is doing Matthews a world of good. He's got a few karts in between him, but Matty Farrell and Curtis Yule are side by side and are still side by side, and Farrell goes through. Yule doesn't look particularly thrilled by that.
And Hauschby's got through on Matthews.
And there is a contact warning for the 26th of Matty Farrell, so maybe Curtis Yule was justified in his thoughts. But they've got half the length of South Bank as wide goes Matthews and allows Joseph Williamson through.
Shields has got through on Bean now, so we are Pro 1 and 2, Club 3rd and 4th. But obviously they are 1st and 2nd in their subclass.
Shields, who started 18th, Tom.
Yes,
Dominic
and
Needham has retired. Didn't see him come in, but the timing. So Maximus Shields started 18th. Ike Needham started 17th. I didn't realise quite how far down the order Needham had started, Tom, because on the opening lap, he was 7th. He'd gone up to 7th on lap number 1 and made up 10 places. I didn't realise quite how far down the order Ike Needham had started, but he's going to lead us up and over the timing line to commence penultimate lap. 2 to go, with Needham being pushed home at the moment by Maximus Shields. They were 17th and 18th. Curtis Yule with his second contact warning of the race, but he's fallen away off the back of the 26 now of Matthew Farrell. Shields trying to nose down the inside of Ike Needham into hairpin number 1, but it was a door closed by Needham. Shields with almost being run into the tyres on the inside, giving Needham a few kart lengths. As they head up towards hairpin 3, Needham will continue to lead. He needs to have the door closed at 4 because Shields is going to come down the inside with a textbook, park it, stop it, put it power on, and prevent the other driver getting the run. And Maximus Shields will lead us over the line. 1 to go.
If any of you want to know what a block pass looks like, that's it. That's how you do it.
That's textbook. So textbook.
Stops the switchback.
He could put his name on the manual for that. That is absolutely brilliant by Maximus Shields.
That is exactly how it's done. And speaking of how it's done, that's how you get a move done at hairpin 2 for Zach Dawson. Couldn't quite prevent the switchback, though.
No, because
Bean's called it a little bit early.
Look at Smith as well. Smith's coming down the inside as well.
Where's Smith come from in that fight? He's come from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, Smith up to 4th. Great move for Addison Smith. He started 10th, and he's going to bring this one home P4 by the look of things. Goes for 3rd into the final corner. He'll be side by side. Shields is going to win it from Needham. Addison Smith trying to hit a switchback. Oh, over the timing line. Danny Bean for 3rd place. Addison Smith, a great charge up into P4 in front of Zach Dawson and George Ludwell. Matthew Hauschby in 7th. Isaac Duff, Joseph Williamson, and in P10, your leading novice runner of Riley Matthews.
Can you pull up the telemetry on Addison Smith there? Because I want to know how quickly he closed that gap, because he was nowhere near them with a couple of laps to go.
It was 4 to go, 1.4, then 0.7, then 0.4, and a 10th over the line. So comfortably 3/10 a lap in the final 3 laps, and 7/10 before that as well. When he moved up into 6th place, he was 1.7 seconds off fourth place.
Well, there you go. So,
in 5 laps, that's a good effort
so
for Addison Smith.
really did put in a big effort at the closing part of that race for Addison Smith. It still took 3rd in class. Didn't change position there, but points for 4th place and for Addison Smith there as well. So, yeah. Good result there. So victory for Maximus Shields, Ike Needham, and then Addison Smith in pro class. Danny Bean, Zach Dawson, and Matthew Hauschby in clubman class there, your podium there. And Riley Matthews, Matthew Farrell, and Sam Neri in the novice class. And that will take us up to lunch already here at Teesside. Our second round of heats comes to a close. We will be back in around half an hour to 40 minutes time to bring you the second half of our day, which will be commenced with Heat 3 of Bambinos. We'll go through another round of heats, and then we will be straight into our finals for our double header. So hope you stick with us, and we will be back very, very shortly. Have a good lunch break, and we will see you soon.
Hello and welcome back to round number 4 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. Bambino's making their way around for heat number 3 with Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi on the grid. We have got a nice little video, Tom, to play. As we mentioned earlier, Paul Franklin is 48, and I think we might have a video of him receiving his cake. When it comes up. There it is.
There we go.
There it is.
Happy birthday
Teesside
to
Karting
you.
cake.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Was he slightly embarrassed?
dear Paul.
Yeah, very embarrassed.
Yeah. So there's Paul receiving his cake. 48. And a present as well. Oh, how nice.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Paul,
Not
of
the
course-
only birthday today. Dexter Petty's dad is 36. So, happy birthday to Josh. And obviously we already know that Peter Webster's mum is going to be 46 on Tuesday. She got a nice big cake, which was delicious, by the way, because I went down and had some last night and then didn't eat all my tea.
So taking their place on the grid now are Bambinos for their final heat of the day. And the green flag is up. It will be Mostyn on pole with Logan Grassi in second alongside. And it's up and down, and we're away and racing once again for the afternoon session here on our second day. And for the first time this weekend, Archie Mostyn is going to lead through the D chicane, and Logan Grassi is going to drop into P2. So a good start this time around from Archie Mostyn. And we had a visitor during the lunch break as well, in the form of Logan Grassi's mum, who popped in and said, we're okay to drop the Duarte. It's there as a formal thing. But Logan Grassi is what we're going with as a name from now on.
Yeah, I do like the full name, though.
I do as well. I'm not taking
obviously,
it away.
if they were battling in close quarters, by the time you've done all 3 names, the overtake has finished.
But if we're gonna single name him, it's Grassi. It's what we're going with.
Yes, we've had
that was the confirmation that we had.
Officially been allowed to drop Duarte, but I do like it.
And as well, we found out where the sponsorship comes from as well.
We did.
So
very grateful for that. I just noticed something up near South Bank. Comedy Crow is back, which is what I've named him now, because yesterday there was a crow on the outside of the track here that was completely oblivious to the Rotaxers that were whipping past it at around about 50 miles an hour, about 4 meters away from it. It just didn't have a care in the world.
It's the bravery crow, isn't it?
And I just saw it fly back.
That's 4-wheel drift there from Grassi through hairpin 1. Not the fastest way through, but certainly added some style points there.
Well, looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It looks good. Sun is out nicely once again. I do like a sunny day. A sunny day in Middlesbrough.
Yes, and further to a point that was made earlier in the day, Teesside Karting, of course, TSK-Motorsport, constantly making improvements in and around the track. Might not be always visible on screen or on camera or whatever, but with the continuous improvements here, I'm told by Rosie and Kat here that we're actually getting a weather station fitted to the roof of the commentary box that will be beaming live updates to the website of the actual weather conditions that we're getting here. But I'm told that I was right in my assumption that we were getting 20 miles an hour winds and 30 mile an hour gusts. It was actually 35 it was up to at one point with the gusts here. So a strong headwind as you come out of hairpin 4, which is probably why we've seen quite a few people able to hang round the outside at hairpin 3, carry that hairpin 4, and carry that momentum over the start-finish line and into the D chicane because that headwind is so strong.
Yes.
Whereas normally, if you're on the inside at hairpin 4, you can get the overtake
Correct.
completed.
It was one of them 35 miles per hour gusts that removed the cap off our Clerk of the Course's head just before the Bambino race started. It wasn't on camera, but it didn't.
There
it
was a
wasn't
chase
missed
the
by
wrong-
the commentary team, was it?
There was a race the wrong way down the track as to whether Nigel was going to catch his hat or not. But, yes, that was a bit of action before we started. And what else have we had? Yeah, of course, that with that wind, it then means a tailwind down the back straight and into South Bank Corner, which has then made it more difficult to overtake down there, and why we've seen a lot less overtakes into South Bank today.
Yeah, it's particularly prevalent in
It's
the
pretty
junior
blowy.
Rotax class, isn't it?
Yes. So normally you'd see them drafting down the back straight, ducking out of there and into South Bank Corner, but because the wind is so strong, it's probably, if they're doing 30 miles an hour or even 40 miles an hour, they're only just going faster than the wind is blowing. So in Honda Cadet, for example, I mean, what are top speeds in Hondas? 45?
55.
50?
We used to say about 55 at the end of the straight. Pro
Okay.
kart would do 60.
So they're only just moving faster than the wind. So the slipstream is near enough nothing. It's a 15 mile an hour difference. Whereas coming the other way, it's going to be 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, I think these Bambinos will
pushing
probably
into.
hit around about 40 miles per hour at the end of this straight, which, to just remind you, we've got 6-year-olds doing 40 miles per hour at the end of the straight, an inch off the floor. It's just superb, isn't it? Just,
Which, when you're 6 years old and your bottom is an inch off the tarmac, 40 miles an hour feels like 140 miles an hour.
oh, yeah. Which I think that's about the fastest I've ever been. It's 140 miles per
I
hour.
was going to say 40 miles an hour. 140 miles an hour, the fastest you've ever been?
Yes.
Okay. We'll not play top trumps on that.
Not in a it was on a circuit. It wasn't on road.
Oh,
I'm not breaking any laws. It was during my ARDS test. Mm-hmm. I did 140 as the guy leant over and went, "So what you planning on racing?" I went, "A Citroen 2CV." And they do top speed of 70. Then I was going down the Hanger straight. Personal best for both of our drivers on the previous lap. Archie Mostyn's 1 minute .825, the fastest of the race as well. Logan Grassi improving lap on lap, but Mostyn just pulling out a bit more of a gap. It's out to 1.7, although to be fair, Tom, in the previous race, it was about this time with 2 minutes to go that Logan Grassi started reeling that gap back in again.
It was. Archie Mostyn...
Logan Grassi goes round at hairpin number 4, so on this occasion he won't be closing the gap in. I don't know whether... I think he's tagged the tyres there on the inside, Tom.
He's gone a little bit too tight.
Going to have a little look.
So we'll continue to follow Archie Mostyn round. But yeah, Logan Grassi, a 1 minute 8 second lap that time around, has put paid potentially to any chances of taking victory here in heat number 3, although still carrying momentous speed through hairpin 1.
Yeah, I think it's 3/4 of the way around the corner. I think he's had a tyre wall tag on the inside, and the Bambinos are so light, it just sends them round into a spin.
We've seen it for many years here, haven't we?
Well, we see it with big carts as well. As to, we saw it in practice Friday. A few of the junior and seniors tagging the tyres at hairpin number 1. It just tips you round. You're not expecting it, so you can't react to it. And round comes the rear end. Mostyn crosses the line then with 40 seconds, so we'll have 2 minutes on the 2 laps to go. It's a really smooth line actually through that D chicane now from Logan Grassi.
Yeah, straight back into the sub 102 lap. On his first flying lap back up to speed again.
Out of hairpin 2 he comes, and then down the back straight. Archie Mostyn will see the last lap board when he comes round at the end of this lap.
We are bathed in sunshine again here at Teesside. It's lovely to see.
It's deceiving though, isn't it? The sun is out and it is warm, but it's so windy that everybody's got a coat on. And
there's, well, according to my not so accurate weather app, there's a 50% chance of a sprinkling of rain in the next hour. It certainly doesn't look like it at the moment, but with the speed that the wind is blowing at, it could come in pretty quickly if it does turn up. But definitely something to monitor. Last lap board is out. Archie Mostyn is already halfway round and heading down the back straight. Kind of been a bit of a race of one, but he's led almost flag to flag as Archie Mostyn. I think Grassi got alongside at the start of the race, but Mostyn managed to hold on for the first time this weekend. Actually, it's going to be a flag to flag victory in Bambinos.
Out of hairpin 4 then comes Archie Mostyn to take the checkered flag and the victory in heat number 3. He'll be on pole position for the final. Gives us a little fist pump as well as he comes through. And then it's going to be Logan Grassi, who had some good pace. So he's just right off on the throttle. We'll do a 1 minute and 5 final lap. He just took it nice and steady.
Well, the job was done, wasn't it? So smart there from Logan Grassi, and congratulations once again to Archie Mostyn. That's 7 from 7 here this weekend for Archie Mostyn. Not had it all his own way, but has taken victory once again here. And we will look at bringing you a grid for Honda Cadet Heat 3, which will be up next. So, based on finishing positions from the previous heat, Edward Rye will go from pole position with Francesco Di Caro alongside, and Daniel Zayad in 3rd with Sebastian McCarthy in 4th. Then it will be Henry Colborne 5th and Sam Dixon 6th. 7th for Aaron Rigg and 8th for Kyle Kerr. 9th for Jake Gibbon and 10th for Tommy Burgoyne. Albie Cam will go off P11 with Aston Wilson alongside in 12th, and then 13th for Alfie Keeling. Harry Scrafton in 14th. Oliver Bullock 15th, and Jacob McDonald in P16, and 17th for Edward Charlton. 18th for the ever happy Andrew McCrossan, and 19th for Abel Hutton, and 20th for Aidan Donnelly. I say the ever happy Andrew McCrossan because I never see him without a smile on his face.
No, he loves
genuinely.
It, doesn't he? Yeah, so Abel Hudson, they had an issue with the engine, and they've changed because there was when they started it up, it spat some oil out of the back of it. And Aidan Donnelly, I'm told they had an issue with a clutch keyway had come out, hence why they couldn't take part in the preceding heat. So they will go off 19th and 20th respectively. Let's see how much of a
it's quite interesting seeing
charge through the field they can make.
Seeing the drivers weaving their way onto the grid and trying to put some heat in the tyres. But in all honesty, they're better off just sitting in the sunshine at the minute and getting the heat from the weather.
We'll actually put out of the awning.
Yeah, we'll just get enough heat into the tyres already. It'll be like preheating them, yeah. And sitting on the grid, they're not going to be going cold sitting there. Unless it clouds over, as it has literally done, as I've said that. So what do I know? But they do it anyway. I'm sure it's psychological more than anything. Because they sit there for that long on the grid. Any heat that you're going to be getting into them is going to be gone by the time they go racing anyway.
Bit, don't they? Edward Rye sat very relaxed, hands off the steering wheel until he sees the start line marshal and then takes a grip. Green flag in hand. It drops and we are away and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the row. They're all going to slot across into positions and the top 5 are as they were. Sam Dixon from 6th is still there and he slots across in front of Aaron Rigg and Kyle Kerr. Everybody makes their way through the chicanes at the first time of asking. And up towards hairpin 1. We've already had a few moves by Abel Hutton and Aidan Donnelly from the tail end of the field. Hutton has made up 4 places.
Colborne tried to make a move at hairpin 2 on McCarthy, couldn't get that one done, and Sam Dixon then has a look. That one was set up all the way through from hairpin 2 from Sam Dixon, and he now moves past Colborne, and I think that's up to 5th place for Sam Dixon. The front 4 already breaking away though, so Colborne's going to have to help Dixon here, try and close that gap up, as Zayad then goes wide out of the D chicane. Opens the door and says, off you go to Sebastian McCarthy, and they switch positions, and then at hairpin 1 Zayad sends it back up the inside and retakes 3rd.
Dixon's close right up on them because
of
that,
yeah, and now that's opened up a gap of a car and a half length to Francesco Di Caro in 2nd. Edward Rye doing his usual opening lap stint and trying to break away.
Zayad defending hard against Sebastian McCarthy, and for half a lap just parking his car on the run up to South Bank and on the entry to hairpin 3 as well, to make sure Sebastian McCarthy can't get another run at him. They are pulling away slightly from Sam Dixon, with Henry Colborne, and going with them Kyle Kerr in P7. We said this yesterday about his progress.
Yep, he was on debut yesterday.
That sort of podium shout, and so far in this one looks to have enough. I don't know whether they've made a change over the lunch break to try and give him a little bit more at the start of the race to stay with that top 6, which has been a top 6 similar to R200, where it's been the same top 6 all throughout this weekend, albeit in differing orders.
Yeah,
he tried to move on Henry Colborne there on the way into hairpin 4.
Well, Dixon needs to try and bridge that gap now if he's going to have any chance of taking victory here in this one. As Edward Rye has gapped now Di Caro, who's now going to have to get some help from Zayad behind, but instead they go side by side into hairpin 2. McCarthy actually retakes Zayad because of that, so Zayad put his car in a position to overtake Di Caro. And actually left the door open in the end for McCarthy to come through. McCarthy said no second invitation needed, and no second invitation needed at hairpin 3 either, as he goes past Francesco Di Caro and takes 2nd place away. So they're just fighting over 2nd place now. Edward Rye has been allowed to get away. Well, they're going to need to get their head down now and try and claw that gap back, because now they've scrapped it out a bit.
I'm sorry, Tom. Sebastian McCarthy's closed the gap slightly to Edward Rye and set the fastest lap of the race with a 47.7, which included 2 overtakes.
Well, he closed the gap,
yes,
from relative to where he was, but the gap to 2nd place has opened up.
What a lap, though, from McCarthy, a 47.741, whilst overtaking 2 drivers from 4th up to 2nd.
Just do that every lap, Sebastian.
just overtake people.
Just copy the same line and you'll go much quicker.
What you'll find now, though, is I think McCarthy's going a slightly more defensive line now. He's in that 2nd place. This is, in all fairness to McCarthy, fairly unfamiliar territory. He podiumed at round number 1, but 2nd place is the highest he has run on a T-side grid. One of the drivers at the younger end, Tom, of the spectrum is 9. So going very, very well as Di Caro sends it down the inside. McCarthy's going to straight line it into 2. There's a switchback coming from Di Caro. He had that one very well scouted. But in the background, Sam Dixon is being pushed along by Henry Colborne, and this battle for 2nd place is going to go 5 deep in the next corner or so.
It is indeed. Now we've got a train of 5. Edward Rye has checked out at the front of this one for the time being. We'll see whether Di Caro's got anything left in the tank to try and close that gap, but they are definitely going to struggle with the pace that Rye has got to make any inroads, particularly if they continue fighting. So it's kind of as you were at the end of lap 1 with Di Caro, Zayad and then McCarthy. Dixon in 5th and Colborne 6th, but they have, as we said, because of that fighting, they've now become a train of 5. Dixon with eyes on taking 4th away from McCarthy at hairpin 2.
Carried loads of speed into 1. Zayad with a slightly defensive line, but doesn't appear to have hampered his speed.
We used to see this with what we're seeing with Edward Rye here, and then everyone fighting out for second. Is a bit like what we used to see with Thomas Potter in that year that he dominated everything. It was as soon as you allowed him to get a couple of corners where he wasn't challenged, that was it.
Yes.
He broke away, and we're seeing the same from Rye now, where
That was the 22 season, wasn't it? When it was Amy Peacock who tried to battle with him as Ziad goes down the inside of De Caro. He's going to try a switchback, but he can't do it because he finds Seb McCarthy trying to eye his way through up into third place. They're back into line.
it's a carbon copy of what happened earlier in the race. Only Ziad didn't lose the position to McCarthy this time.
All racing in close quarters over this second place.
If you're going to overtake, this is where you need to be doing it.
Well,
it's coming out of hairpin 4.
I was about to say, I think the entry into hairpin 4 is being a very underutilised overtaking opportunity for our Hondas. And I don't know whether it's because they feel that if they go for it and it doesn't work out, they could lose 2 or 3. Are they being cautious? Or are they all just driving as fast as they possibly can? McCarthy's going into 2. And then Henry Colborne goes up and over the curb as he tries to nose down the inside of Sam Dixon. And that slowed both of them. Ziad's back through on exit of hairpin 2 on McCarthy. Dixon and Colborne fall away slightly off the back of them.
An orthodox line between 3 and 4 for De Caro. Seemed to scrub a lot of speed off there, but this is where, if you're going to push, this is where you want to be pushing, because you want to be using the wind and the slipstream where it's going to be strongest to haul you back onto the rear bumper of the car in front.
Lap
So
and
if
a
you
half
can't-
to go really here, Tom, I think. 'Cause I think Edward Rye crossed in enough time, but it's Rye, De Caro, Ziad, McCarthy. Then it's Sam Dixon trying to go down the inside of Seb McCarthy with a late move, but it's a move that could well have worked out for him. It does not. McCarthy getting across in enough time. Then it's going to be Colborne who's going to get past Sam Dixon round South Bank. Dixon wide because of McCarthy being on the inside of him as they ran up towards South Bank. Behind them, Aaron Rigg and Carl Kerr are in close quarters. And then Jake Gibbon is leading a train of 4 karts, which includes Burgoyne, Cam and Aston Wilson down to P12.
Last lap board is out, so barring any dramas, Edward Rye has a comfortable lead at the front of this one, 1.7 seconds. But, all still to play for here for second place. It is still De Caro heading out onto the back straight at the front of this group of 5 with Ziad, McCarthy, Colborne and Dixon. Into South Bank for the final time. De Caro with about a 2 kart length gap. Back to Ziad, and this one could be done and dusted bar a lunge into hairpin 4, and it's going to be as you were, I think. Ziad is going to get a powerful slipstream coming out of 4, almost pulled alongside, but it's going to be Edward Rye taking victory from Francesco De Caro and Daniel Ziad, the final step of the podium. Then it's going to be Sebastian McCarthy and Henry Colborne, and Sam Dixon takes 6th with Carl Kerr winning the battle for the group following, with Aaron Rigg, Jake Gibbon, Tommy Burgoyne, Albie Cam and Aston Wilson, Alfie Keeling and Abel Hutton, then Harry Scrafton, Aidan Donnelly, Jacob McDonald, Oliver Bullock, Edward Charlton and Andrew McCrossan. So I said it was the battle of the A's earlier on. This time it was won by Alfie Cam in that group in 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th. All of the names beginning with A.
Group A.
Group A. Like that, actually. Group A. Albie Cam winning that this time around. So that will move us on to Intermax and R200 Heat 3. Of course, we have 2 Inters here today. Yesterday we just had the sole competitor of Joey Swan. But Logan Jones has appeared today and has had a good outing so far. He finished P2 in all 3 races, but he's been getting closer to Joey Swan as the day's been going on. So he will be hoping that that momentum continues. So Joey Swan will go from P1 of the Intergrid with Logan Jones alongside. And then winner of both heats, very comfortably in the end for Ashton Horspool at the front of the R200 grid, but has had to work hard for both of them. So Ashton Horspool goes off pole for R200, followed by Aaron Berridge and then Luka Batchuev. Tom Nichols alongside, and then Peter Webster and Dexter Petty. Matthew Plant and Harry Pennington. Oliver James Smith, Jensen Whitehead and JJ Allen complete the field.
So our Inters and R200s almost ready to go out. We're just waiting for the final few to go over the weighbridge and make sure that we are clear. And then you'll see the green flag be shown at the front once race control give the all clear.
And the distant
have
rumble
been given.
coming through our headset says they're out onto the track.
So Joey Swan and Logan Jones, and then the R200s with Ashton Horspool leading us round. He's won both heats, Tom, but he's not had the best of starts.
Joey Swan or
No,
Ashton Horspool? Oh no, I did
Ashton
touch on that
Horspool.
during the grid
Yeah.
readout. Yeah, he's not had it all his own way. It looks like he's won both heats very comfortably when you look at the results, but as I said, he's had to work really hard for it. Dropping back in the opening few laps. I think heat 2 he was 4th at one point.
Yeah.
And had to fight his way back through.
So up towards the acceleration cones we come. And we're away and racing, and Horsepool's got a better start, but still not superb.
Oh, he's round!
Oh, he's round. Dexter Petty's off as well. Peter Webster, Jensen Whitehead. Oh, you're 4 off at the first corner. No, Harry Pennington. Pennington is 1, as well as Horsepool. And Jensen Whitehead is out of the race. He's parked on the outside of the chicanes.
And so it's going to be Aaron Berridge leading Honda R200s. Meanwhile, Logan Jones has taken the lead in Inters and leads us round for the completion of lap 1. Joey Swan has dropped in behind. We've seen this a couple of times from Logan Jones here today, taking the lead in Inters. And Joey Swan going to have to work for this one. He's been getting quicker and quicker, Logan Jones. I think it's his first time here.
No, he's done sporadic events here.
Right. I didn't recognise the name too much, but it was familiar. But anyway,
Yeah.
holding on to the lead at the moment from Joey Swan.
Yeah,
It is Aaron Berridge, Tom Nichols, and then Peter Webster, Matthew Plant, Luka Batchuev, Oliver James Smith, JJ Allen, Dexter Petty, Harry Pennington, Ashton Horspool. Complete your runners in R200 with Jensen
I thought
Whitehead
Webster
retired.
was round at the first corner, but it wasn't. It was Harry Pennington, who has a different colour sticker kit, but very similar from distance. The Webster's is white, black, with a little bit of red on it. Pennington's is white and red, but has got a very similar sort of vertical design to it. So
Horspool, Victor in 2 heats so far today had that spin on the opening corner, or the first corner of the opening lap, and I think it's safe to say he's not going to be taking a 3rd victory here today, but still points on the table. Needs to fight his way through a few positions to try and get himself onto pole position for the final. Meanwhile, Logan Jones still leading Inters from Joey Swan. He certainly is going to have to work hard for this one. So Aaron Berridge still leads in R200. We're keeping an eye on that.
Batchuev's coming onto the back of this train of 3 for the lead, Tom. Took a 10th out on the previous lap. Webster took a 10th out of Batchuev as well. So, yeah, Webster closed up on Nichols, with Batchuev closing up on the back of the train of 3 in front.
Swan still not able to find a way past Jones in the inters, although does put in a new fastest lap of the race. Closed in on the tail now of Logan Jones, and he's going to have a look at hairpin 1 but can't get through.
Jones went wide. I think he saw the nose coming and might be hit with a little bit of a switchback here from Joey Swan, and indeed is down the back straight. You see in the camera shot there side by side, but Jones holds on at the end of the straight, moves over, closes the door on Joey Swan. Logan Jones continues to lead.
I said he was getting quicker and quicker, and he's certainly doing that by managing to hold off Joey Swan, who has, well, for the last 2 seasons pretty much had it all his own way, as Joey Swan, but he's got a fight on his hands in this one.
Yeah, retired from the final at round 2 on the previous weekend to this one. Won yesterday as he was the only inter. Today he's done okay in the first 2 heats, took comfortable victories, but now Logan Jones is going to lead them down the back straight to a half race distance. Jones has led every lap so far.
Tom Nichols putting increasing pressure on Aaron Berridge as well, like trying to force a mistake from Berridge, I think is the best way to put it. He's keeping him very close company, and Berridge with a couple of nervous looks over the shoulder.
Those behind are fairly even, and then you've got Oliver James Smith in 6th place being hunted down at the moment by JJ Allen, who has a look over his shoulder and sees a recovering Dexter Petty in the 16 trying to drag himself up onto the back, as the top 2 overall in inters both set personal best. Joey Swan with the fastest lap of the race.
Well, Horsepool in clean air is not able to... Well, in fact, he's not in clean air anymore. He is in clean air now, but he wasn't on the previous lap. So I was going to say he had a bit of a slow lap, but he was overtaking Harry Pennington at the time, and moving up a position to P9 in class. Yeah,
Petty is now up onto the back of Oliver James Smith, and he's going to slide his cart down the inside of JJ Allen into hairpin 4. Allen's going to be alongside him as they come up and over the timing line, but it's on the wrong side, and Petty has track position. He moves through.
And Logan Jones still holding on to the lead in inters as well.
Oh, Tom Nichols closing right up there, under braking through the left hand hairpin, as we see Dexter Petty and Oliver James Smith coming through. 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go then for Aaron Berridge and Tom Nichols
in the inters, and it is still Logan Jones leading this one.
Extending the gap as well, 3/10 quicker than Joey Swan. Logan Stanley Jones putting a personal best of 44.417 on the previous lap. Ashton Horsepool, I don't know if he's not got the pace in this one, Tom. At the moment, he's battling with Harry Pennington.
He's half a second slower than Aaron Berridge.
Yeah, he's battling with Harry Pennington, but I don't know whether he's picked up some damage, Tom. It might be a bent track rod or something similar. Joey Swan's struggling for pace, Tom.
Yes,
he comes over the timing line of 45.9, and Logan Jones is going to have a clear run to the checkered flag here, unless Joey Swan's steering wheel is taking a bit of a beating at the moment. He's not at all happy with the performance of the 95.
Must have made a mistake somewhere, potentially. Usually why a steering wheel takes a beating is personal remonstrations about performance. The steering wheel taking the brunt of the abuse, usually. But it is going to be Logan Jones now comfortably leading across the line.
2 laps to go then, as in R200, Tom Nichols has fallen away. And
Joey Swan's into the pit lane.
Yeah, so we're down to 1. Berridge had pulled a decent gap around the early part of the lap on Tom Nichols, and Nichols has now closed right up onto the back once again of Aaron Berridge. Through the right-hander of the National Loop they go. Berridge with a nervous look over the shoulder as they come through the chicanes and parks the 122 in a defensive line into hairpin number 1. Out onto the back straight they go. A lap and a half for Honda R200, and Nichols has got a good run. Into the slipstream he goes on Aaron Berridge. Nose was almost alongside Berridge, closing the door.
But that's the difference between the headwind down the front straight and the tailwind down the back straight. The just not the. You can't get the overspeed coming out of hairpin 2 to get the move completed in South
open
Bank.
gearing as well.
But watch
Tom.
how close he's going to be able to close that gap up now, and how quickly that will close into the D chicane. By the time they come out, they should be nose to tail again.
Yeah, we're running open gearing, so that's why you can see Nichols might have a bit more on the way out of the corner, and then Berridge might have a bit more at the end of the straight. Out of hairpin 2, they'll go for the final time. I don't think Nichols is close enough. This time he's just got to try and close in to give himself a chance in hairpins 3 and 4. Logan Jones will win in Intermax. He was leading anyway when Joey Swan peeled off into the pit lane. Aaron Berridge, Tom Nichols up to hairpin number 4 for the final time. And it'll be Aaron Berridge who'll come through. He's got enough of a gap. It's just off camera in the background into hairpin number 3. A great overtake by JJ Allen. Batuev in 3rd in R200 from Webster. Then it's going to be Plant, Petty, Allen and Oliver James Smith still side by side. Oliver James Smith holds on from JJ Allen. Allen has made a great overtake into hairpin number 4, hairpin 3, but couldn't hold on with the move. We've got some visitors in the commentary box. Tom, I believe they are sporting some cakes. Tom, what type of cakes? We've got chocolate cake, Tom.
Got chocolate cake.
Okay, from Danny, who's very angry that he can't remember your song.
Well, I'm sure he'll get over it.
I'm sure he won't. He's gutted. It's going to affect his performance for the rest of the day. But thank you for coming and seeing us. We
Thank
really
you very
appreciate
much,
it.
Danny.
Just pop Tom's there. That's fine. He's just busy doing grids and stuffs. It's ready for you. There you go.
Oh, lovely.
Sorted.
There we go. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers.
So
Thank
really
you.
appreciate that. You've both been superb today. Thank you very much. And even better now that you've bought us some wares. You just have to pull it like
hard. There you go.
It's very strong door.
Thank you, chaps.
Normally
Appreciate that.
keeps the riff-raff out.
See you later. And that brings to an end our Inter and R200 third heat. Congratulations to Logan Jones. He's going to take victory here in that Inter class. And likewise for Aaron Berridge, who takes victory in the R200s.
The quantity of cake I eat, Tom, goes a long way to explaining my body shape.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue with you. So moving on swiftly to Rotax Heat 3. It's going to be Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on the random grid pole position for juniors, with Jack Moss alongside, who is there. Good. Jack Moss still with us. Alex Forsyth in 3rd with Oliver O'Donnell 4th. Freddie Widrington in 5th and Layla Berryman 6th. Darcy Hall in 7th with Jacob Carnes in 8th and Jaden Stonehouse in 9th. Joseph Yao 10th, Sam Robson 11th, Evelyn Bai 12th, Morgan Cooney 13th and Riley Sims-Ezard 14th with Holly Swan 15th. Then we're going to have the 2 senior runners of Daniel Fraser, we hope, will be back out, and Paul Swan alongside in the other senior. Daniel Fraser, of course, didn't take part in Heat 1 and retired from Heat 2 with, we think, a potential bent axle.
It definitely looked that way, didn't it? There's Jensen Whitehead getting his complimentary return back into the pit lane after that opening lap incident.
It's going to be compulsory from now on that if you do get picked up by the recovery quad, you do have to ask if the driver's been busy and what time is he on till.
Time you on till Cat lets me go home.
If you ask the marshal where the recovery quad is, he'll tell you he's just turning your corner now. Been busy.
Michael Tucker in touch is saying thank you to the channel for bringing the grassroots karting scene to his phone. Adam Whitehead back in touch again on a sunbed, Tom, which I'm sure will
please me
your
no
morale
end.
no end.
Yeah. Get it.
I'm going to bring a few to
We
British
do
24.
What, a sunbed?
Yeah. Just lay it out here on the. In fact, I won't lay it on the grass just in front of the commentary boxes.
A sun lounger or like a proper tanning bed?
Well, no, a sort of lounger.
Get me on for 45 minutes. Get a 6-minute holiday.
Yeah, I can't have it just out here, can I? Because at the British 24, if it rains, that's a prime spot for getting taken out.
Yes. The 24-hour, of course, can bring completely differing conditions from hour to hour, as we've seen many times over the years, and it is just Paul Swan, the only senior out. So Daniel Fraser having troubles, but we are away and racing for the juniors. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson leads us off pole position.
Freddie Widrington just struggled to get any sort of power down, Tom.
Tucks into 4th place. Stansmore-Wilson under pressure already from O'Donovan.
Oh, Jack
in
Moss
second.
and Layla Berryman go side by side, and then Jacob Carnes and Freddie Widrington, Darcy Hall. Then it's going to be Joseph Yao, as they are 3 wide, heading up towards the right-hand corner of South Bank.
And
top 2 are going to have a gap of around about a second and a half here.
Yeah, they have fired off the grid, those two. And while the rest were sorting themselves out into some kind of order, they have stealthed their way away at the front of this one. Oh, Joseph Yao taking a lot of curb through the S's, but managed to find a way past Jack Moss in hairpin 1, as did Jacob Carnes as well.
That's Riley Sims-Ezard now on the inside of Jack Moss on the run up towards the right-hander at South Bank. He moves through nicely as Sam Robson's going to try and move on Darcy Hall. He's too far back. The door closed on him by the 77.
Jack Moss struggling a little bit on that lap. We've got a contract warning gone out for Morgan Cooney.
Yeah, Widrington in 3rd place, half a second quicker than Stansmore-Wilson and O'Donovan in front of him.
Yeah, 42.168 as well. In fact, 4/10 quicker than anyone else out there that time around for Freddie Widrington. So turned the boosters on that lap for Widrington. That's unusual to see. 4/10 quicker than anybody else out there. That is rapid.
Jack Moss leading the battle here between Sam Robson, Darcy Hall, Holly Swan's in there as well with Jaden Stonehouse, Evelyn Bye and Morgan Cooney.
Layla Berryman now fastest kart on track.
Only driver in the 41s so far.
So that kart coming to Berryman as well. And that front 4 is starting to close up. Wondering whether Stansmore-Wilson, going off pole position, has set the kart up to go and be strong towards the end of the race with the thought of, well, if I can hold them off for the first half, I'm going to be in the pound seat here for the end of the race. Oliver O'Donovan pushing along now, Stansmore-Wilson.
Very compliant so far, Oliver O'Donovan. He tried half a move on lap 1, but then now is just pushing away as they seek to try and stay out of the clutches of Widrington. But Widrington shortly, Tom's going to have a problem of his own.
Well, he is, because Layla Berryman again is the only kart in the 41s. A new lap, fastest lap again for Layla Berryman that time around.
Looked
and
like
that front
Holly
4.
Swan there going down the inside of Darcy Hall, but then ran out on the outside, and I think that might have allowed Jaden Stonehouse to get past Holly Swan, albeit briefly. She's back through. And indeed, Tom, Layla Berryman, we'll see them in a moment, is right up onto the back of Freddie Widrington, and another fastest lap for the 166.
And again, the only kart in the 41s. Layla Berryman is flying, but she needs to find a way past Freddie Widrington very quickly now. Can't get held up here if she's going to close in on the front 2.
Yeah, look over the shoulder there from Berryman, looking back at Joseph Yao behind.
That's okay, just assessing the situation. Well clear, doesn't need to go defensive, can think about only going forward.
Gap between them was 9/10 of a second from Widrington in second, and it's down to 7/10 as dragging Berryman along as well towards the front of this race. Berryman, though, was 2/10 quicker per lap in clear air. Has got to try and find a way through here because I think she's got race-winning pace potentially with 5 minutes to go.
Certainly
but
at
has
the moment.
to get past Widrington in the next lap and a half, I think, if she's going to have aspirations of challenging Stansmore, Wilson and O'Donovan in front.
Tries to straight line it between 3 and 4, but Widrington had that one covered. And they are starting to close in again, the front 4. And in fact, again, Berryman, the only one in the 41s. She then closed in once again on Freddie Widrington. He did a 42 flat, though, but again, a quarter of a second quicker than the 2 in front.
Oh, and there goes O'Donovan down the inside of Stansmore Wilson into hairpin 2.
So I think he's seen the 2 coming from behind and thought, well, we can't be compliant anymore if we're going to get caught. But it is now a group of 4, and Stansmore Wilson thinks about sending one back through at hairpin 3. Berryman through, though, on Widrington and takes 3rd place away.
Super move by Layla Berryman up into 3rd place. Now, though, has got somebody behind her. We've got
got 3 carts
at
round.
hairpin 3. Hopefully we can get them turned round and in the right way. We've got
Jaden Stonehouse is one of those.
Yeah, Stonehouse has won. Evelyn Bye and Jack Moss. Evelyn Bye will retire. Stonehouse is going to carry on, I think. No, he peels off into the pits as well. And we've got waved yellow flags at hairpin number 3. And as the carts come round, we've got Jack Moss on the inside. Waved yellow's no overtaking.
Yep, Jack Moss is climbing out, so seems okay, and that one will be recovered from where it is. Sam Robson, meanwhile, in 8th place to set the fastest lap of the race, so it is still O'Donovan, Stansmore Wilson, Berryman and Widrington. Your top 4 is as they were. And O'Donovan now with a 42 flat, now that he's cleared Stansmore Wilson and got some fresh air on the nose of that car, is going a couple of tenths quicker than he was before. Layla Berryman left the door open there slightly, as got the concertina effect through hairpin 3. And Freddie Widrington had a little look, but then that's cost him a cart length or so. Keeping an eye on the next train behind as well, which is headed by Joseph Yao with Riley Sims-Ezard and Jacob Carnes there as well. You just see them flashing through the back of the shot. I think they're going to start to come to play as well here. Still 2.5 minutes plus a lap, and don't count those 3 out of this either.
No, they
now, it looks like a big gap at the moment, but that can very quickly close up in this junior Rotax class.
Yeah, they've been falling away lap on lap, but that's because they haven't really been scrapping in front. Yes, we've had 1 or 2 overtakes, but it's not been corner by corner as Berryman goes slightly wide, and as we mentioned that, those 3 behind all go very, very fast.
Riley Sims-Ezard with a personal best, Jacob Carnes with a new fastest lap of the race. So they are starting to come into this. Are those 3 behind, particularly if they start working together, which it looks like Jacob Carnes is about to help Riley Sims-Ezard do.
Yeah, Widrington looked like he was going to try and go down the inside of Berryman a few corners back at hairpin 2, but elected not to in the end.
He's been doing that because Stansmore Wilson is taking a semi-defensive line, and that's forcing Berryman to move to the side in order to not run over the back of Stansmore Wilson. That's then leaving a sort of half a door open, the door ajar, if you like, and Widrington's then kind of stepping into that. So we see it again through hairpin 2. They are still nose to tail, these front 4. Great action in junior Rotax.
O'Donovan there, slightly wide on the entry, but was going fast enough. Paul Swan, I think, is retired, Tom.
Yes, it looks that way. So we're going to have no senior Rotax drivers finishing this heat. I've said it many times. If you're watching and you've got a senior Rotax, bring it. Bring it to Teesside. Come and have a go.
Oh, Berryman again, Tom, had to go wide to stop herself running through to the back of Stansmore Wilson, and Widrington almost getting through, but Berryman having enough to defend that down the back straight now. And then again a semi-defensive line, but it's still allowed her to close up slightly on Stansmore Wilson, and they will all come out of hairpin 4 fairly close together. Riley Sims-Ezard, Tom, off camera on the previous lap, has managed to find a way past Joseph Yao and up into 5th place, and has gapped Joseph Yao, who's now under pressure from Jacob Carnes for 6th place.
And was fastest car on circuit that time around was Riley Sims-Ezard as well. The only one in the 49. So pace coming to Sims-Ezard at the end of this one, whereas it seems to be dropping away. Layla Berryman in the 42.3s now, whereas she was in the 41.8s at one point.
Yeah, but to be fair, she can only go as fast as the car in front.
She needs to. I think she needs to get a straight line it between 3 and 4, and she'll get past Stansmore Wilson.
She can do it because that's what got her up into 3rd place earlier on.
So there is the potential there, and again, Sims-Ezard, fastest kart on circuit, new personal best as well. He's starting to close in, but I think he's going to run out of time with this being the final lap of the race. Oliver O'Donovan has now gapped Stansmore Wilson again for perfect timing. Couldn't have timed it any better to increase that gap. And Stansmore Wilson is going to have to defend into hairpin 3 and 4 from Berryman. Could then leave the door open for Freddie Widrington. Let's see what happens through 3. Widrington does draw alongside. Stansmore Wilson does go defensive. Berryman going to try the cutback. Can't get that one completed and can't use the draft as Widrington draws alongside over the start-finish line. But it finishes as they were. O'Donovan taking victory here with a personal best on the final lap. Doing exactly what O'Donovan needed to do. And then Stansmore, Wilson, Berryman and Widrington 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Riley Sims-Ezard 5th place when Joseph Yao 6th, Jacob Carnes 7th. And then we had Sam Robson, Morgan Cooney and Holly Swan, the top 10. Darcy Hall finished 11th and was the last of our classified runners. So we will move on to Junior Pro Karts final heat. Then we will have one more heat in the Senior Pro Karts before our finals begin.
Just having a quick look. Honda Cadet Heat 3, clear. No penalties. Preliminary results still for into Rotax. So on to our grid then for Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3. Grace Matthews rolls off pole position. She'll have Liam Edmonds for company on the front row. Adam Robertson, Jensen White, row 2. Ted Hall and Reese Cranston on row number 3. Then it'll be Reese Dodds, but likelihood he'll take himself to the back. So we'll say it's James Winstanley and Ashton Carmichael. Isaac Wellburn with Josh Brown, with Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Daniel Camp. Then it's going to be Joshua Sullivan and William Howard. And then it should be Reese Dodds if the previous form is anything to go by.
Just going to wait on the recovery of the
Where's your quad,
Junior
mate?
Rotax of Jack Moss.
Here it is. It's going to come the wrong way down the circuit.
We've probably seen the recovery quad the most we've seen it so far this year. Today. I think it almost probably combined.
It's nearly done a heat.
It's not done a lot of mileage this year, hasn't the recovery quad, thankfully. I can now head round and Jack Moss is going to ask, been busy?
And he has.
What?
He has been busy.
He has been busy. What time are you on till?
So we have Jack Moss's cart being recovered up onto the quad. Jack will then retake his seat, apply the brake to stop it rolling away. It is normally a 3-man job. There we go. With they've cleared a gap in the barrier, which is good. That will allow the quad to come through.
And save a little bit of time. So, we've run through the grid for Junior Pro Kart. Yesterday's driver of the day, Grace Matthews, will go off pole position. Been a difficult day so far.
Yeah, retirement from Heat 1, the incident that took her out at the first corner of that one, actually snapped the brake pedal. That's why we didn't see Grace rejoin. Probably for the best. Would have been quite a scare at hairpin number 1. And they arrive with no brakes, so the grid there gridding up, ready to go. Just waiting for the track to be clear and they'll be sent on their way. So Matthews and Edmonds on the front row. Matthews for going off the pole berth for the first time.
It is interesting when they leave the dummy grid. It's what I imagine a squadron of Spitfires would sound like, and taking off all at the same time. Yeah, when they leave the dummy grid, you just hear this distant rumble. Maybe not Spitfire, maybe like Lancasters or something like that.
Ah, them famous bombers powered by Honda GX200.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I had my GX 160 out the other day.
Ooh, lawnmower.
Yeah, tickling me moss.
Matthews will lead them through then with Liam Edmonds alongside.
And a good start from Matthews, but pushed through was the outside lane.
Would you, as they run up towards the first corner? They were all 2x2. Nobody really fanned out, did they there? It was 2x2 all the way through, and everybody's got through nice and cleanly as they head up round hairpin 1 for the first time.
Well, Liam Edmonds needs to buy Jensen White a bar of chocolate after this one for pushing him right the way through. Grace Matthews did have that good start, but she didn't have any help from behind. Whereas Jensen White and Liam Edmonds hooked right up, and Edmonds drove right round the outside of Matthews in through the national loop and took the lead away. Matthews still holding on to second, though, just from Cranston, who's come through from, fifth as they came over the line.
Yeah, so Edmonds from Matthews, then Cranston, White, Hall, Carmichael, Sullivan, Roberts, Josh Brown and James Winstanley complete the top 10. Contact warning for the 43. That's Reese Cranston. He's up into second place, though. Don't think you'll mind taking that one on the chin.
And Jensen White now tapping on the rear of Grace Matthews, heading out of hairpin 2, just pushing along at the moment. The field fairly spread out at this point in the race, which is unusual to see in Junior Pro Kart for them to be this spread out. Normally they're still fighting it out side by side. And as I say that, Joshua Sullivan pulls out alongside Ashton Carmichael coming out of hairpin 4.
Personal best for Cranston. He takes a 10th out of Liam Edmonds at the front.
Yeah, has really closed that gap up, actually. I thought Liam Edmonds had broken away a little bit there, but Edmonds was able to go with Sullivan and Cranston in the previous heat, so he's got pace, has Edmonds.
Set the fastest lap in Heat 1 as well, didn't he,
He
Tom?
did.
With Liam Edmonds, so...
Cranston down the inside, though, and takes the lead away.
Edmonds left the door open, didn't he? But Edmonds is coming back at him at 4. Cranston will be alongside, but I think Edmonds could have track position. No, he does not. And Reese Cranston takes the lead.
And Edmonds needed to just park it a little bit more on the apex and stop that cutback. I think that will be a lesson learned for Liam Edmonds there from Cranston, who executed the switchback perfectly. Edmonds just needed to stop it a little bit more on the apex and get fired out of the final hairpin.
Yeah, just get your rear bumper hit.
That's it, yeah, basically.
Poof,
Yeah,
away you go.
And away you go. And then
Go and ask Max Shields. He'll tell you how to do it.
Retaken the position. But But it is Cranston now leading from Edmonds. Matthews still holding on well in second. Joshua Sullivan side by side has just taken 4th place away from Jensen White through 3 and 4.
Yep, Sullivan up to 4th. That should be enough for pole position in the final with 2 heat victories. Cranston with a 2nd and a 4th. So should be enough, I think, for Sullivan. But he's got desires of 3rd place here as he goes down the inside of Grace Matthews. She's going to hit him with a textbook switchback, and they'll go side by side down the back straight towards South Bank, and Sullivan chops across the bows of the 26. Had put a lot of confidence in the Grace Matthews there, then sweeps very, very wide mid-corner, but does come back into shot in 3rd place. He placed a lot of confidence in Grace Matthews there. And they both managed to get round South Bank.
They come over the line, a new fastest lap as well for Sullivan. And already starting to gap Grace Matthews and close in on the 2 in front. He was a quarter of a second quicker than Reece Cranston leading this race.
Not 100% sure how he's done the fastest lap of the race so far there, because he did about an extra 50 metres round the outside of South Bank.
Well, if it works...
Maybe we've found the line that works all the way round the top, like they...
NASCAR style.
NASCAR,
yeah.
Isn't it? Darlington.
Tyler Reddick.
Is it Darlington where they just run all the way round the outside?
Miami, they used to do it a lot at Miami.
Or Ross Chastain if you're anywhere.
Yeah, Ross Chastain, yeah.
For those of us in
Martinsville,
the know.
yeah, just full send round the outside. They call that the Hail Melon.
Yeah, bandit now apparently.
Yes. Well, bandit and because he was a bandit.
Yeah, 46.29 for Sullivan as he closes right up onto the back of Liam Edmonds. I'm not convinced Edmonds knows that Sullivan's there. He will do now. As the nose goes down the inside, Sullivan not quite heavy enough on the brake or deep enough into the corner to make that one work.
No, Edmonds was very deep on the brakes, and in fact it's cost them time as that.
Slipstream by Sullivan and then slides down the inside, holds that inside line. Through he goes up into 2nd place. Wide round 3 though. Cranston's going to have a gap of 3 or 4 tenths as they come up towards the timing line. Sullivan though from 14th up into P2 with still 4.5 minutes. We're not even at half race distance yet. Well, we are roughly because it's 1 lap added, but
that's the first lap. With that overtake though, that's the first lap that Sullivan's been slower than Cranston. So, and you can see already that he's quicker this lap because he closed the gap right in.
Slipstream engaged down the back straight. I think Sullivan's going to push for a few laps to try and open up that gap to Liam Edmonds. It's a gap that helped them yesterday in one of the heats, Heat 1, where Sullivan stuck a nose down the inside of Cranston and ended up facing the wrong way, but they'd pushed away to the tune of 5 seconds, which meant that they could squabble without costing themselves too much track position. Cranston, Sullivan, Edmonds, Matthews holding on and looking comfortable at the moment in 4th place. 46.196 for Sullivan.
I said he was quicker. Place. 4 tenths quicker nearly, 3.5 tenths quicker than Cranston that time around. So Sullivan with a huge amount of pace in this race.
Cranston was wide at hairpin 2. Sullivan with the nose down the inside, I think more because he had to, and then slots straight back in behind the 43.
These two are going to go at it again for race victory here, as we've seen throughout the day. Don't count Liam Edmonds out, though. He's not dropping off.
No, he's not. He's doing very well because he's just out of that sort of optimum slipstream, but he's driving the wheels off that 5 to be there or thereabouts. There is a couple of other quality battles going on. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn is leading a train of 6 carts for 9th place, and they've all swapped around places on the previous lap, really. I think Jensen White's lost 2, and then behind that, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Adam Roberts have swapped over, as have Daniel Camp and Josh Brown for 11th place.
Sullivan still knows the tail. I think
we're going to drop and pick this battle up here because this is what I mean. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn has managed to escape, but Daniel Camp is now leading a train of carts. that are fanning out. And there's James Winstanley trying to stick a nose down the inside of Isaac Welburn. He had to come out of that.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the battle at the front, and Liam Edmonds is closing in on the front two once again. It went out, and now it's starting to close back in. Particularly when we get into this strong headwind coming towards the start-finish line. It was half a second last time around. I think it's going to be about the same. Maybe it's come down another tenth. It's almost the same as it was last time.
Lap times are falling slightly, though. They're consistently doing 46.5s. Some lap traffic to contend with, but I think they might come up to that down the back straight round South Bank. And we know Rhys Dodds has been very, very good at observing when some of the faster drivers are coming through and moving off the racing line that so far this weekend. And indeed does the same as the leading trio make their way round hairpin number 3 and 4. 2 laps to go then as they come over the timing line, split by 0.62, which is the closest gap that they've had when they've come over the timing line. Sullivan and Cranston nose to tail. Round hairpin 1 they go. Again, towards hairpin 2.
I think it's going to be need to be a move between 3 and 4, as we've said throughout the day. Hairpin 4 is your best chance at overtaking because of then the headwind that's coming down the circuit.
Yeah, fourth place has really tightened up. Grace Matthews has been reeled in by Ted Hall and William Howard, and she will have 1 lap to try and hold on to P4. Cranston then will see the last lap board. Sullivan in second place. Hasn't been too interested in trying to find a way through, and points-wise, second is more than enough for pole position in the final for Sullivan, so I'm not too convinced we're going to see the 13 take any unnecessary risks in this one. And, as I've mentioned, I have been wrong many, many times before. So Cranston, Sullivan then down the back straight. Cranston came across to the inside, trying to hold off the 13. Up towards hairpin 4. No, Sullivan's going to try and go down the inside into the final corner. You can't take the animal out of the racing driver. Cranston, though, will do enough to hold on. Cranston wins heat number 2 from Joshua Sullivan, Liam Edmonds, and an elated Grace Matthews in 4th place in front of Ted Hall and William Howard, Ashton Carmichael and Jensen White in P8. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Daniel Camp complete the top 10 in front of Josh Brown, Isaac Welburn, Adam Robertson, James Winstanley, and then Rhys Dodds in P15.
Grace Matthews just threw something out of her car, just coming into the S's there in front of the barriers. She just threw something out of her car on the grass.
Rhys Cranston taking victory once again in Heat 3, but as David said, Joshua Sullivan will have amassed enough points through the heats to take pole position for the final and be on the inside line for the national loop. Good showing from Liam Edmonds today. He's been able to pretty much go with the leaders. Was matching lap times with them throughout the race as well. So congratulations to Liam Edmonds. Grace Matthews as well, 4th place. Good showing for her. Yesterday's
justifying
driver, yesterday's driver of the day, and Ted Hall in 5th as well. Our Commentator's Choice Award as well. So 4th and 5th for them. So it looks like we may have inadvertently spurred them on a little bit and given them the recognition they deserved yesterday. Has helped them along a little bit today, which is kind of what we were hoping to do. So we will bring you the grid for. Oh, hang on, David's got a mouse, so we're
just give me a second as well.
Dual handling the laptop here.
Yeah, R200, that was clear, Tom, with no penalties applied to that. So we'll check Junior Rotax in a moment after Tom brings you a grid for Senior Pro Kart Heat 3.
Senior Pro Kart Heat 3, then the final heat of the day before we move into the first of our finals, and the finals that will complete our double-header weekend. So Curtis Yule will go off pole position in the novice class. Then it's Addison Smith in the pro class will go off P2. George Ludwell also in pro P3. Zach Dawson in club will head the group in clubman class from P4 with Isaac Duff alongside in 5th and Matthew Houshby in 6th. Then it's going to be Max Shields and Ike Needham, and then Kyle Burns, Sam Neri, Dominic Needham, David Brewis, Riley Matthews, Alana Howard and Freddie Cowley, Matthew Farrell, Ollie Clegg, Joseph Williamson and Danny Bean will go right off the back of the grid in 21st place. Just got a sudden waft of petrol through the commentary box there. Not sure where that's come from. Did you get that?
No, I mean, I'm getting notes of chocolate cake.
I've not started mine yet. I'm going to save it for the trip home, I think. But appreciative of Danny Bean for that one.
And Isaac Duff.
And Isaac Duff as well.
They're a bit like a duo. You know, Anton Deck, Barry and Paul Chuckle.
Yes, that's definitely where, yeah. Much more like it.
So Curtis Yule will bring us through and gets his head down behind the wheel as George Ludwell helps him along the start straight. Tries to help him round out the national loop as well, but Yule holds on from Ludwell. Ludwell's then going to try and go down the inside. Door closed and Curtis Yule holds on. Him and Ludwell are having a bit of a side-by-side as Max Shields goes past Addison Smith. And we've got David Brewis round.
Yeah, there were 3 wide coming through hairpin 1 and even 4 wide at one point, and that was never going to work, 4 into 1. And yes, David Brewis came out on the losing end of that, shall we say.
So Ludwell now leads then from Yule and Isaac Duff with Maximus Shields, Addison Smith and Zach Dawson, those two swapping positions twice down at hairpin 3 and 4 round South Bank. Ike Needham, then it's Matthew Houshby and Kyle Burns with Dominic Needham in P10.
Yeah, Addison Smith dropping down to P5 is a bit of a surprise, but he's
tough off the outside of that front row, isn't it?
Yeah, he's had a bit of he's another one who's had a roller coaster weekend, really, isn't he, Addison Smith?
Loads better today than yesterday as Shields goes down the inside of Duff with a late move into South Bank. There's a warning for Danny Bean in the 23.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Chuckle Brothers fans are now hopefully rejoicing.
Smith down the inside of Duff. Duff wide onto the rumble strip on the outside. Dawson's going to get run out here. He's going to struggle to get back in, but does just in front of Ike Needham and then Matthew Houshby, Kyle Burns, and there's a gap back to Danny Bean, who's got past Joseph Williamson. But well, to be fair, they've both got past Dominic Needham, but Bean has also got past Williamson at the same time. Shields is going to move through here to second place. He's got the run on Curtis Yule. Similarly to what we said about Riley Matthews in Heat 2, Curtis Yule here has just got to keep out of trouble.
Well, Addison Smith just moved through, followed Shields through almost on Curtis Yule. But like you said, David, Curtis Yule's just got to try and keep the nose clean.
Yeah, well, he's going to cross the line in P4. His nearest novice class rival will be Riley Matthews. He's battling with Sam Neri over 14th place at the moment as these random grids pan themselves out. So Yule just can take the opportunity here to hopefully learn a little off some of the very, very fast drivers in front of him with Ludwell, Shields and Smith all running in the pro class. But as long as he doesn't defend too robustly, as Houshby goes down the inside of Isaac Duff, he's had a bit of a tough lap. He's lost his place to Ike Needham and he's going to lose another one there to Matthew Houshby.
Ludwell comes over the line, but I think that gap for the lead is going to be halved, and indeed it is. Maximus Shields 4 tenths quicker than Ludwell, but Addison Smith only a couple of tenths off that as well, so he's closing in on Ludwell at the same time. Curtis Ewell almost matched Ludwell's lap time there. So Curtis Ewell, as we said, has got pace in that kart. Just needs to try and keep out of trouble, I think, is probably the nicest way to put it. He's come out of indoor karting as Curtis Ewell. And it's a completely different animal, his outdoor track racing. He's only on his third meeting now because of this weekend. So he appeared last month and did the round last month.
Oh, yellow flag sees Dominic Needham, and it looks like Matty Farrell and Sam Neri. They were in a big train of karts that's been massively split up. The 173 of Neri gets a contact warning, so it would appear that he's been adjudged to have been the cause of that. And
Shields down the inside at hairpin 2 as well for the lead. Mounted the curb on the inside and really actually used the curb to get some weight onto the outside tyres and rail himself round the inside. Unusual to see that there, but managed to get the move completed on Ludwell, and he's been a few tenths faster every lap, but Addison Smith is right there as well. So not only is this the battle for the lead, but it's the battle for the Pro Class honours as well. Addison Smith with the fastest lap of the race as he closed in on those two.
A really tough day for Smith yesterday, involved in a spin in heat number 2. In heat 1, he had the nose removed from the kart, so he had to come in because that would have been a mechanical defect, but he pitted in it anyway. And then in heat 3 or the final, he had an engine explode, the front just departing from that. So a tough day for Smith yesterday, but very, very quick today. I think we might have something incoming, and it is a technical defect for the 173 of Sam Neri. His side pod very much up in the air. And if you're wondering why that's a technical defect, well, that's very much a case of if a nose goes under that kart is flipping over.
And they came across the line 2 abreast, 2 by 2, as Zach Dawson, Ike Needham changing positions, and Curtis Ewell, Matthew Hauschby, Isaac Duff, Kyle Burns, and even Danny Bean and Joseph Williamson are in that group now. So big train there from 4th all the way down to 11th.
Needham then up into P4, and 4 of our 5 pro runners are occupying the top 4 places. David Brewis has had a spin, hence why he's in P15. But Matthew Hauschby down the inside of Curtis Ewell and gets the job done for Matthew Hauschby. Then with a little helmet tap to Ewell. So Sam Neri still in a battle with Matty Farrell and Dominic Needham, but will pick up the technical defect flag as he comes through this time, and will peel off into the pits. And also peeling off is Matty Farrell. Left side of his kart looked a bit low. I thought he might have had a puncture, but no, that's all. It seems okay.
Danny Bean down the inside along the back straight of Kyle Burns.
That's allowed Joseph Williamson to draw alongside Burns as well, and Williamson is through and relieves Kyle Burns of another place.
To me.
To you.
And there they go.
You're still in P7, P8 now as Duff grinds away through on that lap.
I'm feeling this Chuckle Brothers thing is going to be our new thing, and we're going to run with this, aren't we?
I'd rather we didn't.
Well, you started it. So Max Shields still leading this one and pulling away at the front now from Addison Smith, who's got through and past George Ludwell. Ike Needham still holding on to 4th at the front of this group, and Zach Dawson actually moving away with Needham now from Matthew Hauschby. Isaac Duff still there, though. In behind, Curtis Ewell very comfortable in the novice class lead in this one. Just needs to hold station. As Maximus Shields pumps in a 46 flat. New fastest lap of the race. 46.009. Just to further cement the pace and the gap. He's now going to open up in this third heat. We're looking at Hauschby and Duff heading down the back straight. And in behind
Hauschby
them.
up into 6th. He's mentioned it once or twice, Tom, but he's really improved this year.
Yes. Very
Really
much
has.
so.
And I think most of it comes out of not getting involved in unnecessary fracas.
I think it's safe to say there were a few of those last season. Houshby's pretty much flown under the radar for most of this season, but getting work done, and will be second in this class if he can hold off Isaac Duff for the next 1 minute, 7 seconds and a lap. So we'll probably get another 2 laps in here after this one is completed.
Well, Shields doing 46s. I think he's going to cross under. So, yeah, it will be 2. We thought it might have been 3, but Shields crosses at 43 seconds, which ironically is the number on his kart as well. Shields, famed really for racing the 181 throughout his cadet, junior and early senior career, but promoted at the start of this season into the 43, which has
factory
been the
MS car.
Yeah, which has been the dominant machine here. But to put that level of pressure onto 16-year-old shoulders is very big. And you know what, Tom? He's taking it in his stride.
Well, he's not only has he earned it, but he's demonstrating why he's earned that, and becoming a works driver is definitely one to put on your CV.
Final lap then for Shields in the 43 as he extends the gap by another 2/10 out to 1.5 seconds. Shields, Smith, Ludwell, Needham. Then it's Zach Dawson, Matthew Houshby and Isaac Duff, with the leading novice Curtis Yule in P8.
Heading through half a lap to go for Shields. Comfortably quicker than the rest of the field by at least a couple of tenths.
So you're down into P9 because Danny Beans just helped him slightly wide at hairpin number 1, but still very, very comfortable in that novice class lead, and he may well just lose another place in the end to Joseph Williamson, but in the grand schemes of his chances here this weekend, no harm at all as Shields comes through to take the win from Smith, Ludwell and Needham. Then it's Zach Dawson, Matthew Houshby, Isaac Duff and Danny Bean in front of Joseph Williamson and the aforementioned Curtis Yule with Kyle Burns and Ollie Clegg.
I'm going to give a shout to David Brewis, who crossed the line behind Riley Matthews in 13th and 14th. But Brewis, having that spin between hairpin 1 and 2 on the opening lap, has recovered up to 14th place and was a long way back after that. But head down and recovered well. So, good driving from David Brewis throughout that heat as well.
So just having a look at junior Rotax, 10-second penalty applied to the 8th. The Heat 1 winner Morgan Cooney for contact whilst driving. So Cooney classified in 11th place, having finished the race in P9. Junior Pro Heat 3, no penalties applied in that race. So we move to the first of our finals here today. So back into the live chat again with Angie Folkus applauding the 13 and the 43 in junior pro car. Oliver Watson Racing saying, come on Liam Edmonds, a great third heat for Liam, and shame that you're not with us this weekend, unfortunately, Ollie. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. But as we await the arrival of our Bambinos for the first final of the day, they head out onto track with Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi. So the weather had suggested that we were going to see a little bit of rain earlier on, but that doesn't appear to have been the case. And just having a look at what we can see in the com box, we're looking at maybe a little bit later on again, but it's from the direction of the wind, it's very, very clear. So, and the circuit at the moment bathed in sunshine, albeit caveated slightly by the fact that it's very, very windy, so they might not be feeling the sunshine. So Archie Mostyn on the pole position berth with Logan Grassi alongside him. Green flag in the hand then of our start line marshal Callum there on the right hand side of your screen. And the green is up. And it's down for a 10-minute plus 1 lap final. It's a good start from Grassi, but he is squeezed across to the left by a very aware Archie Mostyn, who saw it coming and moves through, and to hold on to the lead for Archie Mostyn with Logan Grassi just behind. Grassi trying that move at the start to get in front of Archie Mostyn. And then up on the right-hand side, trying to get down the inside into hairpin number 2 went Logan Grassi. But up towards hairpin 3 they go. An extra 2 minutes for our drivers in this final to hold on. And even though the karts aren't the fastest in the world, in terms of the physical strength that you need as a 6-year-old, an extra 2 minutes is going to potentially be an extra 3 laps and can prove quite difficult. So up and through the D chicane, the circuit rising up by over a metre on the left-hand side there of your screen. It's a right, left, right for our drivers. As wide goes Logan Grassi into hairpin number 1. And he's wide round 2 as well, but should carry some speed down the back straight. I think the gap is going out from what it was originally at 0.7 of a second, but we'll confirm that when they come up and over the timing line. Tom is back.
I am. I was just talking to Kat about we've lost Circuit PA here for the time being.
Some people are grateful for that. Nobody I speak to though, they all love us.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, likewise, except for the people that don't.
Yeah.
And as we always say, everyone's entitled to their opinion, even when it's wrong.
Good lap there from Archie Mostyn, Tom. That 1-0, almost a 101 dead for Mostyn. Normally takes a few more laps to get into that sort of rhythm.
God, Logan Grassi carrying huge amounts of speed through hairpin 1. There must be grip there now around that, what will probably be called the second groove of hairpin 1, where people are going side by side and overtaking there, or certainly taking late apexes. There's a lot of rubber. You can see a dark band, or I can see a dark band from the commentary box on the entry into hairpin 1 where the rubber has been laid down. So Logan Grassi taking full advantage of that and just flat out through hairpin 1, it seems. Let's see what the lap time is this time around. A 1:02.7 personal best. So personal best on the previous lap, personal best on that lap as well. So Logan Grassi getting quicker. Archie Mostyn with a 1:01.1 again. So consistent from Archie Mostyn within 1/10 of a second of his personal best lap.
Out onto the back straight then for Logan Grassi. As Tom said, that personal best last time round. We know we've got a bit more in him, though, particularly from his performance throughout the whole weekend, actually, for Logan. As we mentioned yesterday, Tom, this time last month he was doing the odd 105, but generally he was doing 106s, 107s, and where he is now is night and day in effectively 4 weeks. Just have a quick look up to the bank on the way over the timing line. Don't know whether he's looking for encouragement or a bit of coaching.
I think, as we said before, the best kind of coaching will be to watch old footage here of Bambino races here in the past, and that will help him see what lines the quick drivers were taking over the years, and that will definitely help.
5 minutes then remaining, so that's half race distance in.
He's taken huge step forwards, as we said, has Logan Grassi. Archie Mostyn as well hasn't exactly been a slouch this weekend. Will look to be a clean sweep of the whole weekend for Archie Mostyn, but hasn't made it easy for himself at times. Logan Grassi, as we said, making huge steps forward in terms of pace. Archie Mostyn now, new fastest lap of the race that time around, a 1 minute 0.9. He's still about 9/10 off, really, where he's been. We haven't seen either driver go sub 1 minute, to my knowledge.
Not today. We did yesterday, didn't we? Mostyn did a 59 yesterday, but not today.
Yeah.
So
there is still pace there to be found.
Maybe a little bit overnight in terms of the circuit being a little bit damp and maybe taking a layer of rubber off the top of the surface. Mostyn will come through in that sort of 1 minute. So I think he's going to have 4 more laps at this. Crosses the line at 3 minutes and 50 on the clock. He's just got to try and keep the cart facing in the right direction now as Archie Mostyn, as he heads towards victory here at round number 4.
Still 3.5 minutes plus a lap. And times are getting a little bit wayward now. 103.5 for Logan Grassi. So a bit of inconsistency creeping in. Must be tired though, I think, to be fair. They've done a lot of driving, these Bambinos, this weekend. They've done a warm-up session, a qualifying session, 3 heats and a final so far. This will be the final running of the weekend for them. But
as well, some of them may well have practiced on Friday as well.
Yeah.
And what you've got to remember, particularly with your Bambinos and your Honda Cadets, is when the racing is done, they don't just go and sit in their van. They're running round and expelling energy as well and making friends and
scooting around.
Yeah,
and
just
running around with their mates. Yeah.
There is more to the racing community than just the racing, particularly for our younger drivers. You know, they go off, they make new friends from all different parts of the country that they only see once a month or once every few months, depending on where calendars take them as drivers. But it's great to see, particularly in an evening, all of our drivers sort of having a good time, and drivers from big classes, small classes, all sort of coming together, and you know, everybody being friends in the paddock is just an extra bit of karting that we don't get to show you whilst there's 6 hours of action on a Saturday or a Sunday.
No, exactly, and it does become a bit of a social event, and not just for the drivers either, for the parents as well. Friends are made with parents and carers and guardians and supporters and coming along, mechanics, and they all get to know each other, and a bit like parents at the school gates, there's conversations to be had and friendships are formed, and ones that will, like you say, they'll be made for life as well.
I don't know whether Archie Mostyn's just had a bit of a... Oh, round goes Lucas Grassi at hairpin 1. It was wet there, where I thought Archie Mostyn had had a bit of a half spin as well. The lap time will tell me. He did a 1:02 on the previous lap, but I don't know if he'd had a slight spin on the previous lap.
Well, Logan Grassi was has just done a 1:03.3 and then had a spin there, and that spin at hairpin 1 was a bit of a tired spin, I think it's safe to say. I think both drivers now, as the checker flag comes out and Archie Mostyn takes a victory in the final here, I think that's been pretty tiring for both of them. And that will call an end to our Bambinos, with victory going to Archie Mostyn and second place for Logan Grassi. Duarte, been good to watch both of their progress here this weekend, and we congratulate them both on their efforts. That brings to an end our Bambinos for the weekend, and coming up next will be our Honda Cadet Final as well. They will make their way off the grid shortly. So we'll bring you the grid. Edward Rye will go off pole position by virtue of winning all 3 heats so far here today. Francesco De Caro has finished second in all 3 heats, so we'll go off P2. Daniel Zayag goes off P3 with Sebastian McCarthy in 4th. Then we've got Henry Colborne and Sam Dixon, Aaron Rigg and Kyle Kerr, Jake Gibbon and Tommy Burgoyne. Then we have the AAA, Group A, as David coined them earlier, of Albie Cam, Aston Wilson and Alfie Keeling, 11th, 12th and 13th. Harry Scrafton in 14th with Oliver Bullock 15th. Jacob McDonald will be P16 and Edward Charlton 17th. Andrew McCrossan 18th. Abel Hutton and Abel Donnelly 19th and 20th. We will look for those two coming through the field as well, because they've both been fairly quick this weekend. So standing start for Honda Cadet, so we'll bring them to a standstill just here through this section, the final section of the corner. The dog leg left and the kink on the right. Is it the kink and the dog leg? I can never remember which way round we have these two. But they are the kink and the dog leg. And then through on to the grid. Rolling up quickly as well. Taking position. So we may get underway fairly quickly here. Edward Rye just giving his tyres a little comfort tap, I think. Not sure he was checking temperatures, but certainly having a good feel of all 4 tyres. From pole position. The last few drivers taking their place on the grid now. Looks like everybody's gridded up as they should be. Just checking positions are all correct and no further movement. Clerk of the course will be at the back of the grid, keeping an eye on everybody. And our Callum, the start line marshal, will head through.
I've had 3 people ask me why the PA's not on, so they must love us. They must love us, Tom. I don't know why, but they must do.
Networking problems, I'm told. We're doing our best to fix it at the moment. The green flag is up. It's down and we're away and racing here in Honda Cadet. It looks like we're fairly steady away so far, as it looks like most drivers have dropped into line through the national loop. It's been pretty good so far with the Honda Cadets. I don't want to jinx it as we head into hairpin 1, of course. They are all through safely, in fact, on lap 1, and that includes hairpin 2. So, all other drivers in all other classes, that's how you do it. But it is going to be Edward Rye, head down already. Cart length and a half already in front of Francesco Di Caro.
Thought Di Caro was taking a very risky line there, following Rye's wide line and chopping across the front. There couldn't have been much more than millimetres between him and Daniel Ziad.
The wind is really strong again when it gusts up. Both David and I have just had little comfort breaks, and it's really, really blowing down that pitch straight now. Start-finish straight.
Kyle Kerr goes down the inside of Aaron Rigg there for 7th place, but Rigg sees it coming and just slides the cart back down into the right-hand groove and retakes that 7th place. But the top 6 have got a decent gap, Tom, already to
Aaron
Rigg,
Rigg
Kyle
in 7th.
Kerr, and I think it's Jake Gibbon, is it?
And
on
there's
the
Kyle
back
Rigg
of that?
actually trying to take 7th place away from Aaron Rigg as they go side by side over the start-finish line. Edward Rye with a new fastest lap of the race. Around a 10th and a half quicker than Francesco Di Caro in 2nd. Although you wouldn't know it, the gap looks about the same as it was, as Sam Dixon came from a mile back to overtake Henry Colborne for 5th place at hairpin 1.
Yeah, Colborne just couldn't close the door on him there because of where Dixon arrived from. And those two have got a bit of work to do, Tom, to close up onto the back of this train at the front. As again, Di Caro takes a wide line and chops across the bows of Daniel Ziad.
You can see Dixon there urging Colborne to work with him.
I just get the feeling there with further into the race, Ziad's not going to be quite as compliant at backing out there if Di Caro chops across the front of him. But the gap going out between all of the top 6 in the trains, Rye put a fraction between him and the 3 behind, and Dixon and Colborne, similar, have fallen away off the train. But behind them, Tom, there's a train now there's going to be 6, I think, in the background from Kerr, Rigg, Gibbon, Burgoyne, Cam and Aston Wilson. So we've got two trains of 6, which could well be 7 if Alfie Keeling can string a couple of consistent laps together. And then behind them there's a good little battle going on which involves Harry Scrafton, Oliver Bullock, Aidan Donnelly and Abel Hutton.
Yeah, Kyle Kerr is now heading, as you said, David, that 2nd train. It looks like the front 4 have come back together very quickly, in fact. Have come back together. So we've got a group of 4 heading down the back straight. There we go, just on screen. And then there's a gap to Dixon and Colborne. Daniel Ziad put in a lap that was a 1/4 of a second faster than Edward Rye that time around and pushing Francesco Di Caro along with, and that's really closed the gap up. Sebastian McCarthy's been able to go with them as well, and Di Caro now having a look at overtaking Edward Rye, who has a nervy look behind as to all of a sudden, where have you guys come from? McCarthy then has probably got about a cart and a half, maybe 2 lengths of a gap in 4th place to Daniel Ziad. And in fact, Edward Rye's just gone defensive into hairpin 1, and that's bunched up 2nd and 3rd now onto his rear bumper.
Yeah, he went defensive on the way in, but then ran wide. Couldn't hold the inside with that defensive braking, and then that slowed him slightly into hairpin 2. McCarthy's just easing himself back up, having crossed the line 4/10 off the back of Daniel Ziad on the previous lap. That's definitely not 4/10 now. So he's closing up onto the back.
And Dixon and Colborne still nose to tail as well for 5th and 6th. Kyle Kerr still heading the train behind, although that was very close between Gibbon and Kerr. Gibbon with a very late move to the inside at hairpin 1 and found that Kyle Kerr was already going to be there, and so had to back out of that one. in the space that he wanted to occupy for Jake Gibbon. So Gibbon, and then it's Tommy Burgoyne in 9th, and then Aaron Rigg 10th, Albie Cam and Aston Wilson, with Alfie Keeling still just off the back of this one. But, doing his best to close back in again.
I thought Dixon and Colborne might have had a bit more in this final, Tom, to be with that top 4, particularly with how quick those two were yesterday. But
been watching Edward Rye. Looks like he's fighting that through hairpin 1 a little bit, fighting his machinery. Certainly doesn't look comfortable at the front of this one. And Sebastian McCarthy is closing back in again, so has managed to reel them in again at the front. Or in front, should I say. Although, I said Edward Rye looked like he was fighting it a little bit. That time around, he was quicker than those behind, who matched identical lap times, Francesco De Caro and Daniel Ziad, 47.772.
yeah, Rye, it's not a defensive line. I think he's just not taking the inside, because I think he's thinking that there's a move coming down the inside, and if he can just drive around the outside of it, he's safe.
Well, he'll have the line into hairpin 2, won't he?
So I think Rye, I don't know whether he's playing a smart game or whether he's just struggling to hold it to the inside, but he seems to be confident at hairpin 3 going incredibly wide that someone's not going to stick a nose down the inside of there. I think that might change
Personal
in the
best,
final 3 minutes.
Personal best last time around for 7th, 8th and 9th, Kerr, Gibbon and Burgoyne. And it looks like they're starting to change places.
Oh, yes, Aaron Rigg and Tommy Burgoyne have got past Jake Gibbon on that lap. Gibbon down to P10. He's run as high as 8th as Jake Gibbon, which has been a great showing to say that he didn't do Friday practice or race day yesterday.
And that's actually given Kyle Kerr a bit of a gap at the front of that group now. So
Gibbon goes slightly wide, but then gets on the power nicely. And 2 minutes on the clock. I think it'll be about 1:55 when they come up and over the timing line, maybe.
Dixon and Colborne were side by side between hairpin 3 and
Still
4,
are.
and now they're side by side between 4 and the start-finish line. Colborne not able to get past Sam Dixon, and Dixon still holds on for 5th. As we still look at the battle for the lead here, but it's as you were.
From Edward Rye, and he's put in a personal best last time round, Tom.
He's pushing as hard as he absolutely can. There'd be under no illusions there.
No, I was about to say, I wonder if he's got anything left in reserve. But I think you're quite right. As down the inside goes McCarthy on Daniel Ziad. Can he hit him with a switchback? They'll be side by side on exit. McCarthy will be on the outside. He's not going to have enough. And Sebastian McCarthy slides his way back into P4. He's already had one podium finish in P3 here at round number 1.
And that split the group apart. So McCarthy having eyes on a podium, and again looks to the inside at hairpin 1. But now we've got a 2x2x2.
Change for 5th as well, as Henry Colborne got past Sam Dixon on that previous lap. But Dixon trying to fight back.
You'll see them just coming into the back of the shot there. It is now Colborne from Dixon. Edward Rye still just managing to hang on from Francesco De Caro, and Sebastian McCarthy and Ziad go side by side once again, and Ziad comes out again in front of that one. But McCarthy side by side over the start.
Oh, McCarthy's round.
Yeah, he went side by side over start finish line, got a good run on Ziad, and had a look into the left-hander of the D chicane, and just got squeezed up onto the curb just by virtue of them pinching together, and that put McCarthy round.
Yeah, one of them that I think you'll watch back and realise that he didn't have enough of his nose down the inside of Daniel Ziad to make that one work.
But he felt he had pace in hand, I think, and he was trying every which way to get past Daniel Ziad. He wanted that podium place, so took the risk. And felt it was worth the payoff, because without it, he wasn't going to be on the podium anyway. So nothing really to lose in that respect. And eventually it has cost him a couple of places as he's dropped behind Colborne and Dixon. Final lap board is out, and McCarthy will come across the line in 6th.
Colborne and Dixon were side by side, Tom, as they come over the timing line. Again, not for the first time in this race, not for the first time this weekend, and they are side by side in between hairpin 1 and 2 as well. And Dixon is alongside, again, Henry Colborne down the back straight for what will be 4th place, and Dixon is through for P4. The leaders making their way up and round and out of hairpin 4. De Caro tries to move down the inside, but for the 4th time in 4 rounds, it's going to be Edward Rye taking the victory from Francesco De Caro and Daniel Ziad. Colborne's back past Sam Dixon. Colborne will take P4 from Sam Dixon. It was a great battle between the two of them. Talking of great battles, out of hairpin number 4 for P7, Kyle Kerr, he's very happy. Aaron Rigg, then it's Jake Gibbon, Tommy Burgoyne, Albie Cam, Aston Wilson, and Alfie Keeling, with 6 of them crossing the line nose to tail from Kerr in 7th down to Wilson, then Keeling just a little further off. Then it's Aidan Donnelly, Harry Scrafton, Oliver Bullock, Abel Hutton, with Jacob McDonald, Edward Charlton, and Andrew McCrossan.
I spent the last couple of laps watching that battle for 7th develop, and there was change aplenty. But rightly, we were focusing on the battle for the front of this one. And congratulations to Edward Rye, taking victory once again here. Clean sweep of the heats and the final today for Edward Rye.
I believe, briefly, I'm not sure if we are now, we were back on the PA. I can hear myself.
Because I know what's caused the problem, David.
Cat's fixed it.
No, I haven't fixed it. I know what the problem is. The door is metal with a metal surround, and it's on the same walls where all the wires come in, and it's actually acting as like an interference. So actually, when you went to the toilet and you opened and closed the door, all the noise dropped and everything started working again.
So it's our fault.
No, it's
Oh,
It's
oh,
the
we
door's
fixed it.
fault. It's the door
Or
fault.
did we fix it?
You fixed it,
fault, yeah.
but it's
So
the
I'm
door.
trying to figure out,
Okay. So we'll put a rubber seal around the door and
I just need to earth it probably.
yeah.
Because Paul fitted it, so it's probably not earthed.
Right, so we're back on the PA. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. But that brings to an end our Honda and our 4-stroke classes for the time being. In the finals, we'll move on to our Honda Cadets. That is, we'll move on to our R200s and Intermaxes. So Logan Jones, by virtue of a retirement from Joey Swan in Heat 3, will go off pole position here in the Intermax field. So there are only 2 entries, but Logan Jones will go off pole with Joey Swan in 2nd. Aaron Berridge will go off pole position for the Honda R200 class, with Tom Nichols alongside in 2nd place. Ashton Horspool has won 2 heats today, but will only go off P5, and Peter Webster in 6th. Sorry, that's 4th in class. Then we're going to have Luca Batuev and Dexter Petty, then Matthew Plant and Harry Pennington, Oliver James Smith and JJ Allen, and then Jensen Whitehead will go P11 in class.
No Jensen Whitehead, Tom.
So he won't go off P11 in class.
Don't know why. He retired, didn't he, at the start of heat number 3 after the incident at turn 1, and then parked up on the far side. So no Jensen Whitehead for this final. We're down to 10 Honda R200 runners, with the 2 Inter Rotaxes in front.
Yep. Logan Jones setting a steady pace, which is his prerogative to do as the pole sitter. Steady pace through hairpin 3 and 4. And everybody's in a nice line. And we are away and racing in the Inter and R200 classes. And Aaron Berridge is going to lead us through the R200s, and Logan Jones is going to lead us through with the Inters. Ashton Horspool already up to 2nd place, though. Started 5th.
Carried loads of speed into hairpin number 1 as well, did Ashton Horspool, and took a slightly wider line, stopping running into the back of Aaron Berridge. Luca Batchev in third. Tom Nichols fourth. Then it's Dexter Petty and Peter Webster in front of Matthew Plant, Oliver James Smith, Harry Pennington and JJ Allen. So Logan Jones will lead through. He had good pace prior to Joey Swan's retirement in heat number 3. Jones was winning at the time and was moving away from Joey Swan. Berridge and Horspool, I wonder if they're just going to work together for a lap or two and try and break the resolve of Luca Batchev, Tom Nichols, Petty, Webster. And to be fair to the other 4 on track as well, Plant, Smith, Pennington and Allen, they are still nose to tail. And no, apparently, is the answer according to Tom.
Yeah, Horspool pulled straight out of the slipstream the second he could have pulled alongside Berridge, but couldn't get the move completed. So, and that has actually brought Batchev and Nichols right back into it as well in the R200s. As you can see, the why we start the 2 inters at the front of this field, because they just tend to move away from the front of the field in the R200s and have their own race.
Just have a bit more pickup directly out of the corners, don't they, Tom?
Yeah, they've got a bit more waft at the top end of the straight as well, so they end up moving away, which is absolutely fine, and they have their own race, and we focus on them when they're fighting it out, and we focus on the R200s when they are fighting it out. And at the minute, Luca Batchev is eyeing up a move for second place in the Honda R200s, and then gets into the back of Ashton Horspool there through hairpin 3. Tom Nichols is still there in 4th place. Dexter Petty in behind, and then Peter Webster, Matthew Plant, Oliver James Smith, Harry Pennington and JJ Allen. Joey Swan was about half a tenth quicker than Logan Jones that time around. The gap went out, but it's starting to close up again in the inters.
Berridge was slightly wide at hairpin 2 there. He had a gap of 2-3 tenths at the start of this lap, but was wide at hairpin 2. Don't think it's done him too much harm. The gap looks fairly similar as Batchev taps the rear bumper of Ashton Horspool in second place.
Looks like Batchev's got pace in hand if he can find a way through at the moment in the early parts of this race. Horspool was made a move on Aaron Berridge a couple of laps ago, and it cost him probably half to 3/4 of a second. He dropped back behind Aaron Berridge, but has now closed back in again, gets a good run out of hairpin 2 and draws alongside briefly. He's going to need some help with the slipstream, which we've said throughout the day is going to be negated by the strong wind that's blowing. It's going to be a tailwind down there, so you're not going to get much of a slipstream, why we haven't seen a lot of overtakes into South Bank today. We have, however, seen people drawing alongside over the start-finish line, and we're going to possibly see it again here. In fact, Horspool decides to just push Aaron Berridge along, and that split them up again very briefly, as then they all come back together through the D chicane.
Up towards hairpin 1. Hard on the brakes. It's been hairpin 2 that Berridge has been struggling to get it pitched in, but this time round does very well. But Horspool gets a great run. Will he pop out? Yes, he will. And Berridge slaps across the front of the 153 to defend off the lead. Clearly wants to hold on to P1, does Aaron Berridge, as the 2 inters have closed up as well.
They have. I was just about to point that out. They're nose to tail now are Joey Swan and Logan Stanley Jones, and you can actually see that from the timing that we've now got on the left-hand side of your screen. There's 0.150 of a second between them, which is as close as they've been all race, barring the start, of course. And Logan Jones just gaps Swan coming out of hairpin 2. I'm just keeping an eye on them out of the commentary box window while we focus on the R200s on camera.
Horspool not close enough this time round to pop the nose out down the inside of Aaron Berridge, and round South Bank Berridge opens up a little bit more of a gap, but I think that will come back to Ashton Horspool round hairpin 4, and on the power they go. They're not quite as far apart as I thought they were going to be. Great drive out of the corners Ashton Horspool's getting. It was the same round hairpin 2 a few laps ago. It's a good drive out of the corner, but might not have the speed at the top end of the straight, of course. Open gearing, so you can gear these karts differently. So if you're going to get a good drive out of the corner, you might not have as much at the end of the straight, or you could gear for the end of the straight. And I think looking at the way they break apart, I think Berridge has got more at the end, with Horspool more at the start of the straight. It's going to make for a very, very interesting battle between the two of them when this one heats up.
It's who can get out of hairpin 4 the better, I think, is the big question for the final lap, as you see Horspool there able to close right in, and the front 3 in fact start pushing nose to tail over start-finish line, with Logan Stanley-Jones setting a new fastest lap of the race in the inters, and they've started to break apart again. So Joey Swan has dropped back slightly, around half a second behind as they came over the line. I think it's just going to be slightly over that this time.
Oh, move for second place.
Good
Sees
move
Luka
as well.
Batchev sliding down the inside of Ashton Horspool. So he's clearly had enough of watching Horspool try and attack Aaron Berridge without success, and now he wants a stab at the 122.
And instantly starts to use that. I know I keep going on about it, but it is a genuinely hugely powerful slipstream over the start-finish line. Probably as strong as we've ever seen here.
Well, yeah, when you're going into a headwind, yeah, massively, isn't it? Aaron
Well,
Berridge
you
is
could
taking,
see how much battery have closed up out of hairpin 4.
Berridge is effectively just taking a barrage of wind to the face that Luka Batchev isn't, because Aaron Berridge is doing the job for him of punching that hole in the air.
Well, as we said, with a 35 mile an hour wind, if they're doing 50 miles an hour as they come over the start-finish line, that's essentially 85 miles an hour worth of slipstream for Luka Batchev that Aaron Berridge is giving away.
Peter Webster and Dexter Petty swapped over on that previous lap. That moved Webster up into 5th place. As side by side, and then up onto the grass, drops a wheel. Onto the green stuff goes Luka Batchev, and he could well fall off the provisional podium places here, and indeed does, down to 4th for Luka Batchev.
Yeah, he had eyes on taking the lead and ended up in 4th place instead. Now it's Horspool's turn to have a go at Berridge once again. Tom Nichols holding off Luka Batchev's charge coming out of hairpin 4, and they've split apart ever so slightly now.
What did Ashton Horspool learn earlier about Aaron Berridge that he can employ now to try and wrestle the victory away? As Luka Batchev down the inside of Tom Nichols. Nichols with a switch back there side by side. Batchev thinks he's going to push him down the back straight. I'm not convinced that he is. Tom Nichols eventually has to slot into 4th place as the leading Inters cross the line with 1:04 on the clock, so that'll be 3 laps.
Indeed, and Berridge still leading this one. Jones still leading in the Inters. And that gap is pretty much remaining the same. I think Joey Swan's just dropping back ever so slightly. It's out to 6.5 tenths now. The gap in Inters, so very close on lap times. Not much of a difference between them at all. But it is going the way of Logan Jones as it stands at the moment. Horspool thought about pulling out of the slipstream there, and because of the indecision, then that's backed up Luka Batchev slightly, and Tom Nichols able to close back in. And we will see them all come together here over start-finish.
Yeah, the timer's down to 0, but not for these guys. We're looking for Logan Jones to give us the final lap board as JJ Allen and Harry Pennington go side by side for 10th place, which is 8th in class. Over the timing line. We will commence the final lap officially now with Logan Jones crossing the line a full second in front of Joey Swan. And
oh, Ashton Horspool left the door open there for Luka Batchev, and he's going to get run out wide because of it and cost himself a position. I think it's probably the best way of putting it.
Nichols is going to get a run here, I think, Tom. They've all actually slotted into a straight line, but I thought Nichols was going to get a good run because I thought Horspool and Batchev, and then Horspool clatters the curb through the left-hand part of the D chicane, and that's going to give Aaron Berridge, I think, a clear run to the checker here.
I think you're right. I think the damage has been done, and Aaron Berridge is going to take victory here. But speaking of taking victory, we are going to have Logan Jones taking a maiden final victory here at Teesside Autodrome.
Batchev alongside Horspool round South Bank. Will that open the door up for Tom Nichols? Nichols has put the nose in the gap, but I think it's been chopped off by Ashton Horspool. Aaron Berridge comes out of the final corner to win round number 4 here at Teesside from Luka Batchev and Ashton Horspool. Tom Nichols narrowly missing out on a podium in P4 with Peter Webster and Dexter Petty 5th and 6th. Then it's Matthew Plant, Pennington and Allen again side by side at the line. Pennington taking the position in P10 from JJ Allen and Oliver James Smith, completing your R200 runners in P12, 10th in class.
Yeah, so just coming over start-finish line now is Logan Jones, and excellent driving from Logan there in the final. Managed to hold off Joey Swan and take victory in the interclass. And congratulations as well to Aaron Berridge, Luka Batchev and Ashton Horspool for taking the podium in R200s.
Aaron Berridge comes through and he is incredibly happy. Remember, a month ago, Tom, this final was red flagged because Aaron had a terrible incident going through the D chicane, just went up on the curb too much and the front end bit in and went up and over. And a month later, Aaron Berridge will stand on the top step of the podium in R200 here at Teesside.
It's one way to come back, isn't it?
Certainly is. You can't ask for more than that from Aaron Berridge.
Absolutely not. He's done very well there, has Berridge. And we're going to move on very swiftly to our next final and bring you a grid of our junior and senior Rotax, although we had both senior Rotax were retired from the previous heat, with Daniel Fraser not even taking the start in that one. So Riley Sims-Ezard is going to go off pole position in the junior category, with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson alongside and Freddie Widrington in 3rd, Joseph Yao 4th and Oliver O'Donovan 5th. So that is set up for a cracker of a final here. Morgan Cooney alongside and Sam Robson, and then Layla Berryman and Holly Swan. Jaden Stonehouse has had a difficult day, I think it's safe to say. Likewise, Jacob Carnes, Darcy Hall, Evelyn Bye, Jack Moss, and Alex Forsyth has not scored any points, so we're assuming isn't on the final.
He's not been here.
No. So, yeah, difficult days for Stonehouse, Carnes, Hall, Bye and Moss. They're going to look for some redemption in the final.
And then obviously Paul Swan in the senior is out on track. He is the only one, with Daniel Fraser not being here. So through comes Riley Sims-Ezard. It's a false start. As just a quick note, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson has a new nose cone attached to her cart that she didn't have in the previous heat.
Oh, it's a red one.
It is. It's a Cadet Motorsport nose cone, that, for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. I don't know if she had a problem with the previous one, or I know that she's raced once with Kato already this season, and I think her dad's been invited to their Christmas party already, so he must have made a very good impression, so that might be why he's bolted the nose on. Give them some credit.
Fair enough. That's all I have to say on that, really.
Yeah, well,
oh, fair enough.
I was just telling you a story.
I enjoyed it.
It wasn't an opinion piece.
Hopefully we'll get going this time around. We are much, much slower this time possibly a little bit too slow in the end. We'll see.
Well, we'll see if anybody
see if
oils
they
up.
all get going.
Yeah, there is that risk of oiling up if they do go too slowly. But Riley Sims-Ezard powers down, and away we go. And Joseph Yao. Oh, Darcy Hall's on the grass, and Jaden Stonehouse is facing the wrong way over the start-finish line as well. And it looks like we may have an early retirement for the 8 of Morgan Cooney, who once again, Tom, will fail to finish a final here at Teesside. He's had terrible luck in finals so far this season. Morgan Cooney, 4 rounds in, is still to see the checkered flag in a final.
Well, Riley Sims-Ezard, who led us off the pole position, dropped down to 4th place, but is currently side by side with Widrington, and ends up losing a place again to O'Donovan. So our pole sitter will drop down to 5th place here on the opening lap. It's Joseph Yao leading us from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, then Freddie Widrington, Oliver O'Donovan and Riley Sims-Ezard. Holly Swan is in P6 with Jacob Kahn 7th. And then it's Sam Robson in 8th, Evelyn Bye 9th, Jack Moss, Layla Berryman and Jaden Stonehouse.
So, Yao out of hairpin number 2. Looked to be a little bit defensive as Stansmore-Wilson sort of asked him to go forwards. And let's see if we can break away from Freddie Widrington, who then gets into the back of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Will try and drive around the outside, but that's not going to work. And that allows Oliver O'Donovan and Riley Sims-Ezard to close right up onto the back of Oliver O'Donovan, well, of Freddie Widrington, sorry. And we've got a top 5 before a little bit of a gap back to Holly Swan.
Yeah, Holly Swan was coming under pressure towards the back half of the previous lap from Jacob Carnes. We'll see what happens this time down the back straight. And there goes Stansmore-Wilson, trying to find a way through the inside at South Bank corner on Joseph Yao, and took the full corner to get it completed. And Joseph Yao thought about straight lining between hairpin 4. That's going to back up O'Donovan, Widrington, and in fact, Widrington's got through.
Widrington taking full
advantage. We missed how that happened between the two camera shots.
Yeah, the exit of hairpin 4 gave Freddie Widrington good drive, and he drives around the outside. We've got a warning for Widrington, so whether he's tapped Yao wide, but then Widrington's going to dive down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and she's going to get run out of tarmac on the outside, and she'll lose 2nd place. She might even lose 3rd as well, with Oliver O'Donovan coming down the inside. It could be 5th for Stansmore-Wilson, because Riley Sims-Ezard will park the 42, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson goes from leading to 5th, and now we've got a train of everybody down to Layla Berryman in P10.
So that's the top 10, all nose to tail now. Freddie Widrington at the front of this one. Layla Berryman, in fact, fastest car on track that time around. Such was the change in positioning, and it's all coming together at hairpin 3, as I think everybody was into the back of everybody else there as they came together. It's Stansmore-Wilson now taking Sims-Ezard and taking 4th place back.
All risky there by Sims-Ezard to try and hold it round the outside, because it leaves the door open, and it left it open for Jacob Carnes. If he does just slotted in nicely behind Stansmore-Wilson, he could have had an opportunity to fight for another corner. And Layla Berryman has fallen back behind Jack Moss. I think she was side by side with Evelyn Bye in the run up towards South Bank, and I didn't quite see the outcome of it. But I can tell you what the outcome is after the fact, and that's that Layla Berryman has fallen off the back of this train of what was 10. It's now 9 for the lead, and she's currently behind Jack Moss, running in P11.
So Widrington from Yao, from O'Donovan, and then Stansmore-Wilson, and now Jacob Carnes, who was ever opportunistic through this part of the track last time around. Got that move completed on Sims-Ezard. Pole sitter down to 6th place now. Sam Robson, Holly Swan and Evelyn Bye still involved as well.
Contact warning for Berryman, Tom.
Widrington doing a good job here at the front of this one to hold on, although not that good, because Joseph Yao is now through and O'Donovan takes them both. Such was the speed that Joseph Yao carried through the corner, pushed them wide, and O'Donovan took them both. And now Yao's going to respond through hairpin 2, but backs out of the move into South Bank corner, and that's going to bring the group back together again.
O'Donovan got a really good run out of that corner, tried to chop across Joseph Yao once, went out wide, and then came back across the front of the 88. He will now lead Joseph Yao, then it's Freddie Widrington. Jacob Carnes has done well, Tom, to come through here from 11th place up to P4 for Jacob Carnes, with Riley Sims-Ezard, Isabella Stansmore Wilson. As Sims-Ezard goes down the inside, as does Widrington. They both make up places. Widrington up to second at the expense of Yao. Sims-Ezard up to fourth at the expense of Jacob Carnes. Then it's Stansmore Wilson, Sam Robson up onto the back of this one in this battle for the lead, 7 deep.
Sims-Ezard up to third, and Jacob Carnes again with an opportunistic move down the inside at hairpin 4. He's going to get the traction and the benefit of a slipstream out of hairpin 4 and holds on.
Yeah, Yao was second going into hairpin 2 and now is down in P5. Stansmore Wilson and then Holly Swan and Evelyn Bye within touching distance, but need a little bit. They just need a little squabble between the two of them, and I think they're going to get it on the run out of hairpin 2, as everybody had to get on the brakes. At the front, though, a personal best from Oliver O'Donovan opened the gap up by a quarter of a second on the previous lap to half a second. I think it's going to be a bit more this time, Tom.
Yeah, I think you might be right. They're going to need to stop fighting for a lap or so and try and close back in on Oliver O'Donovan, who another one who's taken a big step forward this weekend is Oliver O'Donovan. Been winning heats.
And is half a race away from winning a final for the first time here at Teesside for Oliver O'Donovan in the 64. Freddie Widrington and then Riley Sims-Ezard with Jacob Carnes. They've got a gap now back to Joseph Yao, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Sam Robson.
Well, that's because they were duking it out through hairpin 1 and 2, where Yao and Stansmore Wilson ended up being as you were, but it cost them time. And now this group starting to fracture once again, but we have seen it all come together. It will only come together for the lead if they can catch O'Donovan.
Oh, Sims-Ezard goes down the inside of Freddie Widrington into the first corner. Then we're going to be 3 wide as Widrington then defends Jacob Carnes just to hold on to third place. But Riley Sims-Ezard with a straight line move up into hairpin 2. And then Carnes down the inside of Widrington. Side pod to side pod. That allows Yao through as well on Freddie Widrington. Jacob Carnes up into third place. Yao fourth. Widrington then Stansmore Wilson. And all of a sudden, it's all changed once again inside the top 7.
Well, Carnes picks up a contact warning for that move. Looked rough, but also didn't seem too unfair, I think.
It was side pod to side pod.
Picked up a contact warning, and so we'll let the stewards do their jobs, and we'll not get involved in that.
Yeah.
But
One of them moves that if you do it, you think it's okay, and if you have it done to you, you think it's a bit harsh.
Yes, I think
it's the best way to describe that
exactly
type of move.
Yeah,
it's not clear as day, is it?
No, but Carnes has just been picking his way through the field, and with these opportunistic moves and showing great racecraft to get to the position that he's in so far. You need to Riley Sims-Ezard likewise dropped right back at the start. I think he was as low as 6th or even 7th at one point.
Widrington was down the inside of Joseph Yao, then Yao's turning in across Freddie Widrington. That is all. That's less than what we were. That was more than what we were saying earlier, Tom. Between Yao and Widrington, not the finest bit of driving, I'll be honest, in my opinion, by the 88 there, Tom.
No. But we race on, and it was just a change of position in the end.
What it does mean is the top 3
have broken
are
away.
Fairly clear.
Yeah, they've broken away now from this group behind. But Evelyn Bye and Holly Swan in 8th and 9th have now closed back up as well. So they're still in with a shout.
As Sam Robson thinks about a move on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in the run towards South Bank, but wasn't close enough to pull out.
This is what we've seen quite a lot through the Rotax field, particularly in this race. I know we've had a lot of chopping and changing of positions, but we've also had a lot of half moves, a lot of thinking about moves. The one person who, I said it before, but the one person who's been decisive with his moves has been Jacob Carnes. He's not made half moves. Every time he's made a move, he's got it completed in one way or another. And now closing back in on Riley Sims-Ezard for second place.
You know, we've been very constructive when it comes to Jacob Carnes in that he has been very, very quick, but sometimes just gets involved when he doesn't need to. But credit to him, when he goes for a move, he goes for a move.
Yeah, oh, definitely,
There's no nothing half about it. And he's up onto the back of Riley Sims-Ezard for second place. So whilst the top three previously did look comfortable, it's not quite as comfortable as it was for Riley Sims-Ezard. We saw this time yesterday he began to struggle with fatigue a little bit. Let's see whether he can hold on, not only from Jacob Carnes, but then if he does lose that second place, whether he's got enough to hold off those behind in Yao, Widrington, Stansmore-Wilson, Robson. They've got Holly Swan and Evelyn Bye not too far back as well.
O'Donovan still leading this one, puts in a personal best as well, was a quarter of a second quicker than Jacob Carnes in third, and around about a tenth and a half quicker than than Sims-Ezard in second. So O'Donovan moving away at the front of this one. Sims-Ezard not feeling the need to go defensive.
He's got a few kart lengths as well at the moment, so doesn't need to be overly defensive. There's a contact warning for the 28 of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
Holly Swan right there with Evelyn Bye and Layla Berryman, and I think they've got past Sam Robson it is, and Layla Berryman whacking in a fastest lap of the race there.
Yep, Swan and Bye have got past Robson, Tom, on that previous lap, and Berryman's not too far off the back of them either. And Oliver O'Donovan went under the timing gantry with 1 second to go. And we have 2 laps remaining. It's 1.5 now as he rounds South Bank. But again, it will be a 19-lap junior Rotax final. Such has been the pace once again of our junior drivers. And Oliver O'Donovan will come through with a gap of 1.2 seconds. And he is 42 seconds away from glory in junior Rotax.
Yeah, absolutely flying along is Oliver O'Donovan. Been a good showing here today. Joseph Yao heading that group for 4th place, with a gap then back to Holly Swan for 7th.
Berryman has found a way past Sam Robson on that lap. She moves up to 9th place, but rounding hairpin 3 and safely round hairpin 4 up towards the checkered flag. He's celebrating already, and for the first time Oliver O'Donovan is a race winner at the final here at Teesside Autodrome from Riley Sims-Ezard and Jacob Carnes. That's your top 3. Yao, Widrington, Stansmore-Wilson, with Holly Swan, Evelyn Bye, Layla Berryman and Sam Robson completing your top 10, with Paul Swan your winning senior runner, with Darcy Hall, Jaden Stonehouse, the final one to take the checkered flag, Jack Moss and Morgan Cooney, retirees from round 4's final.
Well, we've talked about breakout performances throughout the weekend for various drivers throughout the grid, but I'm going to give one again another shout out there for Jacob Carnes. That was probably the best performance that we've seen from him at Teesside in terms of overtaking and racecraft, I think it's fair to say. So well done to Oliver O'Donovan as well. First time final winner here at Teesside. And Riley Sims-Ezard took pole position, dropped right down the order at one point, and they've managed to fight his way back through and hold on for second place. And we will move on to our Junior Pro Kart Final. Penultimate race of the day, penultimate race of the weekend as well. Of course, with our double header this weekend. If you didn't catch any of the action yesterday, of course, it is available on YouTube. Just search for TSK-Media, TSK-Motorsport Media channel, and you'll be able to find round 3 to view whenever you fancy. Likewise, round 4 is live streamed, of course, but will become available as a recording pretty soon after we finish the stream, and you can watch it on the way home. Not if you're driving, of course.
Yeah,
but any time afterwards.
You can go back now, but why would you want to? Because we've got 2 more finals for you here today. 12 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for our Junior Pro Kart runners as they are released from the holding area. It's going to be a pole position in a Junior Pro Kart Final here at Teesside for the first time for the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. He's got the championship leader, Reese Cranston, who is 3 from 3 so far this season in Junior Pro Kart Finals alongside him. Row 2, William Howard and Ted Hall, with Liam Edmonds and Ashton Carmichael on row number 3, with Daniel Camp and Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn sharing row 4. Josh Brown and then Jensen White starts in P10. Isaac Welburn starts in P number 11. He's got Adam Roberts alongside, with James Winstanley, Reese Dodds and Grace Matthews completing your Junior Pro Kart grid. Matthews, who retired from heat number 1, will have to try and charge through the field from P15.
We are, I think, about to go racing for, at the first time of asking, the green flag is down and we're away and racing, and it's a good start from the inside line. Sullivan, he's going to hold on to the lead here.
Oh, Cranston gets bumped, and we've got 2 or 3 drivers, I think Ted Hall and Ashton Carmichael, up on top of each other.
They do manage to sort themselves out before they get to the chicane, but it was touch and go at one point.
Edmonds up into second. He got past William Howard at hairpin number 1. Howard was up into second place. Cranston gets back up into 4th as he gets past the fast-starting Daniel Camp, who was up into P5 from 7th. And then down the back straight, Reese Cranston remonstrating, not quite sure with who, or whether he was asking the driver behind him to give him a little bit of a push.
But it is going to be Sullivan who leads us over the line from Liam Edmonds, and then it's William Howard, Reese Cranston, Daniel Camp, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Josh Brown, James Winstanley, Ted Hall and Ashton Carmichael, the top 10, with Matthews, Welburn, White, Roberts and Dodds.
Oh, William Howard down the inside of Liam Edmonds into hairpin number 1. Edmonds then under pressure now from Reese Cranston, and Cranston tapping the helmet, but Edmonds is on the inside here. Edmonds through he goes, and then Reese Cranston will slide down the inside into hairpin number 3, and will set off in pursuit of the 76 of Sam Dixon. Gap at the front was 0.4 of a second, goes out to 0.7 of a second with that overtake from Howard.
Yeah, William Howard in P2, Reese Cranston now hunting him down. Joshua Sullivan moving away at the front of this one, a 47.1, quicker than any car out there. So Sullivan just doing what he needs to do at the front of this one and try and break away, Edward Rye style.
Cranston, the one to watch now, he's got past Edmonds and has broken a few kart lengths away. He's got to try and draw up onto the back of William Howard in that second place. As wide goes Sullivan round 3. Oh, we've got Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, and then Isaac Welburn as well. And it looks like that could well have been Grace Matthews as well.
Yeah, there were
coming into contact,
trying to avoid Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn. That caused a bit of action further down the road, and likewise, yes,
Matthews looking down to the right-hand side. Not sure whether it was just a bit, she was just shaking her hand just to try and get rid of a little bit of pain if she'd been holding on to the steering wheel while the contact happened. Fastest lap of the race and 0.2 quicker than the driver in front on the previous lap was Reese Cranston.
Yeah, Cranston now is very much closing the gap to William Howard, but Liam Edmonds is right there as well. So we've got 4 karts equidistant apart at the front of this one. But we'll see whether this can get closed up or not.
I was about to say, it'd be interesting. It was 6/10 last time. I think it's fairly similar. I think, if anything, Howard's a little bit closer, and he is a little bit closer to Sullivan, and he's pulled a bit of a gap as Howard from Cranston. But I said, if Cranston can get up onto the back of William Howard, as to whether Cranston pushes Howard onto the back of Sullivan or whether he feels that he needs to get past William Howard to try and close then to get up and see if he can be the faster driver.
I think Cranston, if he can get there to the back of William Howard, we've seen before, he takes no prisoners once there's an opportunity there to come past. So we've got a contact warning going out for Josh Brown as well. But we'll get the gaps over the line. Last time it was 0.6, then 0.5, then 0.6 for the front 4. This time
0.5.
0.5, 0.6 and 0.5. So
Fastest
starting
lap for Howard.
I mean, it's evening out, but
yeah, William Howard with the fastest lap of the race with a 46.6, but also Sullivan, personal best, 46.6. Cranston, a 46.8, is falling away slightly off the back of William Howard. I thought he'd be closing in. Howard doing a sterling job here, trying to stay with and reel in our race leader.
I wonder whether he's carrying any damage from the lap 1, turn 1, sort of coming together, where he ended up going out wide. Looks like the kart's handling okay. But Sullivan, a 46.367, matched almost to the thousandth of a second by William Howard. But then Cranston was 0.3 off that, and Edmonds another half a second slower. So the gap going out now for the front 4.
Oh, Jensen White into the back of James Winstanley at hairpin number 1. White did really well to hold that kart and not go round. Thought he might have had a bit there where the rear end goes very, very light. But Jensen White doing well to hold on to it, and he's going to have another opportunity to challenge James Winstanley this time round. Gap at the front's been fairly even at around about 0.6 lap on lap, and it stays the same as Sullivan puts in another fastest lap at 46.363.
And then again, William Howard only half a tenth off. So William Howard probably having the drive of his day, certainly in this one, holding on to P2.
Yeah, had a great day yesterday at the end of the day. Had a retirement at the start, which meant he had to start the final stone dead last, and got up to 3rd place with William Howard yesterday. So a good effort from Howard yesterday. It's been a great effort from Howard today. He had a 3rd yesterday. It could well be a 2nd today, but he wants the victory as Sullivan goes wide onto the rumble strip on the exit of 4. Gap 0.6 on the previous lap. Looks to be fairly similar, and indeed is. It's out by another 10th to 0.7, but that's next to nothing in this game. We're not even at half race distance yet with that 1 additional lap added on. It's going to be around about a 17 lap final. We commence lap number 8. Well, lap 9, sorry. 8's just gone.
Hey, yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Ashton Carmichael as well, who's closing back in on Daniel Camp and Ted Hall.
He's dragging Josh Brown with him as well in the 12th.
Yeah.
And Jensen White's got past James Winstanley on the previous lap and moves himself up to P9.
So now the front 4 have broken away. We've got a fight on for 5th place that goes all the way down then, probably to Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, who, in fairness, is a couple of corners behind, but is well in the slipstream of those in front. So there is a train that goes down all the way from 5th to 15th.
Oh, Reece Cranston into hairpin 1 then, Tom. I'm not sure. That car is not handling at all well. It's just gone in, and it's almost like when you see a cart's got a little bit too much caster. It went in, and it's just like the front bit, then the rear bit, then the front went into the tarmac again.
I was just looking at live time with Cranston, were you saying?
Yeah, Reece Cranston struggling into hairpin 1 just to get that cart pitched in.
Maybe carrying a little bit of damage, as we said earlier on. because this is not the form that we've been seeing from Rhys Cranston throughout the day.
No. Has been unbeaten so far in finals this season as Rhys Cranston. 4 minutes to go on the clock. As, the leaders come up to some lap traffic, and once again Rhys Dodds just moving out of the way and allowing the leaders to move through. Gap was 0.8 of a second. It looks to be a little bit more this time round, but we've got half a lap to confirm that. Ted Hall, Daniel Camp, Ashton Carmichael, Josh Brown, all pretty much nose to tail. They're closing together for what will be 5th place. And they've still got to navigate that lap traffic. Up and over the timing line, the leaders come, and for the first time, the gap goes out to beyond a second.
Yeah, that's the first time that it has been beyond a second, as you said, David. Cranston and Edmonds are starting to close together for 3rd place. Edmonds is almost onto the tail of Cranston once again, but the battle for 5th is the one that we are rightly focusing on, because this is headed by Ted Hall with Daniel Camp in behind, Ashton Carmichael, and then Josh Brown. They've really come together over the last couple of laps. They head into South Bank.
They're going to
one more time.
Encounter the lap traffic. Once again, Rhys Dodds moving offline, allowing them to come through. And Teddy Hall in 5th place.
But good for Rhys Dodds here. It's still learning the craft, very much ongoing for Rhys Dodds. Making steps forward all the time. And good awareness as well. What we like to see. Ted Hall has in fact opened up a little bit of a gap there to Daniel Camp over that lap.
Camp goes wide at 1.
Well, yeah, Ashton Carmichael was forcing a way through. Just manages to hold on from Josh Brown as well.
Hall's
has a look around his way.
Right there, hasn't he now?
Where's he gone? Where's he gone?
Personal best on the previous from Liam Edmonds, who now is all over the back of Rhys Cranston for the final step on the podium.
Very nervy look over the shoulder from Cranston as well, coming out of hairpin 4. And Edmonds wasn't there when he looked behind, and then into the D chicane received a tap to say, yes, I am there.
There's the battle for 3rd, and I think this is where we're going to look now, Tom, for this final step of the podium, as Joshua Sullivan winds his way up with a 46.297 and extends the gap out to 1.9 seconds.
Well, it's 0.3 of a second quicker than anybody else out there. Oh, and we've got a bit of rain on the commentary box window.
Oh, this is a game changer. 1 minute
it's coming
and 15
down
on
is the
rain.
Clock. It is coming down is the rain. What's the
All
lap
of our
time
drivers
like?
on slicks as well, Tom.
Only 0.3 off that time around for Sullivan, but that's the grip level is going to change massively with a minute plus a lap to go.
Yeah. Again, is it psychological at the moment on the visor? Is it making any difference on the tarmac for
We've got yellow flags.
runners?
Yes, it is, because Liam Edmonds has gone round at hairpin 1.
Oh, the chance of a podium gone at the moment. Oh, Carmichael and Ted Hall off as well at hairpin number 1.
Oh, it's come down so suddenly.
Yeah, and everybody's going off at hairpin 1. We've got drivers round. Drivers round at hairpin number 1 as it comes down on slick tyres.
Well, what was crazy was Joshua Sullivan took that corner at full pelt and didn't have any issues at all.
20 seconds and 2 laps to go as drivers keep going round and they're coming through. Rhys Cranston's up to 2nd place because William Howard's gone round. Sullivan understeering wide at the first corner.
And the rain really coming down.
Roberts is out of this one and they come through.
And the timer ticks down to 0, so we'll be on to the final lap now.
Oh,
Sullivan,
this is
no grip at all. Hits the chicane.
Sullivan wide at 1, but he's going to because that's the wet line. The race. Oh, and Cranston's out onto the concrete as well. This is incredibly difficult for our junior drivers on slick tyres. Sullivan had a gap of 5.6 seconds. Howard's back to 2nd place as Cranston goes wide.
They're all fighting the elements here as the rain has
They're
really...
tiptoeing through, Tom. Josh Brown, Grace Matthews, Ashton Carmichael are tiptoeing round. Walking pace. Final lap is on the overhead gantry for the leaders to come through.
And Cranston's off at hairpin 3.
Cranston is off. Cranston's on the grass.
And checker flag goes out, and Joshua Sullivan takes victory in the final.
We missed the fact that that was the last lap,
Just
Tom.
managing to hold on from William Howard.
And I actually think...
Rhys Cranston's brought half of Teesside with him across the line.
What I think there, Tom, is that has actually come forward a lap because the race directors deemed the conditions to be treacherous, and as the rain is really coming down now for our junior runners. So I don't think that we actually got an official last lap there, but nonetheless,
the checkered
it's
flag
a
is
maiden.
waved.
I may well be wrong, but it's a maiden victory for the 13 of Joshua Sullivan in Junior Pro Kart from Rhys Cranston and William Howard. And then it's going to be Liam Edmonds, Daniel Camp and Josh Brown in front of Grace Matthews, Ashton Carmichael, Jensen White and Ted Hall, with Isaac Welburn, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, James Winstanley, and then Adam Roberts and Rhys Dodds. Oh, Sullivan didn't see the checker the first time because
so
he's
gone for another lap.
Something flew off Josh's car. Just over here, something flew off, just to let you know, maybe have a check over it.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well done, well done.
Yeah, there was a lot of action there. As you can see, Rhys Cranston's going to come over the start-finish line. He's got a massive pile of grass, still a touch to the rear bumper. And the rain looks to have stopped already. But yeah, that was crazy. The difference between when Sullivan went through hairpin 1 in first place, who took it at full speed, and then William Howard, who came through 3 seconds later, was unbelievable. He just had no grip when he got there, but Sullivan was able to take that corner at full speed. Such was the level of the speed of the rain coming down, and the volume in such a short time. Just caught everybody by surprise, and everybody went off them behind because they were all coming through the chicane at full speed because there was grip there, but then nothing. Once they got to hairpin 1, caught everybody out. Whew. But we all made it home safely.
We all made it home.
With the exception of, was that Adam Roberts?
Yeah, he was
who's now on the recovery quad.
When they all went off 30 seconds
but
or so.
is uninjured. Is the best way to put that. But, so we'll be making it home safely, but making it home on the back of the recovery quad, unfortunately.
A very, very happy race winner in Joshua Sullivan. He's been trying his hardest, Tom, to win a final here in Junior Pro. And today is the day.
And believe it or not, the sun's already back out here.
Isn't it?
So it was just a little band of rain, and I can actually see it moving away in the distance. You can see it there, over there, don't we? Which is a bit grey coming down. So it was just a tiny little band of rain, just a little cloud burst, but already drying up here at Teesside. So I reckon we'll be back on full slick and fast lap times by the time this one comes to a finish.
I'll be honest with you, Tom. Not the nicest 5 minutes I've ever had in my life, that.
No, I can imagine. But the sun is already back out, and it will be drying the track very, very quickly. And in fact, I can already see the tarmac in front of us. The colour of it is just getting lighter and lighter as the seconds go by.
It's still going to be a very sketchy opening lap for our seniors, which, to be fair, they're not allowed wets anyway.
No. And
Max Shields is having the time of his life.
Just having a feeler.
Sliding his cart through. He goes off pole position with Ike Needham.
And then goes off.
But he's getting heat in his tyres. So it's Shields and Needham, then Smith and Ludwell with Danny Bean and Zach Dawson in front of Isaac Duff and Matthew Houshby, with Joseph Williamson and Curtis Yule in P10 in front of Carl Burns and Riley Matthews, David Brewis and Sam Neri, with Freddie Cowley and Matthew Farrell in front of Ollie Clegg, Alana Howard and Dominic Needham.
Genuinely fascinating. The track is drying in front of my eyes, such as the sunlight that's hitting it now. The water evaporating straight off the surface. I reckon we're going to be back on full dry times by the time we're 2-3 laps in.
Yeah, apart from hairpin 1, where I am predicting a fair few understeering wide.
Well, we'll see on the opening lap. I think we're going to be all right.
Shields trying to get some heat into these Dunlop SL1s that both the juniors and senior pro karts use. He powers down as they come through the right-hander of the dogleg. On the outside, though, it's been a good start from Ike Needham. And if he goes round the outside, that's where the grip should be. He's going to slot into second place. Shields, then Needham, then Addison Smith, Danny Bean as they get on the power early. And, Needham almost into a half spin. Addison Smith almost collateral damage. He loses a few places, but lives to fight another corner. And then George Ludwell is forced wide onto the rumble strip. Isaac Duff up into third. Smith back into fourth. Then it's Ludwell, Bean. Then it's Zach Dawson. Matthew Hauschby coming under pressure from Joseph Williamson as they go round South Bank. As one driver takes a very, very wide line. I think it could have been Freddie Cowley.
Zach Dawson really fighting the kart a bit further down the order in the midfield.
Falling as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's tried some alternative lines through that lap and it's not really worked out for Dawson. We've got contact warnings for the 811 and the 31, so that's Joseph Williamson and Kyle Burns.
I think there was a 13 on there to start with as well of George Ludwell. Indeed there was. It's confirmed on the timing.
So they look to have a lot more grip going through there now.
Yeah, got some heat in the tyres, haven't they?
Yes, and heat in the track as well. And in fact, in front of the commentary box, the track is now fully dry over the start-finish line already.
If you told someone that they were just arriving that 10 minutes ago it was very sketchy and
they were 20
wet.
seconds a lap off the pace because of the wet conditions.
I tell you were being a bit silly. Shields then leads from Needham. Isaac Duff after that decent start from 7th. Well, it's more than decent. 7th up to 3rd is a 4-place gain.
Addison Smith bouncing over the D chicane in behind Isaac Duff as well as he tries to find a way through.
He's going to try and straight line it into the right-hander, but he's not quite close enough.
Whoa, that was close there as well.
Is that Ollie Clegg and Riley Matthews,
I
Tom?
think so, yes, coming together at hairpin 1, but neither one seemed to lose any time. It was just the crossover of lines.
Yeah, they almost did there as well as Matthews and Clegg again crossed up, and then wide at hairpin 3 sees Matty Farrell pop a nose down the inside. It was a puncture in Heat 3 that brought his race to a premature end for Matty Farrell. I did say I think it was, but the kart wasn't as low as I thought it might have been. So, we'll see.
Yeah, I just looked out of the commentary box window to the left and just saw some drops of rain during that Junior Pro Kart final. I thought, it just came down very, very quickly. But we're back up to dry conditions again here already. And dry lap times as well with a 47.3 for Maximus Shields moving away at the front. Looking pretty comfortable in this one so far. And Ike Needham now starting to feel pressure from Isaac Duff and Addison Smith in behind. With George Ludwell and Danny Bean. Lots of grip now into hairpin 1 once again. And Zach Dawson starting to take advantage of that fact as he starts to make a move through the field. I think it's Matthew Hauschby behind it. He's behind it is, in fact, Hauschby. Pulls alongside down the back straight and moves through into 7th place for Zach Dawson. As we look at Needham. And then Duff gets hung out to dry round hairpin 4 by Addison Smith. So he takes 3rd place. So our front 3 are now all pro class runners. George Ludwell there with Isaac Duff as well. Could make it a front 4 of pro class runners. Isaac Duff and Danny Bean being the outliers in clubman class, 4th and 6th at the moment.
Smith going very well here, Tom, as you say, 4/10 quicker almost than Ike Needham on the previous lap, and will try and take that 2nd place away. Isaac Duff, a great drive from him thus far. We're not even at half race distance yet, but he leads in the club class with George Ludwell between him and his nearest rival Danny Bean, Zach Dawson, Matthew Hauschby, and then Joseph Williamson. Curtis Yule leads the novice in P10, Sam Neri 13th, Matthew Farrell 15th, with Freddie Cowley and Riley Matthews just behind for that final step on the novice podium.
Yes, Max Shields now in the lead of this one by 2.3 seconds. Looks done and dusted, barring any mechanicals for Shield. Needham just about holding on to second place from Addison Smith, who is closing in. Isaac Duff has just been overtaken by Danny Bean now for the lead of the clubman class.
Shields motoring, Tom, and opening up the gap. A 46.166 for Shields, the fastest lap of the race, and comfortably as well. Will almost certainly soon be getting the chill your beans, young man. Let's just bring this one home safely for a fourth final victory of the season. As Isaac Duff goes down the inside again of Danny Bean to retake the club class lead.
To me.
To you.
As they swap places once again.
Asks Bean to push him. I don't think that's going to happen. They are, I would say, the best of friends.
Well, you said they were inseparable off the track, and now they are inseparable on the track as George Ludwell starts to... is that George Ludwell behind? Sorry?
It's Ludwell in front of them. He's just behind Addison Smith. And then
I thought I clocked a different helmet there, but it's not. It's Needham, Smith, and then Ludwell.
Dawson and Hauschby.
Not sure Smith knows that his final step on the podium is under threat here from Ludwell, who's closed right in. And in fact, Smith wastes no time. If he did look around and saw Ludwell there, went through at hairpin 2 on Needham, and now we've got a battle for second place in the pro class that involves 3 drivers.
Oh, and Ludwell goes down the inside of Ike Needham. Needham with the switchback. Needham with a little bit of side pod between the two of them. Needham drops back into 4th place. George Ludwell then up into 3rd and onto the final step of the podium. Shields still with that big gap, 3.5 seconds from Addison Smith now, who's broken away because of George Ludwell and Ike Needham having that battle on the previous lap. In novice, Matty Farrell in 2nd place. Then it's Sam Neri, who's just about to lose that 3rd place as he goes down the back straight side by side with Riley Matthews. Matthews up into 3rd. Neri in 4th place now with Freddie Cowley as well. Addison Smith in 2nd place, losing ground to Shields, but not as much because that's a personal best. Yeah, for Addison Smith at 46.240 for Smith, almost matching the race leader, but in doing so, pulling out that gap from George Ludwell and Ike Needham. And to be fair, Isaac Duff and Danny Bean as well, who are doing very, very well to stay with these pro class runners in front.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Smith looks like he's dropping Ludwell, and that seems to be the case over the last lap and a half. He's moved well clear. Now Ludwell has got past Needham as well. But like you say, David, Duff and Bean going at it hammer and tongs as well for the club class podium. Well, victory, in fact. But then you've got Hauschby and Dawson.
Hauschby's got past Dawson a few laps on the previous lap. This time he'll come through, Tom. 0.8 of a second clear of Zach Dawson.
So something's happened there with Dawson. But I don't think either of them are going to have aspirations of victory unless there's a big fight that goes on in front of them and slows those in front. There's a lot of gap to close with 2 minutes 50 seconds plus a lap to go. Shield just waltzing away at the front of this one. Dancing away on the pedals he is, and moves through again with the fastest lap of the race. And do you know what? I could see it coming. You can
see fast, can't you, Tom?
You could see it coming that he was focused, hyper focused on that lap, and sets a lap that was In the end, only half a tenth quicker than what George Ludwell did. So Ludwell has started to close back in on Addison Smith now.
Yeah, he's
was a
moving
tenth and a
away.
half quicker that time. So it's not done and dusted here. We're in that mid-race lull at the moment in Senior Pro Kart, but we've seen it many, many times before. A couple of minutes to go, and we'll start to see some fighting occur again, I'm sure. There goes Smith, there goes Ludwell, and again Ludwell a couple of tenths quicker.
I'd just gone quiet so I could listen to the pro karts coming past me. That brrr, brrr, just the constant noise of them coming through. Shields with another fastest lap.
But
Riley Matthews has fallen down. Oh no, he's not. He's pulled away. I thought he'd fallen away, but he's got a bit of a gap now back to Freddie Cowley and Sam Neri.
But Ludwell is ever closing in on the back of Addison Smith. So Smith, who's had a roller coaster of a weekend to say the least, wants to finish off with second place here. Danny Bean ducking in behind the steering wheel to try and gain some speed to get him back onto the tail of Isaac Duff, who's using the slipstream of Ike Needham to full effect. They start to come together as well, those three. Ludwell quicker again, brings the gap down to 3.5 tenths to Addison Smith. The fight for second is on.
Really is starting to reel him in. We've got 25 seconds on the clock.
We've also got Hauschby, Dawson and Williamson nose to tail a bit further back as well, and that's for the final step of the podium in Clubman class. They just come across the line in front of us now.
Yeah, Dawson. Hauschby had a little bit more of a gap, I think, than what he's got now. He was out to 0.8 of a second, and that's been reeled back down, Tom, to 0.3 of a second.
Well, it's nothing now. They are fully nose to tail, those three. Oh, and we've got Ollie Clegg just rolling into the pits. Or rather freewheeling into the pits as well and retiring from the race.
Maximus Shields still leading as he commences the final lap. Addison Smith and George Ludwell were 0.4 apart. It's down to 0.2, Tom, in this battle for second place now between Addison Smith and George Ludwell.
Yeah, it is game on for the final lap. Ludwell is going to have to pull out all of the stops here.
I mean, to be fair, in Clubman as well, we've got
Danny Bean's right there for the lead.
Oh!
Danny Bean's up and over the curb in hairpin 2 and levers Isaac Duff wide.
Oh.
That was a move and a half from Bean.
I think Bean might have seen that wasn't quite as fair because he's allowed Isaac Duff to come back through. Out of the final corner, though, for the 4th time in 4 races, Maximus Shields wins in Senior Pro. Addison Smith will be on the podium in second place from George Ludwell. Then it's going to be Isaac Needham and then Isaac Duff from Danny Bean. Bean allowing Duff to come back through. And then it's going to be Matthew Hauschby in front of Zach Dawson, who immediately peels off into the pit lane and will almost certainly be reprimanded for that because we don't like to see it.
Well, he came in so hot he actually had smoke pouring off the rear tyres. He was
in hot.
fully locked
Not
up.
in a good way.
No.
Joseph Williamson then P9. Curtis Yule wins in our novice class. Kyle Burns, David Brewis. And then on the novice class podium, Matthew Farrell and Riley Matthews on that podium in front of Freddie Cowley. Then Dominic Needham, Alana Howard, Sam Neri and Ollie Clegg, who retired before the end. That brings a close to 2 fantastic days of racing here at Teesside Autodrome. Rounds 3 and 4 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. When we come back in June, Tom, can you believe already it will be the halfway point of the 2025 season? Thank you so much for spending your Saturday and Sunday with us. Thank you to Medics UK, Infratech, ARC Plant Repairs, Metro Plum, HRS, Garage 29 Graphics and MS Kart for their continued support of this wonderful, wonderful championship here at Teesside Autodrome. Thank you as well to NRG Karting, who provide all of your spares here at the circuit. They're at every round. You can place advanced orders to collect everything that you require from the circuit when you arrive for your race meetings. They'll deliver as well. So thank you very much to NRG. Thank you to all of our marshals, to our medical team, to everyone behind the scenes, particularly on cameras, Toby on directing as well, that helps bring the pictures to you. Thank you as well to the gentleman alongside me. It's not quite the same when he's not here, so thank you, mate. Really appreciate it.
I'm always here, mate.
You are, apart from qualifying.
Yeah, but we'll brush over that.
Yeah, we'll definitely brush
over.
But
no, it's been a brilliant weekend. Thank you very much for having us once again, and thank you for being part of the stream. You have yourselves a good weekend. Final few days of the bank holiday weekend, and we will hopefully see you all in the same place this time next month.